without taking Ken Masson's thunder, I would like to introduce you to the brainchild behind not just the summit, but the entire World Disability Advocacy Club. Ken Masson is a Rotarian of more than 25 years standing and literally single-handedly began the club and the friendship circle around it, and just about everything to do with the club for at least 5 years. I was privileged to stand by his side for some of that time. And please, I'd love to say, put your hands together for applause. Tricky on an online conference, but imagine you were applauding the man behind the summit, Mr. Ken Masson. Ken.
And there is no man behind the summit, Jeremy. So there is a team of people.
I beg to
There is
differ.
no, there is no man. But and the story of you and I meeting is one of those miracles. I'm not going to get into it because I don't want to take the time here away from the summit. But
Time.
it was one of
And
those things that was meant to
please,
be. So it's a privilege to know you, Jeremy. So thank you very much. My name is Ken Masson. I am the president of the Rotary, the co-president actually, of the Rotary Club of World Disability Advocacy, and we were formed we're in our fifth year, and so we're still a very young club in the world, and the Rotary world, which is about 1.4 million people in Rotary. We are in 30 different countries, or actually more than 30 different countries. We have about 80 members in the club. We're working on a variety of projects, and our focus is on the human rights for people with disabilities around the world. And education is one of our main focuses, and we actually all invite anybody who's interested in being involved in what we're doing to let us know, and we'll be in touch with you. The email is fairly easy. It's rotarywda@gmail.com. And let me not forget to welcome you all here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having an interest in inclusive education. Thank you for having an interest in the children with disabilities around the world. We were looking at some statistics, and one of them was the fact that 90% of children with disabilities are not in school. 90%. That's a huge number. And so one of the things we need to work on is trying to improve the education for those 10% that are going to school, but also see what we can do to try to cut in on that 90%. We're not going to change 90%, but if we can do a couple of percentages and get a couple of education for the students, those children, it will make an accomplishment, even if we can change the life of one child. And this group has done that already. So, and one of the things we are going to focus on is homeschooling, which if you were at the session yesterday, you saw Amy who put together a really interesting discussion on homeschooling and hybrid schooling that may be an answer in some countries that allow that. So there's lots of work to be done, and we welcome you to be a part of all this. Also, the other statistic, which is amazing to me, is the fact that I think only 3% of adults with disabilities are literate. And that's so it's not just the children I think we need to focus on. We need to help with the adults too, and we'll see if we can work on some programs for that. So yesterday was an extraordinary day. It was a very busy day. We had a lot of things going on, and we had a wonderful speaker, Dr. Cook, who brought us through the thinking that we need to focus on that every single person, every single child matters. And every single person and every single child needs respect and needs the rights that they deserve. It was I am going to go back and what are going to, by the way, videotape. I mean, we are recording everything on this. We will be putting every recording on a YouTube channel. It's going to take us, you can imagine, there's 2 days, 18 hours to or more than 20 presentations here. So it's going to take us a little while to get them up, maybe a month, hopefully not that long. But when we do, we'll
Recording in
let you all,
progress.
we'll let you all know that. And we also had I'm looking over the schedule for yesterday. We had a team of people um, that talked about looking at how inclusive education translates into everyday experiences for learners and with disabilities. That too was a international discussion and went very, very well. Beyond the next session was about AI. And wow, is AI important? You can talk to different people and have different opinions about that, but AI is certainly here to stay and is going to be a major part of education in the future. Um, we had Dr. Natasha. She talked about the importance of the administrators being involved in the special education program, which is and her focus on the fact that if administrators are not involved, that section is going to fail. Dr. Sigamoni, and I'm always saying his name wrong, so I apologize to the doctor, talked about the fact that of the importance of education in the working class as he's um, spent the rest of his life, he's going to dedicate it to that. As it's different in the working class, it is in other sections of the world. And then, of course, there was Amy, who talked about um, homeschooling. Again, we think that's going to be an important thing to do. And then Dr. Kwan from Belgium. Wow. I was just like, wow. I mean, he's talking about assessment, which is an important part of the whole process of inclusive education. Assessment needs to be done properly. And then we finished off with a couple of teams. One's with the people who had disabilities and have disabilities. They had disabilities as a child and had disabilities, and they talked about their experiences from going from a child with disabilities to an adult with disabilities. That again was a fascinating discussion. And then we finished off with a discussion about disabilities for sight and for hearing, and that was totally fascinating to me. And God bless the special needs teachers. God bless them. God bless them that all the things they have to know about people with disabilities. I have nothing but total respect for every one of them. It's something I certainly would not be able to do, but I admire those that can do it. So once again, everything from yesterday is going to be recorded and will be available to you all to see that. And uh, I much appreciate we have over 800 people register for the summit. It shows you the importance of inclusive education in the world. We're very much glad we're being a part of it and we're bringing Rotary into it. And once again, I'm going to give that email address because we would love to have more people join the cause and be a part of the whole process. And it's Rotary, WDA at gmail.com. And please write to us, even if you have questions or whatever, we'll be glad to answer them. We welcome anybody who wants to be a part of what we're doing. And we'll tell you about the 7 other areas of focus that we're working on too. So thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure. And we're going to now have a video for you that will show you some information about the summit. Take care.
So this is a bit of a unique summit. Let me begin by saying that when normally we attend inclusive education or any education related summit, it tends to be very academic in the sense that people who are already into special need education or inclusive education or integrated education for that matter are the ones who tend to, attend these summits. But this time, and this is what the summit's beauty is, that we want those whose voices have not been heard to come forward. So we want them to be part and parcel of the summit as participants and as the guest speakers, the panelists from all over the world. So we will have some renowned speakers, some renowned organizations. We will have people who have been advocating for inclusivity in various forms coming on board. We will have people who um, have looked at inclusivity in a different perspective. They will be coming on board. And what I love about the summit basically is that it bridges the gap between the Rotary world and the education world. That is what I love the most about the summit. So these are Rotarians who are also coming on board, giving us their time, their resources, and their, efforts, if I may put it that way, who are coming on board and helping us run the summit. Some of the topics that I think would interest some of the listeners is talking about the future of inclusivity, talking about AI in inclusivity, that's a hot topic, talking about mental health in inclusive education. As I said, it's about the ecosystem. So we are not leaving anyone behind from that ecosystem. Of course, when we look at the technical aspect of it, we have somebody who's going to talk about the universal design for learning, the UDL, how it impacts, people in classrooms, how it affects learning in classrooms. We will have people coming on board from various policy making organizations who will have a roundtable discussion on how best we can include children with disabilities in our organizations without making them feel allow me to use the word alien, because a lot of the children tell us that yes, we have been provided for, but we always feel we're too special. We don't feel like we're part and parcel of the classroom because we have to go for certain, activities that does not include everybody. So how are we able to bridge those gaps? I think that is a very important discussion we're going to have at the summit.
I know how important it is to make education truly inclusive. My session, Inclusive Education, Mainstream, Specialized, and Hybrid Approaches, Balancing Equity, Sport, and Realities, looks at how we can create classrooms that meet every learner's needs. Whether you are a parent, educator, policymaker, or advocate, you shall find tools, insights, and inspirations to help make real changes. Register by scanning the QR code at the end of this video or by clicking the link in the descriptions. Together, we can make learning accessible for all.
I'm honored to be a moderator in the upcoming Inclusive Education Summit, which is a gathering dedicated to transforming how we educate children with disabilities. Every child deserves a chance to learn without limits. And this is not just a mission for this summit, but also my personal commitment. Together, we are building a future where inclusion is not optional, but foundational. This session I'll be moderating is called Life Skills, and it's a vital piece in the inclusive education puzzle. Whether you're a parent, a policymaker, an educator, or advocate, this session will equip you with tools, insights, and inspirations to drive real change.
This session I will be moderating is called Schools and Communities in Partnership in Inclusive Education. And it's a vital piece of this inclusive education puzzle because everyone matters in inclusive education. This session will equip you with tools, insights, and inspiration to drive real change.
I'm honored to serve as a moderator at upcoming Inclusive Education Summit 2025. The session I will be moderating at the upcoming summit is Pathways Beyond School. Parents and young adults with disabilities inspiring change together. This session is important because it would highlight the real life journey, challenges and success that shows how inclusion look like beyond the classroom. Whether you are a parent or educator or policy maker, this session is for you because it would tell us or highlight and inspire to drive real change.
I am honored to serve as a moderator at the upcoming Inclusive Education Summit, a gathering dedicated to transforming how we educate children with disabilities. Every child deserves the chance to learn without limits. That's not just the mission of this summit. It is my personal commitment as a polio survivor. I was a child with a disability in a school in Mexico 70 years ago. Together, we are building a future where inclusion is not optional, it is foundational. The session that I will be moderating is called Future of Inclusive Education, Transformational Leadership, presented by author and consultant Dr. Natasha Veal. And it is a vital piece of the inclusive education puzzle because it provides a better quality of education for all students by fostering a culture of belonging, acceptance, and respect. Whether you are a parent, educator, policymaker, or advocate, this session will equip you with tools, insights, and inspiration to drive a real change for students with or without disabilities, for teachers and the school system, and for the society. This presentation explores the Transforming Special Education Leadership TSEL framework, a practical guide for school leaders to enhance inclusive education. It shows how TSEL supports students with disabilities and helps retain special education teachers by promoting inclusion, success, and well-being. You can register by scanning the QR symbol at the end of this video or clicking the link in the description. I hope you could join us. Thank you.
Audio now unmuted alert. Zoom with window. Spewing with alert. Restore R. The host asked me to start your video. River. Video now started alert. Zoom window.
Thank you. That was excellent. And so, moving swiftly along, we've got a very full program this today. And to kick off with the hard work, we've got the other shining light behind the summit, the chairperson, in fact, of the summit this year, Sonia Rajbans. And without any further ado, she's going to be introducing our keynote speaker, Sanjeev. So, Sonia, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today again. And the video has definitely made me smile and cry at the same time because it reminds me what we're trying to do today is so important. So thank you so much for being part of this change. Now that I can see Mr. Sanjeev is ready for us, it is my absolute honor to introduce someone whose life story reminds us that true strength is not measured by circumstance, but, sorry about that. Allow me to start again. It is my absolute honor to introduce someone whose life story reminds us that true strength is not measured by circumstance, but by the courage to rise above it. Mr. Sanjeev Agnihotri is a polio survivor and wheelchair user since the age of 18 months, a journey that has shaped him into tireless advocate for disability, inclusion, and accessibility. Today, he serves as treasurer of our Rotary Club, continuing a lifelong mission to ensure that every person can learn, work, and live with dignity. Professionally, Mr. Sanjeev has led an inspiring career from financial services advisor at CIBC, financial consultant at Investors Group, and insurance advisor at World Financial Group to senior roles as manager, judicial with the Ministry of Finance, and manager administration with the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. In Canada, his voice continues to make an impact through his service on the York Region Transit Eligibility Appeal Panel Mobility Plus, the Health Links System Planning Committee, and the Citizens Health Advisory Panel. He also gives back through volunteer work with Markham Stouffville Hospital and Canada Revenue Agency's Community Volunteer Income Tax Program for low-earning households, and therefore earning multiple national awards for his dedication. Now, as a proud Canadian citizen and a key member of the Inclusive Education Summit 2025 committee, Mr. Sanjeev continues to bring people together around with one vision, a world where education and opportunity knows no barriers. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Sanjeev Agnihotri onto the stage, a voice of resilience, compassion, and hope for a truly inclusive world of education. Welcome, Mr. Sanjeev. You're on mute, my dear. Mr. Sanjeev, we cannot hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
This is like, Zoom's thing. You forget to unmute yourself.
Yes.
Thank you, Sonia, for your kind words. I'm truly grateful for the warmth behind your words. I also want to thank everyone here for taking the time to be part of this conversation. We are all coming from different journeys and experiences, but we share the same hope of building a world where every person can learn and grow with dignity. I'm glad to be here with you. Let's share my presentation. Give me a second. Okay, sorry. Did you see now?
No.
My,
It's taking.
it's not?
No, we can't see it.
Oh, okay, sorry. Now, can you
Yes,
see now?
yes.
Okay. Sorry for that. Sometimes it's gone.
Yes, it's gone.
What is happening?
Take it. It's okay. We're okay now. We're okay now. You can now play your presentation. Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
perfect. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here at the Inclusive Education Summit 2025, speaking on a topic that is deeply personal to me: education without barriers. As a polio survivor and wheelchair user, I know what it means to live in a world designed without inclusion in mind. My name is Sanjeev Agnihotri and I serve as treasurer of the Rotary Club of World Disability Advocacy. But more importantly, I am a person who has lived the struggle of accessibility since I was 18 months old. I want to share a part of my life that shaped my passion for the inclusion. When I was just 18 months old, I was paralyzed by polio. I have never stood or walked since then. Growing up in India, accessibility was almost non existent. My father carried, my, carried me on his shoulders to school every day and then carried my wheelchair up to the stairs to my classrooms. After schools, he would leave his office and to pick me up, carry me again, and return to work late into the evenings. That was our daily routine for years. Later, when my classroom moved upstairs again, my friends took turns carrying me and my wheelchairs so that I could attend class. Every part of my education depended not on infrastructure but on love, sacrifice, and human kindness. When I completed high school, the college I wanted to attend became inaccessible as it moved further. So I had no option but to finish my degrees through distance learning. That was not a choice made for convenience. It was a choice made because there was no other way around. Accessibility is not about ramps or elevators, it's about opportunity. It's about whether a child can go to school, study, and participate fully in life. Accessibility is the foundation of inclusion. Without it, people with disabilities are excluded at the very first door. With it, we can participate in education, employment, and society. Inclusion begins when accessibility becomes a right, not a favor. Now, let's look at what's happening today, even in developed countries like Canada. One of the leading newspaper, the Toronto Star, recently shared some heartbreaking stories that reveal how fragile our inclusive systems can be when support is missing. One story was about a mother who was terrified to send her autistic non-verbal daughter to kindergarten because the school placed her in a mainstream classroom without any dedicated support. The mother said it's not safe for her or even for the others. In another case, a student with special needs ran out of classrooms unsupervised. The teacher chased after the child in a panic, a situation that could have ended in tragedy. Any parent from schools described, and parents from other schools described chaotic classrooms where a violent outburst from a few students led to evacuation and even injuries. Imagine being a parent sending your child to school hoping that they shall learn, but instead fearing they might come home hurt or traumatized. These are not isolated incidents. They show us that inclusion without adequate support is not inclusion, it's a risk. Every child deserves to feel safe, supported, and valued in their learning environment. So, what do we mean by inclusive education? At its heart, inclusive education means children of all abilities learning together in their community schools. It means equity, participations, and individualizations. It's not just about where a child sits in a classroom, but about whether that child is truly learning, thriving, and belonging. The question remains where school children with disabilities learn in mainstream classrooms, specialized schools, or hybrid systems. Mainstream, mainstream inclusion builds empathy and belonging, but only works when teachers and sports staff are trained. Specialized class offer focused attention but risk isolation. Hybrid models, blending both can provide flexibility and balance, but require more resources. We must look at inclusion not as one size fits for all, but as a continuum of support tailored to every child. There are powerful benefits to the mainstream inclusion when doors when done properly. It fosters belonging and reduce stigma. Students with disabilities can gain access to grade level curriculum and peer learning. Peers without disabilities gain empathy, collaboration skills, and a broader understanding of diversity. Families benefits too. Siblings can attend the same schools and communities grow more cohesive. But we must be honest about the challenges. When inclusion is attempted without the right support, it can put students at risk. Children may wander, face sensory overload, or struggle to regulate emotions without help. Teachers, often already stretched thin, can experience burnout, and sometimes a child can be physically present in a classroom but socially and academically isolated, what I call being alone in a crowd. This is why some families and educators advocate for specialized support classes. In these settings, students benefit from smaller groups, structured environment, and targeted instructions. Therapies such as speech, occupational therapy, and behavioral support can be built directly into the school day. For some children, especially those with complex needs, the environment provides safety and stability that a mainstream classroom simply cannot. But here too, there are risks. Specialized classrooms can lead to segregation and lowered expectations. Children may have fewer opportunities to interact with peers without disabilities, and skills learned in specialized settings do not always transfer into mainstream or community environments. So, while specialized sport may help in certain areas, it can unintentionally limit long term inclusion. The truth is that does not have to be an either or debate. Many students benefit from hybrid models, part of their time in a mainstream classrooms and part in specialized sport. For example, a student might attend mainstream classroom for art, music, or music, and lunch, but receive or sorry, literacy or communication instructions in a specialized settings. Reverse inclusion is also powerful, bringing peers into the specialized class for shared projects. This flexibility can meet a child's need without forcing families to choose between extremes. This is not just a Canadian story, it's a global issue. UNESCO reports that 1 in 10 children with disabilities are out of school twice the rate of other children. In India, only 61% of children with disabilities attend schools, compared to 91% of other children. In Ontario, Canada, school boards are struggling with an $800 million shortfall in special education. Model ensures that uh, education funding, but in Finland, a three-tiered support model ensures that every student receives help before they fall behind. It shows us that inclusion can work when we invest in it. The debate around autism program funding in some part of the world highlights a key challenges. Resources often go to diagnosis, but not to ongoing classroom support. Families report long wait lists, inconsistent service coordinations, and gaps between medical recommendations and school implementations. Sustainable inclusion requires funding that follow the child's need into the classroom, not just funding tied to labels or eligibility categories. Practical, the challenges are real. Underfunded schools, exhausted teachers, inaccessible infrastructure, and complex bureaucracy create barriers that family can't overcome alone. I lived with that. But as advocates, we have the power to drive the change by speaking up, by collaborating, and by remaining education system that leaves no one behind. The solutions are within our reach. We can ensure sustainable funding for special education, train teachers in inclusive practices, and design classrooms where accessibility is built in from the start. Hybrid placements options can give flexibility. And most importantly, families and educators must be partners, not opponents, in shaping each child's learning journey. Let's share a composite example based on real experience. Kevin is a non-verbal autistic child. In his hybrid plan, he spends 3 days a week in a mainstream classroom with an educational assistant and 2 days in a specialized classroom where he works intensively on communication and regulation skills. Peers are invited into his class for art projects, and every week his team of teachers, therapists, and parents review his progress. The result, more peer interaction, increased use of his communication device, and far fewer safety incidents. This is what real inclusion can look like when it is planned and supported. Let's remember, inclusion without support is not inclusion. Every child deserves safety, belonging, and opportunity. Together, let's it build education without barriers, not as a slogan, but as a promise to every child. I am proud to work with the Rotary World Disability Advocacy in advancing this cause. Together, we can build a world of education without barriers. Thank you. Thank you, Sonia.
Thank, Thank you, Mrs. Sanjeev. That was incredible, incredible case study. And it was profoundly moving. It was a purpose-filled presentation. It had facts. Facts help us understand what we are actually trying to achieve. It gives us a goal to move towards. And your journey is a living testament of resilience, hope, and the power of inclusion in action. You reminded us today that education must not only open minds, but open hearts, embracing every learner, every ability, every story. In the Sikh religion, we say recognize the entire human race as one. Nelson Mandela reminded us education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. And our very own young lady Malala has boldly declared, we cannot all succeed when half of us are held back. And therefore, together, these words echo equality, the very essence of the summit, unity in diversity, equality through education, and progress through inclusion. Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay, for all your hard work. Thank you for inspiring us. Keep building a world so that every learner is seen, heard, and valued. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Jeremy, the floor is yours.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Is my video on?
Yes. No, it's not on, Jeremy. Your video is not
Interesting. Interesting. It's not letting me come on for some reason. It went on earlier. Ken, you might want to look at that. Now it'll work. Okay, thank you for that. It was a bit of a prompt. No? Interesting. Sorry about that. We'll sort that out. You'll have to have me in the dark, which is exactly where I am most of the time since I can't see. So now you have an audio version of me. Sorry. Don't worry about it. I'll sort me out later. So then let's just deal with the audio. So thank you for that. That was brilliant, Sanjeev. What a wonderful, considered presentation. Thank you. And you're absolutely right. Sonia, as you unpack that yourself, there's so much in there which is vital. That it reminded me of a couple of things. There was the unsupported, unregulated, so-called inclusion model where you simply put kids with disabilities into mainstream school. If it's unsupported and ill-considered, it will probably end in tears. Having said that, the opposite, where you have kids with disabilities, learners, I should call them, with disabilities in so-called special schools, which are equally ill-equipped, is just as dangerous. And I've always believed that there's one very dangerous element in a so-called special school, is one of you don't have aspirational models or role models, because your peers are all very much like you, whereas in a mainstream school, your peers are drawn from normal mainstream society, and you'll get your rich kids and your poor kids and your clever kids and your not so clever kids and your practical kids and your impractical kids and your sporty kids, etc., etc. And so your aspirational role models are far broader and more diverse in a mainstream school than in a special school. Having said that, of course, one can't take away the importance of a well-equipped special school, which equips the learner with superb learning. But we must always remember that the world is not a special world. There are very few colleges that are so-called special. Gallaudet, for instance, is an example of a special university in America. But very, very few colleges and universities are so-called special and cater. And that's really important, because the world of work is neither special either. And so very often it's important that learners with disabilities are exposed to as much mainstream as they can be. Otherwise, they run the risk of being cosseted. And when they land up hitting the world of work, it's like hitting a wall. I had a little bit of I've seen that happen more than once, which is rather tragic. I believe we are now resuming our program with our next moderator. Sonia, is this correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Fine.
So our next moderator, all the way from Sierra Leone, is Santigi Bayo Dambayo. And take it away. If you're here, are you in the room, Santigi?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Right. The floor is yours, sir.
Workplace. The host of that field start your video window.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the wonderful summit, and then also I've been following up throughout the summit from when we started yesterday. And I want to thank Ken and also others and Sonia as well for her wonderful support. Today's topic I'm talking about is on schools and community partnership in inclusive education. Introduction, greeting from Sierra Leone and then the Rotary Club for World Disability Advocacy. Welcome to our panel discussion, Beyond Access. Today, we bring together passionate educators, community leaders, and advocates who are shaping the future of inclusive education. Our goal is to go beyond simply enrolling learners with disability to ensure every learner truly belongs, participates, and thrives. Through this dialogue, we will explore what inclusive education looks like in practice, the partnerships that makes it possible, and the innovation driving sustainable change. In this session, my panelists come from various countries: Nisa Jos, India; Tatum, USA; Dennis, Kenya; and Winnie from Kenya as well. Before going further to the discussion, I would like my panelists to individually introduce themselves. I start with Dennis. Please, can you introduce yourself?
Thank you. Very much happy to be here. Greetings to you, everyone. My name is Dennis Mogi, and I'm connecting from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. And I'm also calling on Nisa Jones from India.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm Nisha Jose from India. I'm working
Nisa?
as... Can you hear me? Am I audible? Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And I'm working as a counselor psychologist and also run a non-profit organization which focuses on mental health and disability inclusion. And I'm a person with post-polio paralysis and partially used wheelchair. Yes, and passionate towards disability inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we also have Tatum, if she's around. If not, we can go to Winnie.
Hi, Santigi. They're having some challenges to join you, but they'll be there with you in a few. Please do continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia. All right, thank you so much. I believe they will join us soon. To continue with this, I would like to continue with the questions and then at the panel that we have for each participant of this discussion table. I would like to invite Dennis to answer the question, the vision and commitment. What does ability inclusive education means in your context, and how is that vision embedded in your school or community's mission and values?
Yeah, thank you once again, Moderator Santigi, and I'm happy to respond to this. But before I respond to that, perhaps I should have I'll provide some more information about myself and what I do. As I said, I'm Dennis Mogi, connecting from Nairobi, Kenya, where I'm the executive director of a network of disability organizations that we call Action for Children with Disabilities Network. So we actually championing, doing a lot of work around policy advocacy, capacity building of special needs stakeholders, the right holders themselves, that's children, their caregivers, and the rest. So with that kind of knowledge is that when you look at inclusive education, what it is in my context, and I would want to really commend the previous speaker because he alluded to what the definition of inclusive education is, which you also agree with, that when we have children that are in a learning environment that is welcoming to them, and that environment is actually valuing them, is appreciating them to be there, and much more important, that these children are being supported to thrive and record good grades if it's a matter of grades, or produce the best learning outcomes. That is inclusive education. It becomes more quality in that aspect when we have aspects like the teaching methods, that is the pedagogies, when you look at the learning materials that are being used, the assessments that are being done in that environment, and also the general environment. Look at the school environment and the neighboring support, the neighboring environment around the school. If all these respond to the diverse needs of our learners in that particular setting, then I'll be saying that that institution or in that environment, there is inclusive learning going on. And not only inclusive learning, but quality inclusive education is being practiced. So this is my understanding. If the learners are not being supported adequately in the right manner and they are not recording good grades, then we might be saying that there could be inclusive education, but the quality will be challenging it. So in my context, many a times we carry out national assessments around foundational learning for children in regular schools, for instance. And this question that they seek to answer is, are our children learning? So in the context of disability, to answer what quality inclusive education is, I would want us also to answer that question and ask ourselves, are our children with disabilities learning and thriving in their environments? If the question is yes, that is quality inclusive learning. Thank you. Over to you, Santigi.
Thank you so much, Dennis, for these wonderful answers. As we all know, you have done a lot of points. You have given us a lot of points with regards to inclusive education and the values, because communities are very important, as well as also the vision and mission of that school, also important, the behavior and attitude of how we change and how do we include or entertain or agree with person with disabilities, how do we accept them and try to include their needs into the school curriculum and other things that, the environment is all important. Thank you so much for your wonderful submission. I move on to Nisa also to answer the same question, the vision and mission, the vision and commitment. What does quality inclusive education mean in your context? And how is that vision embedded in your schools or communities' mission and values?
Thank you. When I think of quality inclusive in education in the Indian context, I think of our classrooms vibrant, diverse, and full of possibilities. You know, India is a land of diversities, and we have 28 states. And if you look at each state, it has its own culture, tradition, and the geographical differences, and even linguistic differences. Each state has its own language. So it's a land of diversity. It's a strength. At the same time, it can be a challenge. Yet our education system has long been built around sameness. So to me, inclusive education means moving from this sameness to belonging, where every learner, regardless of ability, caste, gender, or economic background, finds a place where they are seen, respected, and supported to thrive. And in India, and I think not only in India, in most of the countries, especially in developing countries, disability doesn't exist in isolation. It intersects deeply with other factors such as economic status, caste, gender, geography, and linguistic differences. So, a child with a disability from a rural and economically and socially disadvantaged community faces a very different reality than an urban child from a privileged family. So, inclusion must be intersectional. We cannot separate disability from the larger social inequalities that shape children's lives. So, if I talk about my vision, it's grounded in what I call the psychosocial model of inclusion. We should not work just on physical access, as our previous speakers mentioned, but we should work on attitudinal access primarily. We should ask, are we including children or just enrolling them? Are we changing infrastructures or are we changing minds? So our mission should rest on three core commitments for me. The first thing is values that begin with empathy. Indian philosophy itself is Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, means the world is one family. And it gives us a moral foundation for inclusion. It's there rooted in our culture. And at the same time, inclusion is not a charity, but it's dignity. So I think that's the first and primary core commitments we need to have. And the second one, it should be culturally responsive practice. So India's diversity means we need diverse approaches. What works in Kerala, my state, that is the southern end of India, may not work in Rajasthan, that's the north part, or Nagaland, or the northeast part, because each state has different cultures. So we should train teachers and community facilitators to adapt inclusion to local culture, language, and context to make it meaningful. And that's the second core value commitment we need to have. And the third is the collaboration. Inclusive education needs a team. Teachers or special educators alone cannot make inclusion happen. There should be a team of teachers, special educators, psychologists, community social workers, and families all working together. And social workers who work as community social workers must be culturally sensitive, or they should be trained to be culturally sensitive, and they can bridge schools, homes, and traditions. And the psychologists or counselors who gets appointed in inclusive education system, they should be trained in the mental health of children with the disabilities, and they should be equipped to deal with the emotional fatigue and burnouts of parents and teachers. And special educators and teachers need a training not just in the special education, but in inclusive education itself, teaching diverse learners together. So when all these roles come together, inclusion becomes not a burden, but a shared commitment. So that to me is what quality inclusive education means. An ecosystem that nurtures every child's right to learn, belong, and be valued. That's how I envision the inclusive education in our context. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm muted. Thank you so much, Lisa, for your wonderful submission. And then I'm really happy. I think all of our colleagues here, and then including participants, have learned a lot on the 3 points of, that we have highlighted that we should take home and what you mean by inclusive education, quality, and values. We move on to the next stage of the questions and the discussion. I go to you, Dennis. Your question is resources and capacity. What resources and capacity? What resources, training, and support are essential for teachers and schools to successfully implement inclusive education, and what barriers still need to be overcome? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think as Nisha was introducing herself and trying to define quality inclusive education, she did quite allude to some of these, but I can get over them again. When you look at the kind of resources and the kind of training supports that we require for our learners to benefit from a quality inclusive education, number one very important thing is that we should be thinking in terms of how our teachers are prepared to handle these learners. And in terms of how they are prepared, I would want to look at it. There are those teachers that are coming new into the education system or into the teaching fraternity, just to ensure that are they even introduced to basic understanding of what disability is, so that they don't come to a learning environment or a school environment and they totally know nothing about disability. So the teachers in preschool, in pre-service, having that opportunity to be introduced at least in one module or one unit to learn about inclusive education and how they can support the learners with disabilities when they get them in class. Then much more important again, when the teachers are in class, they should be well equipped with the strategies of how to manage the diverse needs of the learners. We have said that inclusive education means children with disabilities are learning together with their peers. That in itself presents a dynamic that a teacher needs to handle very well, in that he should be knowing that learner Y, who has a disability, would require some extra support in learning so that they can perform at equal level with the others. Now, the second aspect is around the materials that the learning materials and the whole aspect of assistive technology being deployed in our classrooms. We are in a situation where technology is now heavily being deployed in our learning environments and in the classrooms, AI being an example. And we are saying that these are opportunities that learners with disabilities also can thrive. I keep telling my colleagues when I engage with them that Learners with autism, for instance, are very good with gadgets. Give them an iPhone, give them an Android phone, and they will maneuver it to the extent or to some length that even their parents are not able to handle that. And they would actually end up teaching their parents how to maximize the usage of that gadget. So when we're talking about AI, for instance, and we are seeing it penetrating into our classrooms, it doesn't mean that these technologies are too advanced for our learners with disabilities to understand or engage. We should prepare the teachers also so that they can integrate these into their classrooms and expose our learners to that. And much more important, it's about accessibility of the learning materials. For instance, visual impaired learners need braille materials. Those that have those that are deaf would require audio or video. Videos, sign language materials, so that they can keep at pace with the others. Within the school environment, again, when you look at that ecosystem, we'll need to think about the school infrastructure and the general environment. The general environment is looking at the physical environment, the built environment, how accommodative, how accessible is it? Look at the toilets, for example, how accessible are they? The school ramps, and I've gone to some schools where a ramp is just put for the sake of compliance. When you really look at the elevation of the ramp, the usability of the ramp, it would be like, this is something that would cause accidents. It's not usable at all. Better it is not there, because the moment a person tries to use it to scale it, would actually be injured. So having those standards around accessibility on built environments being adhered to is very important, so that we are just not putting measures or interventions for compliance matters, but actual usability by the people in that environment. Let me also talk about the support services that the learner would need, because we're saying that this learner, as much as the learner is in class, we should make every effort to ensure that he or she thrives in learning. In my context, we are now advocating for deployment of learner support assistants within the school environment or within the classroom. A person who can work with the learner and provide him or her with further guidance and instruction, so that he can understand better and perform the tasks that the other learners are doing. This is not someone who will be supporting the teacher, as it has been misconstrued in some other context, but it's a person who is actually giving attention and support to the learner. And sometimes we've seen that it goes even beyond the school environment to the home, because the parents and their caregivers also need someone who can help them understand what are these children learning in school. Where can they come in to support so that the learner performs even much better? So learner support assistance it's a very important resource that we are advocating to be deployed within our learning institutions, together with other professionals like speech therapists, occupational therapists, and the rest. But lastly, let me talk about the policy, inclusive policies, because we see very often that disability is recognized in policy, but very much often failed or excluded when it comes to practice. We have a scenario where we have numerous policies. Everything that you may want to see in a policy is in there. But now go to the practice side of it. The people who are charged with the responsibility of ensuring that that policy is implemented and accountabilities people are held accountable to. It is just the negative of it. It's the converse. It's the opposite of it. To the extent that now people would come with some other justification to say why the policy is not working, which would then ask, why did you put it in place in the first case if you knew it's not going to work? So we need to have very clear guidelines and accountabilities for inclusive education practices in our learning institutions. And part of those accountabilities should be accompanied by funding or resources, because we need resources to trickle down into the learning spaces, into the communities where these children are, and their caregivers are able to tap into those resources to be able to make sure that this child attends school, remains in schools, completes schools, and even accesses, livelihood opportunities in the community. That also means that our curriculum designs that we have should recognize the needs of learners with disabilities and provide for them in the curriculum in a timely manner. Sometimes we have a situation where curriculum is being developed, like in Kenya, where we have now into curriculum reforms. But then the scenario on the ground, you find that learners with disabilities are often thought of as in the last minute. It's like people forget about them when they're designing curriculum, when they're designing policy. It's kind of that policymakers needs to be always reminded that no, where have you left out children with disabilities, learners with disabilities? So that has to be intentional. It has to be, purposive right from the beginning, that we are not leaving anyone behind just because the system is structured in a way that it doesn't recognize these learners right from the beginning. I can give an example of, for example, our learners with visual impairment. It has happened so often that whereas other children are able to access textbooks that they can use in class, learners with visual impairment wait till the last minute. Sometimes they even don't get those braille materials until the term is over or the first year of school is over. That is when they start getting. So you can imagine that as they are moving to the second year, they missed a whole year of not interacting with any accessible learning material to them, an accessible textbook. That affects their learning outcomes. That affects their performance in school. So this speaks to the barriers that are still within that we need to address. Some of these barriers, as I've alluded to, are within the policy. So there are policy gaps when you look at the inconsistent implementation of the education policies. We need to address that and make sure that what is working in region A also works in region B, so that we are not disfranchising children in rural areas and also giving attention to perhaps children with disabilities in urban areas. The lack of training, we need to address that. Many teachers are sometimes feel unprepared to handle learners with disabilities in their classroom. Genuinely, they would say that, okay, we feel that we are not well. Then in terms of attitudinal barriers, either within the community, within the learning environment, we need to address the negative perceptions that are still there and the whole stigma around disabilities. And here I would want to mention that I have found that in institutions where the administrators understand disability, they are able to support even their teachers and the other staff to embrace learners with disabilities. So I'll be really looking at supporting the school administrators so that they get to understand what are their roles and obligations in ensuring that the schools are inclusive. When we get that buy-in, I'm very sure it will trickle down to the other school staff, the teachers, and the support staff that are there. And this would go along also with providing resources that are needed to make our physical environments barrier-free. Looking at the buildings, the classrooms that we have. And lastly, let me speak about the challenges that our learners have when they are accessing school in terms of transport. In most countries, my country being one of them, transport is a big challenge. When parents or caregivers are left to use public transport so that they can move their children to school, that is a nightmare to them because these transport systems are not accessible. The people don't understand what disabilities are. The stigma is very high in that kind of environment, to the extent that parents would rather feel like it's better to have the child at home than exposing him or herself to the negative environment which is out there in public transport. So if we need really our children to access school and be retained in school, I think transportation is something that we need to address. Thank you. Over to you, Santigi.
Thank you very much, Dennis. This is an excellent submission, and you have touched so many places, so many issues, and you have highlighted very important issues that we need to address, and then also, talking about policies, resources, talking about how materials are developed, curriculum, talking about, the African things that they are proud of, building RAM in the, in schools, the thoughts that's the only thing, that we can proud of, saying that we are fighting for disability. There is a lot of things, parents, including policymakers, what they need to do, what they need to design, how they should design it to, to fit into everybody or no matter who they are. There's a lot, but I believe, with our actions, with our firm decision, with our determination, with our commitment, we will get there someday. And together, as family of the Rotary Club of World Disability, we will advocate for their rights, and together we'll achieve that. We'll move on to the next person, Nisa, for her question on culture, innovation, and sustainability. How can schools and communities build a lasting culture of belonging that celebrates diversity, encourages empathy, and sustain inclusive practices for the future? Nisa, please.
Thank you. This is a question that really goes to the heart of inclusion, I would say. See, as previously mentioned by Dennis, we have a lot of policies, but why it's not being practiced, why we are not able to make it practical? It's because inclusion is not a project or a policy alone, but it's a culture, and it should become a culture. Inclusion means it's a way of being together, right? So when it becomes a policy or a mere project, it appears as foreign or forced. So it's difficult to make it practical, but it should become a culture. So as I mentioned, in India, where communities are deeply rooted in family and tradition, sustaining inclusion requires, I think, three kinds of shifts. Though I'm talking from Indian context, it might be applicable to other places also. The first thing is a shift in mindset. As Dennis mentioned, one of the main barrier is a stigma. So, and in the beginning of today's summit, Ken mentioned 95% of the students with a disability, children with a disability, are not going to schools. Why? So it's stigma is one of the reasons, and other challenges also are there. So we should begin with a mindset shift or a shift in the attitude. So there should be a shift from sympathy to solidarity. We often begin with a sympathy. Let's help these children. Or inclusion is a project. that is meant for a minority group in the world. So that mindset or that attitude is something that we need to change primarily. So sympathy keeps a distance and it creates hierarchies, right? So if we need sustainability in inclusion, we should begin with solidarity. Inclusion is not something that is designed for a minority group in the world, but it benefits everyone. As when we, for example, when we build a classroom that is comfortable for neurodivergent students, it benefits other students too, because they get a calm and serene atmosphere to where they can learn better. And when a student without a disability learn the skill of empathy in an inclusive classroom, that student is going to contribute to a kind world when he becomes adult. So inclusion, so the general public, the communities, and even the teachers and institution, and even the students should have the mindset, the attitude that inclusion benefits everyone. It's for the benefit of the whole society, the whole humanity, not for a single minority in this world. That's a mindset shift we need to have. And the second thing is a relational shift. Families as co-educators. Families play a central role in a child's development. We all agree with that. And when schools see parents as co-educators, not outsiders, they create stronger bridges of trust. So bring parents and students into circles of conversations where a mother can share how her child with a cerebral palsy or autism or other difficulties typed his first sentence, or how change. So when parents share their experiences, it's going to change everyone's perception. The perception of other parents of children without disabilities, and it inspires teachers. So it humanizes the learning. And this is one way of eradicating stigma and bringing together the families and to enhance the relationship with these families and communities. So such circle of conversations can be created, and it can be done by the social workers instead of entrusting teachers and social workers, because it might create burnout for them. So social workers can do all these things. And the third is a structural shift, building inclusive teams and systems. It's a continuation of what I mentioned in the beginning. The inclusion cannot be done alone by teachers or special educators, but we need inclusive teams. And so teachers should be trained in flexible learning methods, and the psychologists or counselors should be equipped to deal with the students, teachers, and parents' mental health, their emotional fatigue and burnouts. And the social workers, as I mentioned, they can mediate between schools and communities. And the local government bodies can identify children, identify out of school children, and they can develop the strategies to bring students to school. And if students are not coming because of the stigma, as I mentioned at the beginning, in a culturally diverse communities, certain communities may be very disadvantaged in terms of education and awareness. So social workers can play a role there. They can make them aware in a culturally sensitive way, and make strategies to bring children to school. And we must ensure the special educators are not isolated. They should work hand in hand with the regular teachers, co-creating lessons and celebrating progress together with other team members. So sustainability and also requires this cultural sensitivity. Okay, a community's values, stories, and festivals can become powerful vehicles for inclusion. As Dennis mentioned, again, I'm quoting him, like if policies are not getting practical, this is one way of making it happen. Instead of making it appear foreign or forced, it can this culture, if we have cultural sensitivity, if we bring it as the part of the culture, the values of the community itself, it becomes the community's culture. For example, when the school celebrates a local festival, so the students with the disabilities can be a part of it. The games can be there can be accessible games designed as so that everyone can participate, and arts and folks stories which depict the stories of local heroes with disabilities can be displayed, and artists, local artists with disabilities can be invited to school environment. So all this will highlight the message of inclusion, and gradually it becomes the part of community's culture. So that is how we can sustain the inclusion in a culture, in a community. So innovation here doesn't always mean technology, artificial intelligence, or anything. Sometimes the innovation it can be just a storytelling or a peer buddy system, or it can be a simple way of ensuring that no child eats lunch alone in school. So it can be a suggestion given to the students, so peer support and students themselves can take responsibility to make sure that no child eats alone. So all these can be innovations, it may not be technology always. So if we want inclusion to last or to sustain, we must build a shared ownership culture, one where inclusion is everyone's responsibility every day. It's not a few professionals' responsibility. It's not only school's responsibility or teachers' responsibility, but it's the responsibility of the community itself every day. So that is the only thing which can bring sustainability into the inclusion. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you so much, Nisa. Are you done?
Hi, my name is Tatum Allheiser. I live in Northeast California. I've been a special education teacher for 15 years. I currently teach virtually, so all of my students are homeschooled. They're in like an independent study program. And so I meet with them through Google Meets and give them their specialized academic instruction that way. So I have a mild to moderate credential and my master's in special education. And 4 years ago, some friends and I decided to start a very small school in our very small area. And I say that because we live in a very rural community. There's no stoplights, no skyscrapers, and very little name brand stores or businesses. And we purchased a school about 15 miles out of town. It is faith-based. It is the only Christian school in Modoc County, so the entire county that we reside in. And you know, inclusion is one of those things we talk about with adversity and everything from within the scriptures that we learn about in school, and then also with my students that I serve through the public school system. So that's a little bit about me. I'm also a parent to a child with special needs, and my son, his name is Noah. He's 12. Yeah. Oh, he's going to be 13 in December, so he'll be a teenager. So I have that mindset of having a child with, you know, neurodiversity and two children that are not, and seeing his struggles and watching him navigate through a world that isn't quite yet inclusive. And so I've also, in the last year, become a parent advocate. So when I'm not actually working for a school or running a school, I'm supporting other parents in their school setting. And I've been able to serve at 5 different schools over the last year, and just really being that voice of knowledge and experience and, you know, compassion and grace, you know, and understanding that everyone's supposed to be on a team, because sometimes we find ourselves on the opposite end of the table, or we're just not getting the information. And if we don't have the right information, we feel powerless. And so it's been probably my favorite role in education, I think, just being able to be an advocate, to support the schools too, to ask the tough questions, to advocate for the child, to provide comfort for the parent. And I think it's been unique because now I've been in every single scenario so far. I've been a parent. I am a parent of a child with special needs. I felt like the school didn't care. I felt like they weren't listening. I felt like they didn't want my child. And then I've been the teacher with a parent and been like, I'm trying to help your kid. I'm doing what I'm doing, you know, and then now to be the advocate and come in there and say, hey, look, we can come together and make right decisions for everyone. So that's a little bit about me. Yeah, I live in the world, you know, it's like, it's not just a job, it's the life. I listen to your stories, and transportation is huge. I think about my son not being able to ride on a public school bus when he was in public school. It's still a very hurtful memory. You know, and then I go to parks where there's like 11 different ways to climb up to this tower. And I'm like, why isn't everything like that? Why isn't there access to anything and everything for everybody? And I understand it takes money, but I also think it takes just caring to look, you know, to pay attention. And I know this is just my introduction, so I'll leave it with that. I think that children are really the key to that, because they're the most inclusive people we know. So maybe we just need to start looking more through the peers' eyes and not our own.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tatu. Thank you. We move on to the next question with the team. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. And then also we now move next to Misa. Based on your area of expertise, what motivates you to do what you enjoy doing, and how you feel?
Okay. It's a deeply personal question, but I'm grateful for it. The motivation for me to work towards inclusion mainly come from my own experiences as a person with a disability, and my experiences as a student or child with a disability. Okay, as I said, I'm a polio survivor. Struggled with all the challenges of disability. So the motivation mainly come from that. And as a counselor psychologist, I also worked with students with disabilities, and I worked for almost 7 years in educational institutions as a school counselor. So I had opportunities to meet students with the disabilities and teachers and parents of students with the disabilities. And I also worked in a project for students with autism. And all my experiences motivated me because, and I would like to say that this is something spiritual also, because it gives me a purpose and meaning to my life. It's a sacred act. Inclusion, bringing inclusion to the community, to the society, is a sacred act because it's an act of restoring dignity of people that has been denied. That is my motivation to work towards inclusion, and I feel deeply connected to this work. And personally, I feel both humbled and hopeful. Humbled because I know this only beginning. There is much more needs to be done and much more to understand. So it makes me humble, at the same time hopeful, because every day we see small victories, a smile, a conversation, a shift in attitude, and even the summit, participating in the summit. So everything reminds me that change is possible. And I also believe the goal of education is to reform our minds to respect and value the dignity of every human being, regardless of their abilities, color, caste, class, or culture. And that is the heart of inclusion. That's what I believe. It's not just learning together, but living together in respect, compassion, and a shared humanity. That's what I would like to say about my motivation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nisa. Wonderful. Thank you. Motivation, respect for humanity, respect for everyone, respect for whosoever you are or whosoever he or she is. It's very important. Thank you so much. And that's why we are talking about inclusive education here today. Thank you. I move on next to Dennis. Please, based on your area of expertise, what motivates you to do what you enjoy doing and how you feel? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Santigi. I think I'll be so brief in answering that so that I can spare time for Njeri and Tatum also to speak. In terms of my motivation is very straightforward. When I work so much in the policy influencing space, when I see that policymakers are starting to recognize inclusion as a good practice, I get so much motivated because that comes as a result of a lot of efforts, many years of work trying to convince, to educate people on otherwise very basic things that should be done. In my context this year, we've had a milestone which I've contributed to, I can say, having a new disability law. But guess what? How long it has taken to have it? It's more than 18 years of work of advocacy, influencing, teaching people until we have it after 18 years. It shouldn't take that long, but when it happens, it is my motivation. When we have, parents getting empowered and you hear stories of change, stories of hope, and stories of success that parents who didn't know about, for instance, social protection programs that they can benefit from to cushion them against poverty and provide them some income to take care of children. When the parents get to know that and actually tap into those services and even spread the word wider to other caregivers and parents and more joy and benefit. That is my motivation. When we have the parents becoming now self-advocates, standing up strong in the platforms, engaging policymakers with very hard questions and questioning them on, and presenting them with lived examples on what should be done. It's about persons with disabilities, their care, the caregivers, and the organizations for persons with disabilities shaping solutions, providing solutions on the challenges that faces them. That is my motivation. When we have the parents, the children in their respective spaces, demand up and claim for their rights because they understand what is meant for them, because they understand they have potential, they are human beings, they have rights as other people. That is my motivation. Thank you. Over to you, Santigi.
Thank you so much, Dennis, for the wonderful, you really telling us that you have vast knowledge on the policy aspect, and then for a country to effectively, advocate or include, persons with disability, it comes with policy, and proper policies which are monitored and enforced or implemented are very, very important to ensure inclusivity in education. Neither in Sierra Leone or Africa, Kenya, or other parts of the world, strong policy that are, enforced, implemented, will change a lot of, and will create a lot of impact for inclusive education for persons with disability. I move on to Tatu, also to explain to us, based on her experience, what motivates you to do what you enjoy doing and how you feel.
Yes, thank you. I also had a little comment to make, and it might be a little controversial, but on the monitoring and accountability, I had this vision of, I think if more people were able to talk about disabilities and differences, we kind of protect a lot of the rights, which I think are important too. And I think it would come down to the individual, but I think if your peers and your teachers and the staff at the school are able to actually talk openly and share information about somebody's limitations or their struggles, then I think that kind of would break down more barriers. And so my idea for how to truly make modern, how to monitor and have accountability of inclusion in a classroom would be to have open dialogue and discussion. Yes, my child is nonverbal. Although he can understand you, he might talk differently. And just I would encourage parents to go into their children's classroom, and if they felt comfortable and wanted to share, give background information, talk about strengths, talk about interests, model how other peers can, interact with their child. And then also, like I said, empower the kids to know. When they go on a field trip, they can be like, oh, this is my classmate, Tim, and he's nonverbal or whatever. Give them the power so they can also naturally make more inclusion happen. And I don't know if anyone's familiar with a bingo card, but in America, there's this game called bingo, and it's a game of chance. So you're given a board, and it has all these different numbers on it. And there's a big old thing that rolls, and if your number gets picked by chance, you mark it, and you try to get 5 in a row and you win a turkey or something. Well, my idea of inclusion and how to monitor in a classroom would be to make a bingo board. But on this bingo board, no students would know what the child with a disabilities board was. Okay. But on that board, there'd be a list in each classroom of things that could possibly be on that board. And let's say we'll use my son for Noah, for instance. It could be if Noah got called on in class, if that's on Noah's board, it gets marked off. If Noah was invited to, do a presentation, or was invited by a classmate to join a group. So all of those would be added onto his board. And that way, we're encouraging the classmates, the teacher, the general ed teacher, all of the peers to include him. And then there's an incentive like, hey, we get a pizza party, we get an ice cream party, we get to go to recess longer or whatever it would be, but it'd be very intentional. Like, hey, did somebody ask Noah, you know, what's the weather like today? Or, you know, what's his favorite color? Whatever the case may be, what, you know, based on the grade level and the child's abilities, you could create this board of accountability. Like, was this child truly welcome and invited in that classroom? Were they held accountable by a teacher? Were they disciplined by a teacher? You know, stuff like that. So that's kind of my idea. I know it kind of sounds silly, like it's a game, but I think the more we talk about people's abilities or, you know, different abilities and, you know, see each other that they all matter no matter what. They all are, you know, part of the classroom, part of our team. I think that's the best approach. And I think that's where I get my motivation, right? That we all want to raise really good humans. And I think good humans are people who care, who pay attention, who, you know, do want everybody to know that they're valued. And I think that's truly my motivation. Like, my best story I can tell you is I went to an adaptability park in Salt Lake City, Utah. And like I said, there's this tower where there was different ways to get there. And I thought, isn't that inclusion? Like, you could go by a ramp, you could go zigzag, you could go by stairs, you could go by a rope, you could go by this like spider net. There was just all these different ways to get to the same goal, but nobody was left out at the park. And I thought that is what truly inclusion looked like. And no one was inconvenienced by the ramp, and nobody thought, oh, that way it's too easy. It was just provided, and it was beautifully structured and nice. And I just think all education can have a way for us to access curriculum through every different obstacle.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Santiki, we're very close. We're somewhat over time. If you could think of wrapping up.
Thank you very much. We're just at the end points of this discussion, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who participated in this discussion, from Dennis to Nisa and to Tatu. Thank you so very much. And to all the participants, this very important summit, together, let's act fast and now for the rights of persons with disability. I thank you all.
Thank you. Keep up the good fight, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Excellent. That was a wonderful panel. Someone stopped my video.
Zoom Workplace. The feed might have joined the meeting alert. Zoom Workplace. The host has asked you to start your video. The video now started alert. Zoom
There we go.
Start your video because it is disabled by the host. Window. Zoom Workplace.
Apparently, I think the gremlin has come back into our system because my video was turned off, but I think my audio is on, and that has to do, I'm afraid. There we go. Right, so thank you very much. Excellent panel. Excellent panel. Wow, there's some wonderful stuff in there. I found myself wanting to climb in and participate in that panel. There was just so many things there. I loved the last speaker's things around alternative ways. So clever that. Find a way. You know, there's an interesting phrase. I've had 3 guide dogs in my life. And one of the things that guide dogs learn is a wonderful, very useful phrase. It's called find a way. And what happens when you tell the dog that? They literally find an alternative route when there's an obstacle in the way. And there's one interesting thing about people with disabilities as a rule, I've found, is that we are excellent problem solvers. And one of the reasons why we are good problem solvers is because we are constantly having to find a way. And so we're always thinking of plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. And so this is one of the things that needs to be encouraged, is this issue around finding a way, alternatives. And we have no choice but to, and that's one of the reasons why there is a struggle, is this constant enormous amount of energy being utilized in finding a way. How am I going to get to school today? Okay, well, try this, try that, try everything. I wonder how. And so it's constantly, it's very fatiguing actually for the children themselves, let alone for the parents, in finding a way. And it's a good thing too, because it's a very good life skill for later when you're an adult, is to have to find a way. And moving along, we now have a video on neurodiversity or teaching neurodiversity for teachers. So I think we can cue the video.
One of the things too, and we learned in the last summit, was that there was a huge need for training.
Yes.
Training of teachers on specifically inclusive education for children with disabilities. And so we're doing something in that area. What are we doing?
The certification program that we have come up with is it is a CPD certified 3-hour training program for teachers who are training in the course to embrace neurodiversity, supporting special educational need in the classrooms with the focus on inclusion, understanding special education needs, and supporting learners. In just 3 hours, it's an online training. It's self-paced. I love the fact that it is all about self-inquiry. I love the fact that you have to look back at what you're doing currently, what you've been doing, and then make a choice on how you're going to improve yourself as a teacher in the classroom. So because it embraces neurodivergent learners in the classroom, it means those children that we have in the ratio of 1 to 2, 1 to 3 in the classroom, they will no longer be left out. Whether this is a regular classroom, it is an SEN classroom, or SNE as we call it here in Kenya, or it is a integrated classroom, it's inclusive. As much as Rotary is all about providing free services, and we really do advocate for that, and we do try our level best to provide best services at at the best price possible, and in fact free of charge. However, I'm sure the teachers would appreciate that when you come across a CPD accredited training session like this one, certification comes at a cost. Though it is minimal, I believe it's only £40 and about $50 American dollars. So in £40, 3 hours, you're certified. You understand what neurodivergent learners need from you as a teacher and how you can support them to the best of your ability in the classroom. And it's so empowering because I myself went through this training before I brought it forward to the board. I must say I found it so empowering. I took my time with it. I almost took a week because 3 hours at one go was not possible with the busy schedule that I tend to have. But when I took my time, I really learned a lot about who I am as a teacher, what my children expect of me, what my learners expect of me, and how best I can facilitate and empower them. For me, that is one of the best gifts I think I can give as a teacher, is the fact that I am empowered and I can then empower my students. And of course, we do understand a lot of the feedback that we have got from some of our teachers who come from countries where £40 is still very expensive. We understand that and we respect that. And so we have come up with a new campaign where you can adopt a teacher. So this is all about becoming one big happy family through the IE Summit is those teachers, those sponsors who go through this training and then can also sponsor another teacher. It can be done anonymous. You will have to fill in a form and give your consent to say that you would like to support a teacher to undergo this particular training. And so from there, any teacher who finds it difficult to pay the £40 can still have access through a Good Samaritan to this beautiful, beautiful training. And I must say, this is one of the highlights of the IA Summit for me personally, because I know it's changing lives around the world.
Correct. And I think you can mention the company rather than the individual. What's the name of the company that we're doing the training through?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, because I like giving credit where it's due. So this is PAGS.
Yeah.
This is a UK company, PAGS, and you can access their website and see the great work that they're doing around the world.
Audio meeting tools window. Stop my video. Alt plus V button.
Okay, so sorry, we got gremlins. Right, excellent. So thank you. That was great. That was very interesting. I wouldn't mind doing that myself, actually, that video. Very good. Very good. Right. Our last panel for the first half section of the day is moderated by our very own Ken Masson, and it's on the great, wonderful, broad topic of universal access and design. So, one often confuses the issues between universal design and universal access. And universal design is what you need to actually end up with universal access. So one is a doing word and the other is an outcome. And in this particular case, universal design and learning. So it's universal, the implication of universal design and in the learning environment is essential. Last week, I was privileged to moderate the first audio description conference in Africa. And we had extraordinary input from people around the world around the issue of audio description in the context of universal design and how it implicates the learning ability. And so moving swiftly along, let me introduce you back to Ken Masson, who's going to be moderating this panel. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Jeremy. And I know this is your last session here today as we move on to another moderator after this session. So I'm much thankful for you doing the MC job. And once again, we mentioned it yesterday, but I don't think we've mentioned today that you're blind. So when you come on, we can hear that little guy in the background talking really fast, and that's your reader telling you what's
Yes,
going on.
it's in my headphones. I didn't realize you could hear it.
It's a marvelous reader because it tells you everything. So thank you,
It
Jeremy,
certainly does.
for giving us 2 days of good emceeing. So much appreciated.
Thank you, Ken.
Okay.
I'll drop off. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Dr. Martin. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you. I really feel honored to be in the same room with you. I really do. And I know this subject of universal design learning is probably known by many, if not most of or all the teachers around the world. It makes me think back to centuries ago when I was a child and in school system and I had ADHD. And basically, they labeled me as being low intelligence because of that. And if they had UDL back then, I think the situation would be much better because the thing is with With that situation, I'm sure you run into it all the time. When a teacher or the school system fails a child, like they did in my case, it stays with you the rest of your life. And then you have to work constantly on overcoming that you were told constantly as a child that you were low intelligence, when in reality you really weren't. You had some sort of a learning disability or some other disability that was holding you back. So to me, this is a fascinating conversation. I really, really look forward to going through this with you. And Dr. Martin, you are the Assistant Director of Education at the Directorate of Special Needs Education in the Ministry of Education in Kenya. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did. You got it right, yes.
Oh, wow. Okay, so well, I'm going to turn this over to you for a few minutes here, and first to introduce yourself, and then I understand you have a PowerPoint presentation, and then we have a beautiful panel coming in once you're finished from around the world, and we'll talk about that once you're done. But I am really looking forward to this. Thank you, Dr. Martin.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah, so my name is Martin Mongela Kavua. I work at the Ministry of Education in Nairobi, Kenya, where I am an assistant director in the Directorate of Special Needs Education. And just to give a quick brief about myself, my experience is mostly in teaching learners with disabilities, because I only taught in regular school, a regular primary school, for about 2 years. And then I spent the next decade or so teaching learners who had a hearing impairment in a school for the deaf here in Kenya. And after that, I worked as an functional assessment officer, really, at the Educational Assessment and Resource Center in Kitui County. I did that for a very brief period. I was an Educational Assessment and Resource Center officer for approximately 1 year. And then I moved to teacher training. So then I trained teachers for learners with disabilities and special needs at the Kenya Institute of Special Education for another decade, and that's in Nairobi. So I was in the area of training teachers for the area of sensory disabilities, especially hearing impairment, and a bit of contribution for teachers who were preparing to go and assist learners with deaf blindness. And of course, that included teaching in our distance learning program. We had a distance learning program at the Institute, and it was and then I'll be very quick after this. I then moved to the Ministry of Education, where I am until now. And in the meantime, I taught a bit at the University of West Bohemia while I was pursuing my PhD at in the Czech Republic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Now I know you have a presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have a timer on too. It's up in your window. It's not a big deal, but
yeah. I would like to share. I'm just trying to share my
it's a PowerPoint,
screen.
right? It's a PowerPoint.
It's a PowerPoint presentation, yes.
Okay, so you should be fine sharing it.
Yeah, I'll be fine sharing it. Just give me a sec. I'm trying to get it working. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Give me a sec. Let me see.
So you should hit your share button on the bottom, and you're going to then click on the actual presentation.
Okay, just give me a sec.
The beauty of having a live event. So
yeah,
it's okay. We'll get there. Just take your time. We're fine. This is going to be well worth it, Dr. Martin. So I'm really looking. We're fine.
Yeah, just
So you hit the share button. You hit the share button, maybe, but you know what to do.
Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get to it very shortly. A bit. I lost a bit of the. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Just give me a sec.
I feel a little intimidated because here I am, a non-teacher teaching a high-level person teaching a teacher.
I happen to be using a different system than I'm used to. And,
okay. All right, we'll give you a minute.
Okay.
While you're doing that, I'm going to talk a little bit about the panel that we have coming up here. So, okay, I'll give you a few minutes to do that. So, in about a half an hour, we've got a panel of teachers from around the world. And we have a panel from, one of them is from the United States. Another person is from India. Another person is from Colombia. And another person is from Cameroon. So it's quite a diverse group of people that's going to be able to represent their situation in each of those countries. So I'm looking forward to Dr. Martin's presentation and then for the panel discussion afterwards. How are we doing, Dr. Martin?
Oh, I'm really having
an issue when you go like this.
I'll try to, yeah, okay. System settings. I am going to the system settings and then I get this message to record. And then once I accept that, it's still not working. So that's why I'm having a bit of issues with that. Maybe I should send it to you.
Somebody on the tech team can handle that. At this point, I don't know if there's somebody here that wants to step forward and try to run it.
Okay, let me see. I'm doing my best on my side. I apologize to our attendees, participants. I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay. So, Dr. Martin, if worse comes to worse, can you do it verbally without the screen or what?
Maybe I can just open it on my side and then present. Unfortunately,
yeah, that would work out too. So, and in many cases, that's going to help the people who are having sight challenges. That you'll be actually reading it to them, or giving it verbal. That's something that people always forget when they give a PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, no, it's okay. Life goes on.
I think I'm gonna be on in the next few. Yes, I'm fine now. I have the presentation before me, so I think I'm just gonna go with the presentation without sharing because I have an issue with my computer regarding.
We have a B plan, so we're fine. Okay, it's back to you.
Okay, thank you. So yeah. So good evening, good morning. I'm not sure what time it is where you are, but this is from a fairly hot and humid Mombasa in Kenya. So I would like to present about teaching children with disabilities through the UDL approach. And I will move really quickly. And this is all to save us time, especially because of the hitch that I've just had. I believe you can hear me, Ken?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Thank you for confirmation. Thank you for the confirmation. Just in case I go, just in case you're not able to hear me because of anything, maybe the connection on my side, please feel free to call me or on WhatsApp on my phone, then I'll be aware. I might continue presenting.
Be glad to.
So, yes. So, yeah. I would like you to think about three things. One is what you already know about the UDL. So think about what you know about the UDL and possibly its equivalent, which is differentiated instruction. So think about that a bit. And also think about what you would like to learn from this session. Why did you come to this session? What is it that you would like to learn? And that will help you to sort of focus and be able to pull out the kind of substance that will be helpful to you and for you. And finally, I would like you at the end to reflect on what you have learned. Now, why are we talking about universal design for learning? We are talking about universal design for learning because of a basic conclusion, and that is what works for persons with disabilities and special needs actually works for everybody most of the times. I've never seen somebody complain and say, oh, it's so difficult to go up this ramp. But of course, you have persons with disabilities, not being able to go upstairs, up some stairs. Or I've never seen somebody say, "Oh, this lecturer, simplifies the content too much. I don't like him," or I don't feel like I understand. I'm not able to cope because the lecturer uses, for instance, many kinds of strategies to explain a certain concept to the student. That you don't see, but you do see persons with disabilities not able to cope with a specific way of presenting information, and that is why we have the Universal Design for Learning. If you were able to see my presentation, you would have seen that I had one picture of somebody clearing the stairs, and the people challenging him and telling him, hey, you might want to clear the ramp, because if you can clear the ramp, the rest of us would be able to use the ramp, whereas if you clear only the stairs, he's clearing snow from that. And if he clears the stairs, the persons with disabilities on wheelchair, etc., may not be able to go up. But if you clear the ramp, everybody can go up. And that's basically the idea of Universal Design for Learning. The next thing that I would like to challenge us about is actually a presentation and an idea, an analogy that I came up with, and that is presenting different kinds of cars in various stages of destruction. A very beautiful, complete car, no damages, a car that has just had an accident, a car that has been in the desert for probably 50 years and it's looking horrible. And every time I present these pictures to persons that I speak with, the conclusion is the same. Nobody is confused whether that is a car or not, regardless of the status of the car. But my challenge is, why then do we tend to doubt the humanity of some people and not provide for everybody as human beings, whereas we do not have a problem identifying machines as what they are? The challenge is to see people as people, to provide for people, that meet them at their various points of need. And I'll go into the universal design. Now, I would like to mention that I will actually speak about the universal design in 3 stages. And I found this important to do because I didn't want to speak about the universal design for learning and not talk about just universal design, the original universal design, which was basically from architecture. I felt for the people that might be new, that might not really paint the greater picture. 2, I felt that the universal design is useful. For example, it is useful in creating accessible environments. It is useful in coming up with learning aids that are useful for all learners. So I felt the principles of universal design will be useful for all of us. So I'm going to talk about the universal design, and I'm going to introduce 3 basic ideas about it. One is the universal design, which is basically the principles. Second one is going to be universal design for learning. And the third one is going to be the universal design for instruction. So I'm going to start with the universal design for learning. I'm sorry about that. I'm going to start with the universal design. And universal design was established by a group of professionals led by Robert Mason in 1940. And unfortunately, Robert Mason passed away in 1998. I'm not going to go to the details of what they were doing, but basically they were a group of different professionals, including architects. And the idea was to come up with a strategy or a design that would create buildings and construct using designs that would be accessible to everybody. Now, they came up with 7 principles. If I'm to just fast forward that, they came up with 7 principles of the universal design. Now, why am I speaking about these principles? I'm speaking about these principles because these principles can help you to be able to come up as a teacher, come up with, for example, learning aids that are useful to the learners, that cover a bigger group of learners, as opposed to coming up with learning aids and teaching aids that only cater for a narrow, group of learners. Now, we've got 7 principles, and they read as follows. We have equitable use, flexibility in use, simple and intuitive use, perceptible information, tolerance for error, low physical effort, and then size and space for approach and use. I'm going to discuss each one of them because I'm really short of time. Principle 1, equitable use. What do we mean here? we mean that you should come up with a design. Let's say you're making, maybe you're creating an activity for the learners to be engaged in, or maybe you are creating a tool to be used in learning in your class. Maybe it is a teaching aid, a learning aid. It should be accessible and it should have the potential to be used to learners with diverse needs, okay? So it should be able to be used by all learners without stigmatizing some of the learners, without segregating them, and it should provide them with a sense of feeling equal, as opposed to a sense of feeling as if some are able and some are not. The next one is flexibility in use, that this design that you would come up with, whether it is a strategy for teaching, or it is a teaching aid or learning aid, should be able to accommodate individual differences among the learners. So, for example, if it's a design, it should be flexible enough such that it provides different methods of use. For example, it would accommodate use by learners who are left-handed as well as those that are right-handed. It should be able to be adaptable to the pace of a learner and not push the learner beyond their limits. Moving on to the third one, simple and intuitive use. If you're creating any kind of material or learning aid for your class, you should not make it complex. You should make it as simple as possible so that it is possible for all learners to use it without having to go really out of their way to understand how this is used. Therefore, for instance, instructions should be simple, and whatever you've made should also be simple enough for every learner to use. The fourth one is perceptible information. Now, perceptible information is simply being able to be perceived, okay? What you create should communicate all important information to the user using whatever is available, whatever sensory, whatever senses the learner has. And therefore, they should be able to understand. They should be able to perceive it without having to struggle. So you should present information in easy to understand modes, not complicated modes. So perceptible information is number 4. Number 5, tolerance for error. In the event where a learner or anybody using your design makes an error, there should be basically very minimal consequences for any accidental or unintended actions. So you should, for example, provide warnings. You should provide fail-safe features for this design of yours. You should, encourage them to be careful and organize the environment in a way and every element in a way that you minimize the hazards. Number 6, low physical effort. It should not be difficult to use. That's important, that it's not difficult to use, and also that the learner is able to use whatever you've created in a neutral body position, okay? So they don't have to force themselves into some kind of contortions. They don't have to bend this way and that way to be able to use it. So just make sure they don't need a lot of effort to be able to use your design. And the last one is size and space. So just make sure that your design, should consider appropriate size for all persons. It shouldn't be too big such that certain people, for example, little people, may not be able to use it. It should be useful by all persons. Okay. Now, I will move on quickly from this, in the interest of time, to the universal design for learning. And I would just like to mention at this point that I will be more than happy to share my presentation for further sharing with our participants so that everybody can be able to read for themselves in the future. So, universal design for learning. It's based on the universal design, which we have just discussed, okay? So it's an educational framework based on the universal design in architecture and a little research or quite a bit of research in neuroscience. Now, what are the basics of the universal design? It basically calls for making learning environments flexible so that they are able to accommodate all learners, okay? And it also encourages, of course, the use of technology to support learning. Now, what are the principles of the UDL, Universal Design for Learning? We've already seen that there are 7 principles of the universal design generally, which you can use to create learning materials, to create strategies. It's a broader kind of a view. But now, universal design for learning focuses basically in the classroom situation. You have used the 7 principles, you've created your materials, you've created your designs, you've come up with a methodology you would like to use. Now, how do you do it in class? We have 3 principles. One is the multiple means of representation. That means using a variety of methods to present the information, providing a range of ways that you present information and supporting the learner to be able to understand. So this is from the teacher to the learner. Now, the next one is multiple means of action and expression. Okay, so you provide the learners with different ways of demonstrating what they know. So giving you feedback. So this is from the learner to the teacher, okay? So number 3 is multiple means of engagement. And that is basically allowing the learner and motivating them with various different levels of challenges, which might be adjustable, to express themselves using, engage using the areas of interest, whatever they are interested in. So you don't narrow the kind of responses they can give, for instance. You don't narrow the kind of examples they can give. You don't narrow and you don't muzzle their creativity. That is important. Now, how do you incorporate this in your class? We of course already have mentioned that you need to, of course, provide the possibility of you expressing what you're expressing in different ways, different methods. Let's say you might present something visually, you might describe it, you might explain it, you might also give the learners something to do and engage them in an activity. You might have somebody else come in to help you present this material. That is representation. When it comes to expression, of course, you give the learners different options, and the same for engagement. Now, and the last one that I would like to talk about is the universal design for instruction. Okay, and this one is basically providing instruction in the class using the universal design, the principles of the universal design. But why am I talking about it if it's exactly the same? I'm talking about it because it's got 9 principles. What do I mean it has 9 principles? I'm going to show you shortly. It's got the 7 principles from the universal design, which you've spoken about. If you remember, you have principle 1 is equitable use, principle 2 is flexibility in use, principle 3, you have a simple and intuitive use, you have 4 is perceptible information, then you have tolerance for error, low physical effort, size and space for approach and use, applied to instruction, which I believe I already alluded to in my explanations when I was speaking about the universal design. Now, principle number 8 in the universal design for instruction is community of learners. This is an important thing, where you should have an environment of learning, an instructional environment that actually promotes, interaction among learners, that promotes communication among the learners, between the students and the faculty. So there is a social aspect in this one, and that is the 8th principle in the universal design for instruction. So interaction, it does contribute, which is designed to be welcoming and inclusive. So the learners, should expect a lot from themselves, and they should be shown that there are high expectations from them by the faculty. So these are the 2 extra principles that sort of applied to provision of instruction to move from the universal design basically to the universal design for instruction. Now, I would like to go ahead and just mention really quickly. I would like to mention that we do have 2, we do have 2 proposed theories in research that actually propose that, advance the cause for the universal design. One is Leo Vygotsky and Benjamin Bloom. If you look at their research, if you look at their theories, you will be able to find aspects of the universal design theory. So just to remind you, just before I make the conclusion, that we've gone through 3 different aspects of the universal design that are all useful in education. Okay, if you're talking about physical environment, the physical environment, you would be applying the universal design most of the time. You'll be applying that. And also, you can apply the universal design and its principles to instruction, to learning, to preparation of learning materials, among others. Now, when it comes to the universal design for learning, we've mentioned that we have three principles, which is multiple means of representation. I think the key word here is really multiple, just making sure that you have different ways of expressing yourself, different ways of allowing the learners to express themselves, and different ways of just presenting whatever you're presenting, both from your side and from the learner. So multiple means of representation, multiple means of expression, as well as multiple means of engagement. Then we moved on to have a quick discussion about the universal design for instruction. And I said it's got 9 principles, the 7 principles from the universal design from the universal design generally. And then you've got the 2 other principles that we spoke about that are specific to the universal design for instruction. By the way, the UDI was developed at the University of Connecticut, a Center for Post-Secondary Education and Disability, funded by the US government at the time. So we mentioned that the extra 2 principles are a community for learners, and we did have a quick discussion about that and instruction. Now, I'd like to conclude, because I would like to conclude, and again, I will be sharing this presentation with Ken for distribution if anybody wants to access this. Now, this is how I see the universal design. And this is an idea borrowed, actually really presented by Mara Sapon-Chevin in 2007 in her book. And think about preparing a party in your house. And you're accommodating people, your friends, your colleagues, you know, probably if you're religious, for example, people from your faith, etc. You would think of that friend of yours who, you know, is vegan, and you would prepare something special for the vegan friend. You would think of a vegetarian friend, you would prepare something for them. You would think of possibly your friend who needs halal food, and you would prepare that, okay? And you would think about the friend who probably needs kosher food, and you would prepare that. Of course, you would have your, so to speak, carnivore friends who probably don't choose, they're not very choosy. You would also think about your teetotaler, and you prepare something for everybody when you have a party. So in the same way that you prepare something for everybody when you're hosting a party, you're encouraged in this approach, the universal design, to design your class, to design your lesson, to design your instruction, to design your materials in ways where all the learners can come to your class buffet and learn without feeling that they have been discriminated, without feeling that they have been left out. And I would like to stop at this point. Thank you very much, Ken.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Wow. I've got some questions before we bring the panelists in, but let's chat a little bit about it. So I'm wondering, as a person who decides they're going to be a teacher, and so I'm going to go on to higher education, is this now taught in colleges? Dr. Martin? Did you hear my question? I don't know, you froze up there for a second.
Yes, I heard. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yep. If your internet gets a problem, we can turn your camera off, but it's better to keep it on. So, okay, keep it on at the moment. That would be fine.
If I have a problem with the internet, I will try to tether my mobile phone as well. I'm ready for that sort of. But I'm happy you can hear me now.
Yeah. So the question is again,
right, sorry.
Is this taught in college? I guess that's the question. This is one of the beauties of. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me again?
Yeah, you're just kind of coming in and out, but it will stabilize, I'm sure.
I'm just gonna check. I'm gonna change my network if I can. I hope I'll be able to change it.
Okay.
a sec. I'm hoping to just.
I hope you don't disappear, sir.
Hello, Ken?
Okay, so we're fine.
Can you hear me?
Yep, let's go back again now. So is this something that you learned in college? Is it part of your college education?
When I trained to be a teacher, which is ages ago, I must say, I did not learn this in college. But when I became a teacher trainer in KISE, Kenya Institute of Special Education, I made a point of teaching this when I was teaching units on inclusive education.
Mm-hmm.
And the Institute had good modules on inclusive education, and I infused the universal design for learning in this. I have also taught this in various workshops where I build capacity for teachers in Kenya, but I have not taught this as part really. I've not taught this because I learned. I don't teach it because, sorry about that. I don't teach it because I learned it from college. I did not encounter it in college, to be honest. And I am not sure that it is part of the curriculum right now. I haven't taken a look because I had taken a break for 4 years to go for studies. I haven't taken a look if within the last 4 years it's been included, but by the time I left, the universal design for learning was not part of the basic teacher training for primary schools, especially for primary school teachers in the country at that time. Maybe it is now.
Okay,
Yes.
so one of our panelists, when we bring her in, she's actually going for a doctorate at this point. Maybe she can answer that question, but that makes me wonder then why? Why is it not being taught? You know, something's missing here as far as I can see. You know, is this so? And let's wait for her to come in and see if it's being taught in school, because that would be amazing to me. The colleges, there must be some colleges in the world that are doing this. And the other thing is, and I'm not sure you have an answer to this, but you know, how global is this accepted? You know, it's something. Kenya is fairly progressive on this, but I wonder how other countries are. I don't know how familiar you are with maybe countries in Africa or elsewhere.
Thank you, Ken, for that question. I might not speak authoritatively for other countries, but I know that I haven't faced pushback in Kenya for this idea. I haven't presented this anywhere and had some kind of reaction where people say, "Oh, this is too much work. This is not possible." For example, in 2008, I organized a training for teachers purely on the universal design for learning. That time I was teaching at KISE and I had gone for the ADA fellowship in the US, and I came back. This was my follow-on project. And I put together about 200 educators in Nairobi. And we had a 2-day training on the universal design for learning. And we did not have any pushback. So in my experience, the many times I've taught it in Kenya, I haven't had pushback, so it's quite accepted here. I may not speak authoritatively about other countries. So yeah, that's my experience.
So let me see if I understand this as a non-educator and a non-teacher. So I'm a special education teacher. My responsibility maybe as a special education teacher is to know and to understand every student that's in that room and or the disability that they have, which may or may not been properly assessed, and know what type of educational approach is best for each of those different kinds of disabilities. Is that correct?
Yes, it is your responsibility as a teacher to figure out what works for what learner and what doesn't work for what kind of learner. So I would say, yeah, it is your responsibility to figure that out. And as we prepare teachers in Kenya, way back from the time that I trained as a primary school teacher, we teach different methods for teaching learners. Maybe what in my time might not have been as emphasized as it is today was that you could use those different methods in the same class, even for different learners within the same lesson. So in my time, that time, if I'm, for example, applying method A, I would probably have just gone for that without really thinking that there might be a learner who is not following. But then that's a long time ago, because I left primary teacher college in 1997. So, inclusion had not really caught on, and we still in Kenya were in the mode for promoting special schools and such. But right now, I am confident that the teachers that we train in this country actually are aware. They are aware of the different methods, the different approaches. I believe the teachers that we train now are very well exposed to inclusive education. We actually have a sector policy for learners and trainees with disabilities in the country, which was actually passed in 2018, which is very pro-inclusive education. We now have a new Persons with Disabilities Act 2025, which is very pro-inclusion. So in terms of the curriculum for teachers and the legislation and policy, I would say we are pro-inclusion and we are ready for it. Now, when it comes to the universal design specifically, so that is the part that I might not be able to speak very authoritatively and say, yes, we are promoting this specific one strongly. But I would argue that in the case where we are promoting inclusion, we are promoting taking care of all the learners and presenting learners with content and evaluating them with various, considering their various abilities. I would say that even though we may not say we are teaching this chapter on universal design for learning, there's a big possibility that we are actually practicing it, because that is what the policy stands for. Taking care of every child regardless of their need. And right now I'm more in the policy development field, so I'm not really actively in the primary school class or in the teacher training class, and therefore that is why I'm a bit hesitant to commit and say yes, we are teaching universal design. But I know we are applying the principles for universal design because I have seen the legislation, I've seen the policy, and I'm engaged in the field, so I know we are practicing, maybe not naming it as it were.
So God bless you guys for doing that. But the curriculum, so the curriculum is set by the school, or is the curriculum set by the Ministry of Education?
We have an agency of the Ministry of Education. It's called the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. So our curriculum is centralized. We have a curriculum developed for the country. It's developed in a central institution for the whole country. We do not have the counties. We do have 47 counties, and the counties do not prepare the curricula or set up anything in the curricula for themselves, as well as schools. So schools do not have the liberty to come up with their own curriculum. They have to implement what is prepared for them, but they do have input. During the preparation, we have representatives from the levels of education that are getting their curricula prepared. So they contribute, but they do not do the curriculum for themselves.
So am I correct that what you're saying, that their UDL is in that curriculum?
I would have to confirm that if the word UDL is anywhere in the teacher, especially in the teacher development, teacher training curriculum. I would have to confirm that. And let me tell you why I would have to. We are in the process of changing the system in the country. We are moving from what we used to call the 844 system, and we are going to competency-based education, coming up with totally new curricula for every level of education, from preschool to junior secondary, senior secondary, teacher training. We are changing everything. So I might not speak authoritatively and say, yes, we do have the universal design for learning as part of the curriculum, but I would be happy to bridge that, raise it with the institute, because I'm always in touch with them. Yeah.
Okay. Your time is going off, so let me see if I can stop it. There we go. Okay. So then the question, and for those who are watching this, and those who are actually in the room, not live streaming, if you have questions for the doctor, please post them in the Q&A that you see at the bottom there, and we'll get to those questions toward the end of the session. So doctor, so again, I'm trying to understand this, and we're talking about your country. I know you can't speak for every country. But so the responsibility of implementing universal design lies on the teacher, the school, or the administration, the government administration.
I would go more for the school level downwards, because although the government sets the curriculum, okay, and in Kenya, we promote inclusive education actively. It's in the mission statement for the ministry and in every document that we write right now. Even, of course, as I mentioned, the sector policy, as well as the education strategy that we have for the country. So the application of that which is in policy actually hits the ground at the school level. So I would say the responsibility would be with the teacher, first of all, who goes to the class, faces the learner, who prepares the lesson to present it to the learner. That is the one that would have that responsibility. But with them would be the administration, which is the school administration, which actually oversees the curriculum implementation. They are the first line of, should I say, quality control for the government. So you have the principal of the school, maybe you also have the deputy principal, as well as what we call the senior teacher in Kenya. So those would have a responsibility to check the quality of education that is being provided for the learners. So, yes. But also at the national level, we have what we call the Quality Assurance and Standards Directorate at the ministry, who also go down to the schools and they evaluate the teachers. The reason I put the schools on the spot on this one is because the national directorate just can have so many staff. So they can only visit one school maybe once a year, maybe once every 2 years or such, because they cannot be in every school. So the teacher and the administrator would be the people that would really be able to drive this universal design.
Okay, and I want to bring the panel in a minute because I don't want to take away from their time. So we'll do that in a second, but I'm still trying to get to this point. And I know it's going to be different in every single country. So you can only speak for Kenya at this point. But I am a teacher, and I decided I'd like to do universal design in my class. I need to go to my administrator to do that, or what?
No, absolutely not. You do not need the permission of your administrator to do the UDL because it's simply an approach. In fact, as I said earlier, you are expected really to apply these principles in education. You're not expected to come to class and teach only in maybe a specific way and just explain a concept and just walk out. You are expected, even in teacher preparation, we are taught that you should present something in various ways. For instance, you might explain it, you might present a chart that has that. You might form groups for the learners to discuss this idea that you're presenting or the concept that you're presenting. You might have question and answer among the students to gauge their levels of understanding. And you can as well as have peer teaching, where one of the learners who has understood the concept well enough can still explain this to the rest of the learners. So you are expected to apply these principles. The only part I was hesitant about is whether everybody calls what I'm describing, whether everybody calls multiple means of expression or engagement or representation, whether everybody calls them the universal design for learning. That is the only thing. So we apply these principles, but we might not have it in policy, in legislation, and in the teacher's preparation notes saying, I am going to apply the universal design for learning. But do we practically apply it? By all means, I think yes. But that word or the phrase UDL, the universal design for learning, is probably the next step that we need to go to and promote it actively. But to answer your question, no, you don't need the permission of the principal to use it.
Great. Because as an advocate, and we're Disability Club for Advocacy for the human rights, and obviously we're doing this whole session because of the human rights for the children, and that everybody has a right to learn without borders. I don't know. It seems to me this is the future of inclusive education, but I'm not an educator. But I mean, I would think to be truly inclusive, you would need to have UDL. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. And I have argued before that we, for a period of time, had the question, how do we implement inclusive education, not answered. Okay, so we had a proposition for inclusive education from Salamanca all the way up, and we didn't have the answer for, okay, this is what you're saying we should do, so how do we do it? We did not have that. And I look at the universal design as the answer to the question, how do you practice inclusion? How do you practice it? It is by representing or presenting your content in various ways that are actually appropriate for the kinds of learners that you have in the class, having looked at the learners' records and figure out what works for each learner, and you try to infuse that into your strategy for representation, for presenting the materials. You need to have multiple means of engagement, where every learner is able to express themselves and apply this material and speak about it in the way they find most appropriate for themselves without limitations. I might want to approach a math problem using a certain sport because I love sports. That should be allowed. You shouldn't tell me, oh, we're not joking, we're not talking about games in this class. So if it's about a matter of expression, the learner should be able to express themselves differently. They might want to type it down. If, for example, they've got, let's say, dysgraphia, they might want to type it down. Maybe they are unable to write at all because of their maybe physical disability. They might want to speak it. If it's an assignment, they might want to record it orally. You don't limit how they're going to express themselves. Maybe they might want to have role play if that is what works for them. So these kind of things are what then explains how to implement inclusive education. So yes, 100% I agree with you.
Okay, great. Wow. It's been a pleasure, this conversation. I think we should do more with it in the future. So if somebody could move in the panelists, that would be great for me while we're doing this. Once again, the teacher is such an important person in a child's life.
Absolutely.
And a good teacher can change that child's life, or a bad teacher can change that child's life. The whole education system. I shouldn't just zero on the teachers. The whole education system. If somebody could move the panelist, then that would be great. Or I can do it myself. That's fine. We're gonna move. Tell Karen to turn on her. We need to tell everybody to turn on their cameras. I will do that at this moment.
Okay.
Start your camera. Start your camera. Start your camera. Start your camera. We all have everybody here. No, we're missing one person, right?
Okay.
Nafisa. Yeah, let's see. You just start your camera. Nafisto. I love this group. I love the fact that we're international here. This is a lot of fun. There we go. And I'm gonna let's go around to each person first before we get into and bring them into the discussion. I'll go to each one as I see them on my screen. Karen, could you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, everyone. I was going to say good morning, but good day. It's an honor to be here. I'm in stormy Northern California in the U.S. This is my 21st year of teaching only with children with special needs. And I've been in a classroom for 16 years, but right now I've got a fabulous job I work with students in a homeschool setting. So I'm able, it's like the best of all jobs. I'm able to work with students with special needs one-on-one. So the hard part is that I no longer use quite the extent of UDL in the class any longer because I'm working with kids one-on-one, but I'm able to take those modifications and accommodations and help them access. So
Great.
thank you for letting me be here. This is great.
Thank you, Karen. And the next person on my screen is Santi from India.
Greetings to all. I'm Shanti Rajesh from Tamil Nadu, India. I am an arts-based therapy practitioner and an AVA certified educator and also a special educator. I'm a thought leader for pedagogy in an inclusive school, HLC, the social incubator, for 11 years now. My passion lies in helping children with special needs to find their voice, to develop their communication through speaking and through AAC, to develop their self-advocacy skills and independent living skills. So my focus is in creating an environment where every learner can express their thoughts, make choices, and participate meaningfully in their everyday life with confidence and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. And down to Natalia.
Hello, good morning from Colombia. My name is Natalia Contreras. I'm an English teacher. I've been working in the school for 11 years. I have a master in pedagogy and action research. I'm part of Fulbright community. I'm a peace activator for Latin America, and I'm doing my PhD now in education. So for me, my research is regarding inclusion, but taking into account the importance of the role of the teacher into this process. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Natalia. And over now to Cameroon, where Natisatu, I'm still working on your name. Can you tell us about yourself? I'm not sure how your internet is. Go ahead. You gotta, unmute yourself. Maybe I can tell you to do that. Unmute. There we go. No, you gotta unmute. There we go. There we go.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm called Nafisatu Issa. I'm talking from Cameroon. I'm a special needs educator by profession and currently working as the head of department for special needs in an inclusive school here in Boya, where I live. I am focusing on teaching learners with disabilities. I am also consulting with parents, having one-on-one consultations with them regarding their learners. Aside from that, I'm passionate about disability advocacy for inclusion, given that I come from the Bororo community, and I'm happy working with persons with disabilities. And I'm also looking forward to becoming a special needs consultant in the nearest future. I'm hoping for that. And I'm glad to be in this panel with all of you. And I'm very, very happy to be part of this panel where I'm going to learn new things from each and everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the to be part of you.
Thank you. So, Doctor, we've got the United Nations here, which is cool. It's very cool.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk to each one of them. They all have talked about a situation that they have that they thought maybe we should talk about UDL and how that works with the situation. But before we get to that, Natalia, you're in school now, and I did ask the doctor the question, and he wasn't certain. Are they teaching UDL in the school system in Colombia, in your college education that you're going through for your doctorate?
No, indeed. This is a very new topic that has been like teaching to us as teachers like 4 years ago, let's say, but it's not something that is like widely used here in Colombia, indeed.
But in your actually the courses that you're taking for your doctorate degree, is UDL in that course or a part of those courses?
Yeah, let us say that I do it, but voluntarily. If I talk with my colleagues, it is not used.
So, Doctor, my concern here is that if the colleges are not teaching it, the colleges is one area we want to focus on too when we're doing this. They should be including this in their college curriculum.
Yeah, I agree with you. of course, as I mentioned, when I was a teacher trainer, it wasn't in the curriculum. Of course, I mentioned it, but I did teach it out of my own, volition. Like when I came back for the fellowship, had that. I taught it when I had students for inclusive education, but it wasn't inward. If I was to look for the word universal design for learning in the curriculum for teacher education at the time, I'm not sure I would find it. Right now, I'm not so sure because, again, I just came back recently. So I would like to take the opportunity right now that we are reviewing the curriculum across the whole education system and possibly maybe make such a proposition to the Institute for Curriculum Development in the country. So we are in the same situation as Colombia. You can teach it, but not it's not part of the curriculum, really.
Right. Wow. Okay, got a long way to go. Okay, so what I'd like to do is, again, in order as I see you on my screen, and Karen, you're going to be first, to present the situation that you presented, and Dr. Martin we shared it with him. So what is that situation, Karen?
I'll unmute me. So I work one-on-one with students. And so we have a little guy, he's 9, with Down syndrome. So we've been working on speech services with him because he chooses not to talk because his articulation is it's difficult. And as he gets older and he's more thoughtful about, he's tired of people saying, what did he say? So in trying, working with his general education teacher, working with his family, we're saying, what can we do? So over this last year, our team here has, because he's not our only one, we use, different kinds of picture system, visual systems, so he can access his, so he can let us know, what does he know? But he wants to talk. He's social, really social little guy. So I was like, what can we give him so he can access his peers. He can go, loves to play soccer, so he can talk to his teammates more. And so we've been using and looking at our AAC, or our alternate, I always forget my augmentative alternate communication devices. His is an iPad. We have an iPad that we've set up. And, and other kids have devices as well around him. So it was something that we thought would be socially appropriate also. Now, family was a little bit hesitant because they thought, well, we want him to be able to speak, but, just physically he's not able to articulate clearly. So we've given him the device, let him use it. And then we also have we call it a handy talker that he also has, he can take with him. So if he gets stuck and he's excited, and he wants to say, yes, I want to do that, he can point to it or he can take out his device. One of the things that we've noticed is it actually, and we've been able to share this with Mom, it's helping him. It's helping him to speak in more and longer sentences. He was usually, if he was going to say something, he'd leave it to one word because he didn't want to have to try to repeat it. But with the device and with him being able to use, and he uses touch chat, he's able to touch the words and create a simple sentence. He's able to reach out to his peers, and his peers are helping him because if he says something to them and they're like, we're not sure, they've learned to use the device as well, or learn, what the device has. So they'll open it up and try to either maybe get him to spell, like, what's that first sound? Is it a G? Because we didn't hear that. So it's, the problem that I had with it is that this is my 21st year of teaching. I'm just getting to know about AAC devices. And I'm going out on my own because he's not our only one. We've got now 4 students. I have 4 out of 18 students that this device is changing things. It's helping kids who have a hard time regulating. It's helping students that, and lots of kids, they get emotional or they get like really caught up or excited in the moment. They can't think of what to say. It's like, you know what? Hey, can you point to it? Let's get started there. And it brings them all down and they're able to participate. They're able to communicate. So it's a whole new world for me. I'm just learning to be a part of it and learning the power that it has with our student and with his peers, with the kids around him. I think that's all I have to say.
So Doctor, any thoughts on this? I mean, I'll leave it to you. Go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah. Thanks, Karen, for that. Okay, from my seat and what I heard from you, it's sort of a complete, should I say, a complete circle. Like you've presented the issue and how you've gone about it regarding the use of AAC, making use of technology. Now that you have the iPad with the proper application that you're using to communicate with this kid, and that has already improved his language proficiency. He's now making longer sentences. The other children are learning to use the iPad as well, and also coming to him with their own, devices and being able to communicate better. So I think that sort of gives the challenge and the solution, which is great for this group. I think we're going to see a bit more of that. But what I would only probably caution or maybe ask you about is that while I appreciate the contribution of the technology, what it has done for the child, do you see a risk of over-reliance such that in the future, there's a possibility that the child may not be able to grow, to outgrow the technology and be able to develop and be able to communicate by themselves? It's probably something to think about if that might be an end result of the, should I say, when it gets to a certain point where you are not gaining a lot more from the technology, but you don't want to get rid of it because you don't want to get the next step or to make the next step to the unknown. In your experience so far, I know you say it's not so long, but do you think that is a risk?
Technology, I feel like, is always a risk of that. And that's why we don't use it. I try not to use it very much, especially, I know for our students, a lot of them, their downtime is on technology. And so it gets confused when they open the technology and it's learning versus, so I try to keep that away as much as we can. This is a place where I've seen it like, oh my goodness, this is, but we have, like, if they have a device at home that they use for fun, mine here is a different color. It doesn't look very fun. It's like, no, this is a tool here. But, absolutely. What does that look like? And so I haven't seen that yet, but it's something that I'm thinking about. What does that look like in the future? How can we phase it out when necessary? So that's a good caution.
For me, I would just like to just make a quick contribution, Ken, if you allow me, to possibly say, to just mention that you might want to increase engagement using the technology, yes, but combining the use of the technology with an extra step that you would probably double whatever communication is presented by him, maybe by reading it back to him. That might encourage him to also voice it, because they might get confidence, because we are still talking about multiple means of representation, multiple means of engagement, multiple means of expression. So yeah, he's touched his device, he's gone this, he's made the sentence, and I might just go, okay, oh, you want some water to drink? Yeah, oh, I see here, I want some water to drink. Okay, great. So I get you water, yeah, but now he realizes, oh, this is how it looks like, this is how it sounds. So I make a connection. Next time, I might just try to do it myself. The alternative would be maybe this gadget, the device, might also be configured in a way, I don't know if it does that, that after they make the sentence, the device can also read the sentence out in
Yes.
its totality.
Yes.
Okay. So it might be he types it out, the device reads it, and you confirm that by reading it again. So he goes, okay. So next time you might get him to type it or to touch it. He has the sentence, the device reads it, and you look at him and you go, and he thinks, yeah, I should say this. So maybe he would try to imitate it. So that would represent really, really a very great application of UDL. You're challenging him to have it expressed in multiple ways. He's typed it, he has seen it, he has heard it, and now he's supposed to say it. That is 4 ways of expressing the same things. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Doctor. I'm going to jump over to Nabasatu because I'm concerned about her internet, and we don't want to lose her before we get the conversation with her in Cameroon. Nabasatu, can you present your situation to Doctor?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Well, the case study I decided to work on particularly was working with Elena having dysgraphia, having difficulty writing, and maybe participating in lessons. So most of the times what we usually do is we group our learners based on their abilities, even when we want to deliver instruction. For instance, having a learner with dysgraphia who has difficulty writing, we can group that learner with another person who can do better, who can write better. Because this engagement is somehow an extent where you give hope to this other learner, especially those that are in the same classroom. And most often, we usually do video lessons for our learners who have difficulty in writing, because most of the times they tend to be more concentrated when you give them video lessons or you give them videos to watch pertaining to the lesson you were supposed to teach. Because when it comes to writing, already the learner knows that I don't know how to write. So once you ask the learner to write, you find the learner being distracted or trying to focus on another thing. But now with the video lesson, that learner can easily see, that learner can hear that information that you want to pass across. So applying the UDL at this point in time, you're giving that learner a means to engage in the lesson by watching and by hearing what you want to teach that learner. Aside from that, we also give the learners a room for them to express themselves. For instance, there is this video we usually put for our learners when teaching them ABC, that's the letters of the alphabet, where the person says it, signs the letters, and it gives the learners that room to copy or to do that same action, given that even when the learner cannot write letter A, that learner is able to sign letter A. So sometimes when we're doing our assessment, we are the ones who just say letter A, and you find the learner signing it, which means that that information was actually passed on to that learner. Aside from that, we try to represent our information in different formats as well, because we use chats, the blackboard. You want learner to go to the board to write that information.
Yeah, sadly, we're losing her we're losing your last comments there. So have you heard enough, Dr. Martin, that you can make a response to it?
Yeah, I'm really sorry, Nafisatu. I hope I'm pronouncing it well as well. May not be very sure. So can you hear me, Nafisatu, just in case? Oh no, okay. We might have lost her, but I will just still give my input. I think at least for the two teachers that have spoken so far, I would say they are already doing an excellent job. Everybody is describing the scenario that they have and what they've done about it. And it absolutely makes sense why somebody would go in that direction. And as in these two cases, we can see the difference in the working environment and how the two teachers, talking about Karen and Madam Issa, and the kind of technologies they've applied. And you can see with that while Issa doesn't have possibly, oh, Issa, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great. Sorry, we lost you. The last bit of your presentation was not really audible to us. I'm really sorry about that. Ken, would you like for her to mention it, or should I continue?
So Nabasato, do you think you and we lost your whole last thing because you were breaking up there. I don't know if you want to repeat your last couple of sentences you said.
Okay, there's no problem. So as I was saying, it is something we have taken upon ourselves as instructors to see to it that we engage each and every learner. Now, not only focusing on those learners that are having dysgraphia, that is learning disabilities in general, but we also try to see that we incorporate all those other learners and we use the universal design, because even this year during a small teaching mini seminar, I had to train my special needs educators in school on how to use the universal design effectively to ensure that we give our learners instruction that will be well received by all our learners without leaving any learner behind. Now, considering the fact that we have some learners with physical disabilities and they cannot move, we try our possible best to see how we can modify the classroom, modify the environment to suit those learners. Going back to the learner with dysgraphia, we now got pencil grips good enough. Our proprietor sent us some pencil grips last week and we received them. So this week I used one on one of our learners who has physical disability and also learning disability. So with the pencil grip I gave her, she was able to trace numbers, focusing on tracing number one only. Because I first of all gave her to trace without the pencil grip. She had so much difficulty. But now when I used the pencil grip and adjusted her fingers into it, she was now able to trace number one well, and I now gave it as an assignment for them to take home, and I will assess to see if actually she can do it without the pencil grip, hoping that maybe she will do better before the next class. So in as much as we are trying to be as inclusive as possible, we are still facing challenges because we have limited technologies that we can use to help our learners. But aside from that, we are using video lessons as well, because I know that even when a learner cannot get information by writing, most of them would retain what they hear and what they can see. So we usually do video lessons as much as possible, where we give the learner the opportunity to take part fully in the lesson without missing out as those learners who are doing the writing in the classroom. So I think that's what we've been doing so far, and I'm happy that we are seeing results for some of our learners.
Sounds like they're doing everything right. At this point, they're doing, they're trying to do the UDL kind of approach to it. So wow, she's doing a good job, I think, over there. You agree, Dr. Martin?
Yeah, I do agree, and I'm just wondering. We had a quick. I got this question from Ken, whether we have the UDL in our curriculum in Kenya, and I say I don't remember seeing it. Although we are reviewing the curriculum, we don't. I don't remember having it. The word, the phrase "universal design for learning" at any point. And Laura confirmed that for Colombia. And I'm wondering if, Nafisatu, if you probably have UDL in your curriculum in Cameroon. I don't know. Do you have it?
Did you hear the question? Maybe you need to hear the question. Do you have UDL in your curriculum?
Sorry?
Okay, so what I was saying was during my days in the university, that's where I got exposed to the universal design and I learned about it. But now, while teaching as a special needs educator, no speculations have been made on the teachers to use universal design. So it's just something I introduced to my teachers and I advise them that it will be best if we adopt it. It will help us better work with our learners this academic year.
Thumbs up to you. Thumbs up to you. I'm going to turn over to Shanti because I'm watching the time too. So, Shanti, if you could present your situation.
Yes, thank you so much. So, Dr. Martin, greetings to you. So, I wanted to just share about one particular learner. This particular learner is in the moderate range of autism spectrum. The child is around 10 years old, and this child was enrolled in our school since pre-kindergarten. Currently, the child is in grade 3 and is in functional curriculum, where we focus on functional academics and life skills, along with blended learning for sports and other non-academic exposures. The difficulty that we see, the strength, I would first focus on the strengths of the child. The child is a very curious learner and he enjoys self-initiated exploration. The child has good receptive and expressive communication skills, strong vocabulary in their own regional language, not in English, but in regional language. And the child has a strong logical and cognitive reasoning, understands cause and effect. The stretches or the challenges are the child has a lot of impulsivity and it has very, very high difficulty with self-regulation and emotional regulation. He tends to go into a loop when he's thinking patterns go into a loop and then goes into a repetitive questioning mode. And physical behavior displays we see when the self-regulation is not happening, like kicking, hitting, which poses safety concern in the classroom. So the barriers to his learning that we see is that the child requires 100% of one-to-one adult to child supervision for safety and engagement, and the child struggles with impulse control. So my question here was, how can we use UDL framework to support the child's self-regulation so that we can proactively reduce emotional triggers and offer multiple pathways for self-regulation?
Doctor?
Yeah,
That was
can you
my
repeat the last
question.
part? I think I missed the last part. Maybe.
Sure, yeah. So my question was, how can UDL framework be applied to support the child's emotional regulation so that we can proactively reduce such emotional triggers and offer him multiple pathways for self-regulation? And what may be the underlying communication intent through these behavior displays?
Okay, so how you can use UDL to help the child to regulate themselves emotionally. First thing I saw in your write-up was that you're already using like support, like at least a learning support assistant to work with a learner one-on-one. And that seems to be the only thing that currently is working, that kind of support. And my next thing would be to go with the engagement. And now, when I was making the presentation, I did mention that the multiple means of engagement also go with the interest of the learner. What is the learner interested in? And we might want to take advantage of what the learner likes in order to be able to fit that, to allow him, like to take advantage of that and allow him to self-regulate using that which they are interested in. For instance, I'm not sure how serious the situation is, but for example, if the learner is supposed to focus, say, for 5 minutes in an academic activity, which he doesn't find attractive, doesn't find interesting, and they are probably maybe having a meltdown, That could be an example, and they don't like it and they are reacting to that. You might want to, should I say, I'm not using very official language, but I would say you might want to bait them with a thing that they like to do. So you might say, hey, listen, if you do this, then I'm going to allow you to do the other. For example, let's assume they like listening to a certain song on the phone or on the tablet that you have in the class, and they don't like a certain activity that you've given them. You might give them the activity, they don't like it, and you say, listen, you do this activity, just this one, and you listen to the song for 1 minute. And they do this activity for 5 minutes. You are honest and you give them the tablet, they listen to the song. You are helping them self-regulate. You don't really have to use any other kind of reinforcement in this case. Of course, we will expect you to use more, varied means, and that might work. So getting the interest of the learner and using those interests to stretch them to do what you want them to do, and then you allow them to do what they want to do. It's like a trading. So for me, I would go with that, allowing them to do something they like as an interlude to doing what you like. Yeah, I would like just to run very quickly to something that I left out that I wanted to say to Nafisa too, and that was that in the video that they set up for the learners that they have, they might want to introduce maybe cartoons for the lessons, music and drawing, and these learners might be able to be engaged a bit more since they don't seem to be easily engaging in the other kinds of regular classroom activities. So back to you, Shanti. Sorry for that, moving off. I would say use the learner's interest to get what you want, as opposed to imposing your interest to get the learner to give you what you want. That's how I would summarize it.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. And now over to Colombia for Natalia.
Okay. So in this case, I need to move, not a special case, but just the general part, because my topic is regarding teachers. So Ciudad del Sur is a public institution that is here in Colombia, South America. And the most important part that I want to clarify here is that from the national budget that we have, they invest in education 70% of the total budget for the salary of the teachers, 24% is given for administrative processes, 4% for unforeseen, and 3% is just given for quality education. And in quality education, you have covered this topic about disabilities. And that money comes from the gross domestic product. So this is very important to clarify here in my country. Moreover, the government created a figure called support teacher, who is supposed to guide teachers to adapt curricula and environments for students with disabilities. Unfortunately, that person only has a palliative role where recommendations and basic diagnostics are given to the teacher, and the teacher is supposed to organize the whole classroom and the lesson. I already know that this is our mission, but sometimes here we have a problem because we have that problem of medical diagnostic that is part of the health system, and we are not part of the process. So for example, if they need medical issues, can you hear me? Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. If they need, for example, medical issues, such as services, psychotherapy, pills, and they are not into that process, it would have a huge impact inside the classroom. Moreover, we have the part of parents that sometimes are not committed with the situation of the students because they are not aware of the condition of their children. So that makes worse the problem. And of course, the other part is that teachers, regarding all the research that I already made with a PhD, are very frustrated with all the processes that are taking part here in Colombia regarding disabilities. So let's say in the first place, I have one question for you from your perspective and your expertise. How to coordinate the school, parents, and health services with the inclusion processes proposed by a government?
Okay. How to coordinate the various actors towards inclusion as proposed by the government. I'm aware that this might be very different from country to country, depending on the provisions that are there, even legally and in terms of policy. That said, I would also say that in the preparation of, for example, the plan, that is the program of action that you would normally make in the process of preparing to teach our learners with disabilities, and that should include all the learners, and not all the learners. Sorry, that should include the learner. I meant all the actors. That should include the learner and the parent, as well as other professionals, the medics and the education psychologists, etc. Regarding how to get them together and to coordinate them might be a matter of country-to-country arrangements, and that might be different per country. For instance, maybe some of the countries might facilitate the inclusion of these medics to come and to make the individualized education program, the IEP, for example, or the individualized education plan, because I believe that is what you are sort of inferring to or referring to, where you put all the actors together and you agree on a way forward for this child, including the child, their parents, and the other actors that are involved, including from the education and the medical field. So I think the best a teacher can do would be to contact those people that are supposed to come, would be to try to agree on a specific date and place to be able to do that. Because I'm not sure about Colombia, but I know that in Kenya, we do not have financial provision, for example, to facilitate the parent to come from the home to the school or to the education center. In our case, it would be the educational, either the Educational Assessment and Resource Center for the assessment, or the school for preparation of the IEP. So since we don't have that kind of provision financially, then it's up to the parent to be able to organize and fund themselves, finance themselves to come over there. So yes, we do have provisions for the IEP in teacher training for special and inclusive education and all that on paper, but how do you make it work? The resources are what the inhibition is for us. In Colombia, I'm assuming that you have this on paper like we do. That's why you're saying as the government requires. But you don't have the facilitation to get the doctor from the hospital. You may not have a sitting allowance for the medical doctor, or maybe facilitation for their fuel. And many of the times the school may not be next to the hospital. And I know that is what you're talking about. And I think it's more of a resource issue that might be out of the hands of the teacher. It's really out of the control of the teacher, really pretty much. You might want to do the right thing, and the best you can do is contact them, tell them that you're requesting this. Alternatively, you might use the alternative of technology. You might organize for a video call. Nowadays, you can have WhatsApp, where you call more than one people. So you can have the medic, you can have the parent at home, you can have the child, whatever they are in the school or at home with the parent, you can have the educational psychologist, everybody on a call. Now, there might be ethical issues about the safety of that call. Might it be infiltrated by a third party? I don't know about that and how it works there. But I think technology might help here, where you might want to call them on your phone or even on a computer, on a Zoom call like this one, and you can discuss those issues and come up with a way forward without incurring an expense.
Wow.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
I just want to add something before we finish with the part of Colombia.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a very important space, like to share our experiences and to see that the world has many differences, but we are working in the same path to work for disability. Yes. So in this case, I want to add that in my school, we have 2,300 students, where we have 80 of them with diagnostic. Here in Colombia, we talk about disabilities when they have medical diagnostic. Otherwise, even if you see as the teacher that they have a condition, you can't do like the adaptations to the things that you want to work with them. But we have a special case because we have one blind teacher that started working with us 1.5 years ago, and Ken already know about him.
Yeah.
He is working as the teacher of the second level of primary school. He has to give competences, not subjects. Yes. So it is very challenging because we already have talked to him and he says like, okay, I'm doing everything like to work with disabilities and inclusion here in my classroom. But what happens when the disability is mine? And I'm a blind teacher and I need a person to help me to work with my students, for example, in how do they write, how do they learn to read, and so on. And I don't have that special person who helps me from the government, even if I've tried to do like everything that is in my hands with law. So it's been very challenging, and I just wanted to put it into our conversation because I strongly think that, for example, UDL here is just like, to be honest, like a random topic that has been talked in many meetings regarding inclusion. But the conception that we have about it here as teachers, as into the government, is that it must have lots of economic resources to work. Plus that we have still those classrooms with 35, 40 students per space, where everything is teacher-centered because of the structure of the classroom. We have lines, so we can do like, it is not possible like to create all the time like groups, or maybe to have a poster, or maybe I'm very lucky because I'm at one of the best public schools in the country, but because we decided to do so, because we have an amazing crew that decided to do so and are calling the attention of many people around the country to obtain the resources, the technological resources, and everything that we need. But it is not the same case in all the places that we have here in Colombia, where we don't have technology, we don't have materials, and enough economical resources to work on UDL. So I just wanted to ask if you have maybe special conditions such as the one that I mentioned regarding the teacher that is blind and is having to face that situation every single day of his life in his job.
We've actually run out of time, but I don't know if you want to respond to that, Dr. Martin, before we shut down, because they're going to kick us out pretty soon. So I actually bought us an extra 5 minutes, but go ahead, Dr. Martin, if you want to respond. I mean, God bless Colombia for having a blind teacher.
I'll just be very, very, very brief. I think our situation is pretty similar to the situation that I'm hearing, Laura present here. And for our teachers with disability, for example, the teachers who are blind in this country, the only support, really, the support that they have within the workplace environment is having a guide, which is catered for by the teacher, by the government. So they get to choose a guide for themselves, and the government provides an allowance for them that they can use to pay the guide of their choice. Apart from that kind of assistance, the rest of the operation is pretty much, they're expected to operate very much like any other teacher once they have the guide. So really, I wouldn't say that we've really gone out of our ways so much. Apart from providing the guide, there's a lot more that we need to do. But I acknowledge the difficulties that teachers with disabilities face. So it's really not very different here.
Wow. I thank you all. I really do thank you all. This is a fascinating conversation. When we set up the time for this session, I think it was like an hour and a half, and we said, "Wow, how are we going to feel an hour and a half?" I'm thinking how we're going to feel a day and a half on this conversation, because I think we should come back and have a separate webinar just on this event. But I'm surprised, Sam, you haven't come in and kicked us out yet because we ran out of time. But thank you. It's a fascinating conversation. It's got to continue. It's very important, and maybe the team here, we can plan something else in the future. I much appreciate it. So thank you again, and I think Sam's going to jump in here at any moment now, and we'll get you off. But Sorry we didn't get to your questions. I think there's a bunch of them that popped up in the Q&A, but we'll take a look at them and we'll get them off to each one of you, and we'll get answers to the people who asked those questions. Oh, thank you. Okay, there she is. She's in here to kick us off. So, okay, thank you, Sam.
Yeah, that was quite a nice panel, the United Nations, like you call it, and a lot of learning for teachers, for parents, and even for us advocates of learners with disability. Thank you so much, Dr. Martin. There are some questions on the chat. You can always go in and just answer. We've tried to answer some of them between me and Anne, but you can help us in getting detailed answers around them. But I want to say thank you to all the panelists. Thank you, Ken, for bringing them all together. A whole United Nations comparing. What comes out very clearly is that the challenges are similar. And so we have a lot of work to do as advocates. We have a lot of work to do, definitely. As a club, as parents, as teachers, and as people who are just interested in making sure that no child is left behind. So we'll take a break for the next session for a few minutes. We'll have a video, some small entertainment, and then now we proceed. Over to you, Angie, our entertainment tech person. Thank you.
Hello, everyone from around the world. Thank you for joining us. My name is Chad Harper, and I'm currently in Malaga, Spain. I'm the founder and CEO of Hip Hop Saves Lives, where we use music to educate about social issues and celebrate the works of humanitarians. Let's jump right into this song that we submitted last year to the Grammys for Best Social Change Song. The song is called Ability. It features two rappers with polio from Freetown, Sierra Leone. Their names are 50 Dawn and Prophet. I'm also featured on the song a Grammy-nominated singer named Muzi from a group called Jabali Africa, which is originally from Kenya, and also the music was produced by Kunta Official Beats. On this song, the two rappers from Sierra Leone ask their society, please focus on our abilities instead of our disabilities.
Tire for the big man, it's so free sound. Struggle day. Tire for the big man, it's so free sound. The struggle just a double. I dey pray for we the disabled. Where they big, now the street with all the skills. No help, only run from east to west, junction to junction. Buy your body, money no day for buy bread. Big one, where they up, now they enjoy the facility and they smile. We will not get, we will poor, just they cry and they die. We will not get, we will poor, just they cry and they die. We are disabled, me say I'm not able. There is ability in disability. Give us the chance to show our ability. We have the talent, we have the quality, medical inclusion, navigation, right to education and medication. I need the job to put food on my table. Don't look down on me because I'm disabled. I'm tired of the struggle, discrimination and marginalization. Sometimes I feel like I'm left alone. Oh no, yeah, we are left alone. Disability is not an inability. There is ability in disability. On a comments of poetry, not so far they condemn me. Disability is not an inability. There is ability in disability. On a comments of poetry, not so far they condemn me.
Yes, what's going on, still making no left the end. Change the stigma, say disabled arts for men. Teach the blind now for rich, make them self-defend. Disabled us how they won't baby, that was then. See the youth, then they suffer, and no need for the big. Man, we walk away, go learn out for big weight. Teacher amputee, but in job not for use aid. Sister now wheelchair, ain't self-need for get paid. Jobs for all, make we push up the nation. Advocates make disabled lead for the station. Each one, teach one, no discrimination. For change the situation, all we need is patience.
We not disabled, no me say I'm not able. I'm not able, disabled. We all the struggle. Hey. so struggle. Tell me, so struggle. Stress and depression make some man take drugs. Ha, some man take drugs.
Curse is a child for days that don't smile. Siblings run wild while I'm stuck on the couch. Ouch is the only word coming out my mouth as I try to figure out why God let me out. Had a dream of the athletic route. My disability, mind full of doubt. Still about, I was going move a crowd. So the hip hop, I became a devout. Yeah, I survived. Tumor in my knee. Fast forward, Motherland 2-3. No new friends, only made family. All they been through shit, every Grammy. Some days, yeah, still wonder why. Some days, and the child still cry. Take my pain free time to Dubai. Shine with peeps that understand.
Disability is not an inability. There is ability in disability. Una comment so quite free. Not for you to condemn me. Disability, not an inability. There is ability in disability. Una comment so quite free. Not for you to condemn me.
Whoa, yo, 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 le, 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 Whoa, yo, 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 yo. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Oh, yo, 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 yo.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed.
It's okay, let it run, Angie.
Again?
No, it's fine. It's fine. But we are grateful to Chad for sharing this music and allowing us to play it here. It's really inspiring and a good reminder that disability is not an inability, and we need to look at them with a different eye. So our next speaker, moderator and speaker, Sonia, who is our current secretary at Rotary Club of World Disability Advocacy. She's the chair of this Inclusive Education Summit. She'll be moderating this session. And our speaker is Dan Roda, our tech guy for this summit, doing a lot of crazy things at the back. We appreciate you, but even more interested in just listening and to you on what you're going to present for us. I find that quite one of those mind-boggling topics because you want to mix ACL and UDL. Let's see how that pans out. Over to you, Sonia.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much. That was an interesting presentation of facilitation. Where else would you get a facilitator come into a global summit and then help teachers look for solutions live? That can only happen in this Inclusive Education Summit. So, Mr. Dan, you have big, big shoes to fit, my dear friend.
Why not?
Yep, I know. I mean, I found your presentation awesome when the first time I saw it, and I thought, so somebody does have a solution that is exactly what Dr. Kavua was talking about. It's about embracing it. And so let me ask you, Dan, where do we start? Where do we start when it comes to this? And I have one more question I want you to answer for me. What is a key takeaway from this summit for you, especially because you wear so many different hats in education? So you're going to give us your introduction, and then you're going to answer my questions as well, so that we link up everything together. And I'm really looking forward to your presentation. Over to you, Dan.
Thank you so much. So hopefully you should see the presentation on the screen. I know typically during an introduction, we might not even have it on the screen yet, but this is a little bit different. I do want some audience participation. So this is something everyone here can join. I think there's like, what, 500, 700, 800 people that registered for this. So whether you're seeing it on a replay or right now, I'd love to have you as part of this presentation. So you can just go to join.nearpod.com, and I know there's going to be a link floating around, but that's a big important part. So that's going to be your code that you put in. So where do we start is where I want to start with. And that is, I think the panel before was just a perfect cue up for this discussion, because I think it really is a matter of going like, oh my gosh, we can do this and this and this and this and this and this and this. And you get so excited, and then it can be overwhelming, and then it can be directionless and like, why am I doing this again? So I would say start with what is the problem you're trying to solve. Start with one thing and then do a really good job solving it. And then you can look at this whole cornucopia of ed tech out there, of more simplified, like meditative experiences, whatever is actually linked to solving that problem. Because I think the primary understanding in UDL, Universal Design for Learning. I know somebody might just be coming in now and not know what UDL is, and that's okay too. That's part of UDL. We take down the walls, we take down the boundaries, and I thought it was so perfectly described by Dr. Martin and Ken in the panel, that we look to the margins, we look everywhere to who is going to need the most supports, and also who is going to need the most enrichment. And that's, I think, something we really have to hold together, that is attention. And that's actually the whole point of this presentation. So I want to just prepare you to not be overwhelmed. I want to prepare you to take that discernment and say, like, how techie am I feeling? Do I really want to be on Zoom in a Nearpod doing this and that and the other thing? Or do I just want to watch? And so this, as a UDL experience, is where you get to choose your own adventure. So you're certainly welcome to just sit back and watch. You can just listen to it like it's a podcast. You can dive in and be doing all the interactive presentations. But the big part is you're bringing your voice. So that's, I think, the thing that we really need to keep coming back to as we find all these new toys and distractions and, shiny object syndrome. Because my flavor of autism, I guess, is I like to just go in real deep at like everything all at once, like just, I want to learn everything about everything. And that's just who I am. So I think it took me a while as a teacher to not assume that my proclivity for ed tech and for technology and for honoring technology as part of reality. Everybody comes from a different place. So if you're going to do anything in a program that is truly UDL, we can't think of it as a magic wand, and we can't think of it as, gosh, I just wish I could be more UDL. Be it. I mean, just it's a mindset. So that's what I want. I want to both relieve the overwhelm and also invite discovery. So that's the whole point of this. Did I answer your question, Sonia?
The here and there, but I get you, because you see, UDL is a challenge. It's a challenge. And as much as we tried giving Dr. Martin Kavua 1.5 hours, and as Ken rightfully said, I was being asked, why are you giving it 1.5 hours? And I said, you'll understand why. If I could, I would have given it a whole day. But then it does get overwhelming. That is the truth. As I always tell Ken, it's an animal on its own. You really got to understand the full aspect of UDL to embrace it. So yes, here and there, but I'm sure your presentation is going to answer my question.
Okay, well, let's go. So once again, if you want to join in, I highly recommend it, but you don't have to. That's part of the overwhelm. This or that, choose your own adventure. But the code will always be up here if you go to just nearpod.com or join.nearpod.com. Lots of ways in. I know there's a link floating around. So that's going to be there if you want. And then Sonia and moderators, if we could just help with anybody, and that's something, even if we put in the Q&A, would be great to put a place to drop that link. So my name is Dan Roeder. I am very blessed to work for an organization called the David Z Foundation. And it's been so cool kind of going through almost a yearbook in just this summit this morning, because I co-taught with Tatum. It was so great to see Karen Fisher, and then Nata. Nata, we've got to connect. I've got some really cool news to share with you. So we worked with her school in Colombia and made a music video about the magic of Colombia. So there's just so many wonderful things that we can do together, and that's the big thing. Maybe this answers part of your question too, Sonia. And what I'm getting from the summit, and what I hope people get from the summit, is it's a connection. It's a starting point, and you won't know it's a starting point unless you really dig in. So you'll notice that I'm kind of, if you're in the Nearpod session, I'm controlling your screen. And there's a reason for that, just to kind of keep all the things together. I do at this point want you to take a moment, and if you're in the session, you can fill in this little yellow circle with how you're feeling. This is a really great UDL activity as I kind of talk about the why of doing this and why we are even starting with an emoji. And I'm going to actually put it in student pace mode so that you guys can keep working on your masterpiece. And you can put in, I'm going to just right here do some modeling, be like, I'm feeling great. And yeah, so what does great look like? Multiple modalities. That's pretty great. There we go. All right, so I'll let you guys kind of create your own things, and people are already doing it, which is great. It's great. So I'm going to go ahead and just move forward and talk about some of these whys, and then I'll snap this all back together. So first off, this is a presentation that you will have access to, so you don't worry. Like there's, I think, going to be a lot of nuggets in here that will help you answer the question, where do we start? You have to start with you. I think anything UDL and SEL is going to happen from inside out. You have to start with that why, what is the point? What resources is it going to take? And then you figure out the what you're doing, and then how we're going to do it together. So if you are in the Nearpod, you can click on this, or you can do you choose your own adventure. You can do your emoji, but this is something you'll have access to later. And it's a really excellent article that goes through, are you guys hopefully still seeing do you guys see a big circle that says social emotional learning? Hopefully. I think so. Okay.
It's legible, but it's okay.
What's that?
We can't read it, but it's okay. We do see it.
Okay, yeah, I think as long as you see it, just know that it's there, because you can come back and forth. I just want everyone to take a look at this right now. So if you can you see the circle? Because I can't actually see like myself or anybody, which is kind of weirding me out. But that's it's my own adventure. So we're starting with SEL, that's social emotional learning. Is a really good partner to UDL. And this article tells us all, as teachers, as parents, as change makers, as community members, as grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle, whoever really wants to work for this inclusion and are answering that call. We start in the circle with this social emotional learning. And it has all these different domains where we have self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship. These are how do we interact with others? Like, do we play nicely in the sandbox? And then responsible decision making. So do we do good things? So that is just the kind of what I want to connect that image to this thought of working from the inside out. Oh, now I see us. I stopped sharing. How exciting.
But we don't.
Yeah, no, hang on. Sorry. Woo. Okay, now you can see it again, right? Oh, and I can see myself now. Oh, this is making me way happier. I was really getting freaked out. It was like being handed the microphone on stage and like nobody's in the audience. Okay. So we're gonna cruise on past this. I just want you to have that image of moving from the inside out. And the way that it works with UDL is you see people along that movement of inside out, and you're going to interact with them. What do you do with them? So that's UDL, right? So what I want you to walk away with here is 8 different strategies that can be your starting point. But they're also designed in a UDL framework so that we're looking at that. This is a starting point. Okay, so we can do this. Or this is some enrichment I can give, and here's how they can dig deeper. Because really, we want people to, the students in our lives, the children, to be engaged and to learn through discovery. So this is this little image here is how I see Bloom's taxonomy and Maslow's hierarchy of needs working together. I often hear, and if that doesn't mean anything to you, that's okay. I often hear teachers say Maslow before Bloom, which I love because it says we're seeing the whole child. We're seeing the child as a person. We're not just seeing like, you are the students who are going to go do things and make a better world. We have to teach the whole child, right? But I don't think the reality is Maslow before Bloom. I think it is Maslow and Bloom together simultaneously, right? So what I do, because I'm a little weird, is I flip Bloom and I start with like, can I give you one thing to remember? Sure. And then can we understand that? Can we analyze it? Can we apply, evaluate? And then we're going to spend the most time in class creating it. So you'll see we move from this I do, like I'm modeling for you, I'm going to tell you something, but then we're moving to you do. Okay, that's what we want in education. At the same time, like I think this is classroom level right here. We have to be attending to their physiological needs. Is this a safe place to be? Yes, good. Okay, am I safe? And then do I belong here? Is it a place I belong? Yes. Okay. Is it a place I have agency and I can reach self-actualization, which is doing what I should be doing to be the best, most successful person I can be? That's how they work together, right? But here we are as teachers moving from this I do to you do, inspiring creativity. And then as a teacher, we kind of are taking on that responsibility of the classroom. I am making a safe place so that you can succeed in it. Okay, so it's just a little framework that, I don't know, sometimes I assume everybody sees things the same way, and we don't, right? So what's the part of it, and how does this all come together? What do I hope students get out of going through some of these routines? I call it the triple A method: aspiration, access, and agency. So when you want to do something as a person, right? You aspire to do it. The first question, and this is where we're really meeting today, do you have access to it? Okay. And that's the we do. We create access to it. And then do you have the agency to do something independently? Do you have that ability to do the things that everyone was talking about in the UDL session, which again was so lovely. So that's the bedrock for this. And so now here's just 8 things that you can take or leave, choose your own adventure. But I'm hoping everybody here can find at least one thing that you can try tomorrow. Like that's the tomorrow test. Can we actually apply something the next day? We have all that we need. Okay, and so this one, I think we probably could. And this is, I'm going to go into teacher mode. Like we have these teacher protocols we always have to go through. We have standards, we have all those things. So I actually kind of tracked those for you too. For each of these protocols at the end, if you get super nerdy on it, that's okay, because I'll show you the UDL strategy or the UDL standard, the SEL standard, and the Common Core standard, how they all align in this activity. Okay. So first one is source evaluation. We're always wanting people to cite evidence, right? Like, why do things work the way they do? I have a little stoplight protocol, and this can be from just like, important point. I wanted to make a system that could work in any grade, with any ability level, and with any tech behind it. Okay, so for each of these 8 protocols, I want you to think of like, what is the most simple thing you could do? For a stoplight protocol, you could make a little construction paper green light, a little construction paper yellow light, a little construction paper red light, And so for green, we're just having people rate something. So if you say a student is asked to let's see, needs something to rate. Rate credibility. Like if you believe this is true, if you think it's very true, like 100%, you can't argue with it. It's completely objective. That would be green, right? So let's say the example is sauerkraut is really gross. Wait, what was yours?
Light travels faster than. That's
Light
always.
tra Oh yeah, light travels faster than sound?
Yep.
Yeah, right. Okay,
Always
great.
a tough one.
Yeah, that is a tough one. But I no, this system actually works with that because that's an objectively measurable fact, right? So you would have to get some background information in there. You'd have to talk about sound waves and their speed, light waves and their speed, and then you can say, is this provable? You know, is it reliable? You might get a lot of green lights with that. Yellow is going to be questionable, and then red, unreliable. So what this gives you as a teacher, we're going to try that. We're going to, on the next page, we're going to do this together. That's why I want you in the Nearpod. As a teacher, you get to see not only can they do it, have they met the standard, you get to see in real time what their thinking is on it. And then you say why and why and why. Okay, so let's use that. I think I used a different, in my example, what did I say? But I think we should just use the. Oh yeah, let's use yours because I think it's going to be a lot more fun. So the one I said was gather evidence that supports the claim that attending to social emotional learning in classrooms is one of the most important things to do. Like yeah, okay. So here's that circle again. That could be fun. I do want to go with your light wave and sound wave. So we're just going to evaluate the sentence and the claim. Light travels faster than sound. So I'm just going to put it up here for us. Light travels faster than sound. And actually, I would have to change that. So let me just kind of give you a little navigation. You can, oh, wait, here, I'm going to snap us all back together. All right, so now everybody should be on this page. So let's say I have a thought, light travels faster. And then I can put it there. So wherever I click here, I can have, you know, this is more like a high school stoplight. If something is reliable, questionable, or unreliable. In middle school, you might have this same kind of sorting, and maybe you put some images there so that we're supporting the understanding with a visual. And then earlier, we might even have people move into groups, like who thinks it's reliable, who thinks it's unreliable, who thinks, you know, and then you ask why. So that's combining the kinesthetic, the auditory, and the visual. And whenever you have all those three together, you're going to get a lot of evidence-based practices working together without even having to try too much. So I'm aware of the time. I want to just kind of keep moving forward so we get through everything. So we're not going to probably do every protocol like that deep, and we're definitely not going to go through these. So these are here again. If you want this presentation, it will come to you. Don't worry. So this just it's the why. So second one is very similar to the first one. This is just collecting sources together. So we were talking about evaluating. You know, if we have to measure the reliability of a claim, now we're just talking about collecting sources for it. So one of the things that I like to do is have either like big like pieces of paper on a table, people can just gather around, and then you're doing some word webs, things like that. But in our online mode, there's something called a draw it. So this is really just annotating. So again, this is like the high school level of what this might look like. So we're annotating a paper. But what might that look like if you are asked the same question? Let's use that same example. I really love it. So I want to actually look for light versus sound. And we'll go like this. So look, I just have this. All right, so now I've got it all here. So they've put in a Venn diagram for me. Great. So now I can just annotate it, and I can say things like, I disagree because Or I can just like highlight it. Like, ooh, what do they mean by this? Can travel in a vacuum, like something you clean the carpet with? So this is just one more modality. So that if, again, the point is, if you are giving as many entry points as possible, you're opening up the accessibility, and the inclusion just happens naturally because you're building a community around discovery. Okay. That's all of these together. So again, I'm going to kind of move faster. There's a couple I really want to hover on. How are we on time, Sonia? Just so I don't freak myself out.
Well, it's okay. We have a few more. We have about
Okay.
15 more.
Oh, great. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, can breathe. All right, so third one, immersive exploration. And this is where we are in time is very, very fortunate because there are so many tools that we can just give an experience. But I want you to think back to the beginning when I was talking about when you see the shiny object, you don't always have to walk towards it, right? So that like just thinking about like, oh my gosh, we could do a VR exploration of the moon. Take a step back and then just think, well, what problem am I solving? Are we talking about the moon? Are we, whatever. So in this, linking it to our exploration of light and sound, what could we do? So maybe, here's just a couple things from low to high tech. Sharing a meal, great. Like having a snack time where people are bringing things in. There's a lot of functional and life skills that if you just slow things down, the lessons are there already. We just have to let students discover them and give them opportunities to do that. Taking a walk. This is another one. Like this is very related to the next protocol of just making observations. Learning a dance. That might actually really work because we can talk about choreography, where we have the visual, the dance versus the music. How do we sync things? How do we have them be in time and be interesting? What's that experience like? And then a couple things that if you're in the Nearpod 2, there's let's just observe what do we see? If you just say, what do you see? What do you hear? What do you feel? What do you taste? What do you smell? The five senses can go a long way. And that is learning. We just have to honor it, right? Here's another one. This is one of the, just like a 3D object. Sony, do you know what that is?
I know it's to do with bio, and I was so bad with it.
Yeah, that's okay. Any fifth grade gen ed teacher or like high school science teacher, so that's a animal cell. We've got the mitochondria and all the things. So it's just like when you're talking about like a plant and animal cells, it's good to just have them on the screen, and things like this, you can find them all over. That's why you're in such a wonderful time for education, because we can discover in so many ways together. Obviously, we need the safeguards, and obviously we need to, back to that creating the physically safe environment, the emotionally safe environment. But I think if we lean into what our students are actually engaged with and want to learn, we might learn a lot, Again, that's the other thing I see with UDL. So let me pause here because this is an important point. A lot of times, if we say like, let the students learn what they want to learn, doesn't really sound like a curriculum, right? That sounds like you forgot to plan for a party or something like that. So we find the inlet to what we are measuring, right? Because we have a classroom, we have a classroom experience, but the worst way you can answer a question, I think, in my opinion and my experience, of why are we doing this is for the test.
Yeah, that's a
okay. Like, what does that mean in the grand scheme of my life? Why are we doing this? Because it's really interesting to find the difference between light and sound and how that interacts with our senses. What do you think about it? Always ways to lead it back to the question, like, what do you want to explore about this? That's an inlet. Again, high school level. This is a PhET simulator. There's the PhET simulations from Colorado. So this is like some people might be getting verklempt right now. Just like, but for me, I nerd out. I love slope intercept formula. So just something that's interactive. We have the visual, we have the community, we have a shared experience. That's the big piece.
Experiential learning. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. And here it is. Like, here's the question. And this is, you don't need a fancy computer program to ask the question, what did you observe? And what questions do you have? So, as I know I'm going fast, so you're probably not given a chance to do these the way you would with a student. And that's why I think it's a really, really important thing to just hover back here. Like, I can turn on, I'm going to go ahead and just turn on for a little bit the student pace mode. If you want to explore anything for a little bit longer, you can. And then I'll snap us back together when we need to. We're on what, 4? Yeah, 4. So dynamic presentation. This is the one I really wanted to get to. And this is a game I invented called Slideshow Roulette. One of the things that especially middle school, late elementary, and certainly high school and college are required to do is present. So this really highlights the low stakes practice. Here, I'm going to switch. So just because I am the way I am, I made a little computer program. And so this is a website that you guys can use too. It is temporary. It's like one of those self-destructing messages. How it works is I'm just going to generate a 5-slide presentation, and there's going to be images that it generates that obviously I have all the safety and everything on it, so it's not going to be weird. But I have to give a presentation on something Sonia is going to tell me for a subject. So Sonia, would you like to stick with light and sound, or would you like to give me another subject? And then I have to relate the images to that subject. This is a game. It's supposed to be fun, okay? You'll see why.
Okay, I have one for you.
Okay, go for it.
This is something about the generation now, for some reason, as much as they really travel. Ecosystems and habitats. Challenge.
Oh, wow.
What
Okay.
is it
Okay.
about?
Ecosystems and thank you, Sonia.
It is the difference.
Okay, great. Okay. So this is how I play the game. It's just like I wanted to have something that it could be a surprise. So this is where you would be telling me like my subject, ecosystems and habitats. So the most challenging ecosystem I think to work in is the ecosystem of a classroom. It's where these creatures called students live. And don't you feel like a robot sometimes? And it's great though to have this robot concept that you can have kids gather around the robot and like learn together, right? And that's what makes the ecosystem grow and flourish, is they will be able to learn some things you never thought you could teach. But let's talk about nature and sustainability, right? Because, all right, and then you would keep going. I don't know. I mean, I got there kind of, right? Like
almost.
Almost. Nature and sustainability. We want to protect our creatures, right? So we can't turn everything into robots. So that's why we have music, because we want to just celebrate each other. We can celebrate each other with robots, with animals, with music. And in conclusion, life is beautiful. That was my presentation. Cool. So that was a little goofy, right? Like fast paced and yeah. So that's the point, because one of the things that if you have your students' first presentation be like, please describe the difference between light and sound waves, we're not really practicing presentation skills. The first thing you have to practice is go stand in front of the class, right? And then go stand in front of the class and be joyful. Go stand in the front of the class, be joyful, and say something. Go stand in front of the class, be joyful, say something important, okay? And so you start building these skills that are now marketable career and technical education skills. So that's the point of that. My favorite one. And then the others, I think, are a little bit, more specific versions of the first 4. So this is just looking at what we've already been discussing, is multimodal representation. That just means show it in as many ways as possible. So using visual, audio, kinesthetic representations, and then challenge. This is the one I like, is the inciting discovery and challenge. Challenge each other to find more ways to represent and solve a problem. It's the prove me wrong game, right? So we're gonna move right along because I do want to get to the last ones. Ethical dilemmas and debates. Yeah, right. So the ethical dilemma and debate, I have a video that's attached. I'm not gonna play it, but here's the protocol: is you have to pose the dilemma and then facilitate a debate or Socratic seminar, or just ask a question. Here's the important part: wait. Wait time is it's almost an endangered species. It's difficult to wait and just let students discover. So we evaluate along the way and then provide leadership opportunities, having them say, how can we discuss this further? What are some examples? So you're each other's claims, each other's evidence, but you're having them defend it and be able to challenge it and question it. So that's really important as you go into society, building from the inside out. So here's the video. Again, you'll get the presentation, so you can watch it if you want. This one, predict and check. Just asking a question, and this one's based on just the recall and recovering things that you are just repeating. So flashcards is a really good example. Predict and check, but the check part at the end is the really important part. It's not just predict and move on to the next thing. It's predict, check, correct. Right? So you want to, if you got it wrong, then you want to go fix it. So this is all based on the learning cycle of we make a prediction, like I predict Sonia's going to ask me a question about bunnies. There's an action. Sonia asked me a question about light and sound waves. There's an outcome. I know a thing about light and sound waves. So I'm going to perceive and then I'm going to predict what comes next, right? And then I'm going to have that prediction action cycle where we're either challenging our existing understanding or schema, or we're reinforcing it, or we're extending it. We're building it out, right? And then the final one. I know this is fast. Sorry, I get excited.
It's like a crash course.
I know, crash course. That's why I give you the link later, so you're not like, what? This is the one that I just I think it's such an important conversation to have, and it's a protocol that I made for AI for AI prompts for teachers, and this is something that I'd love to talk to you guys sometime and just do a training. So very quickly, and once again, you can have this look deeper. But this is just how you write a prompt that will actually give you something useful within a classroom setting, and not and be as unbiased as possible. Like there's so much to get into with conversations about biases and AI and are the kids cheating and what does this really mean and are they actually working? Don't worry about that, because that's already working itself out. But you want to, as a teacher, as a parent, as a facilitator, a community leader, you want to just ground your student or your child in having a voice, right? And so that's what this is based on. So the very first thing that we do when we are prompting AI, you have to tell it, what are we doing, right? So here's an example. Improve paragraph cohesion in 4th grade narratives. Boom. It's very simple. You don't want to give as many details as we often think we want to when we're prompting. The next thing is going to be tell the AI what its role and relevance is. So who are you? You are to act as a peer reviewer for middle school lab reports. Very specific, right? You're to act as a mom giving advice to their child after a breakup or something like that. So give that context, and it takes out all the things that will be wrong, and you'll get deeper, right? The A, adapt for the audience, and simplify vocabulary for emerging bilingual students, and provide links for visuals for uncommonly used vocabulary. Again, with language, visuals will help everything, right? It helps. That's the UDL concept. The more things you can put in your classroom that help everyone, that's UDL. Feedback loops, that's the F in craft. You want to make sure that you are going back in your getting closer to what you're actually asking to be solved. Suggest 3 drastically different ways to shorten this conclusion. So you're treating it like an example generator. It's saying like, there's this, this, and this. And this step, I think, is the most important for students because it gives them the voice to really steer the thinking in a certain direction. And they'll have example after example of what their thinking is, and they'll be able to say, oh, that's true or that's not true. And then test and transform. So that's it. That's 5-step process for crafting prompts for AI. So thank you everybody for this crash course in things we can do to start, right? Because we have to find a place to start.
Okay. Wow.
That's
Protected.
how I
You know
roll.
what? You know what your presentation reminded me of was the Magic School Bus. I don't
Oh,
know if
how?
you've ever watched that, the Magic School Bus. I always
Yeah, I
wanted as a
have.
kid to have that, in real life. Because what we're doing is a holistic development through your presentation, for example. We're not just looking at it from a knowledge base. We're looking at it from a skill base.
Right.
Marketable skills, not just any skills, marketable skills, global skills, problem solving, creativity, innovation, critical thinking was my favorite for sure. And at the same time, we're making learning fun. And what I love about yours is that you are also ensuring that how should I put this in the right way? You're making sure that the child is learning with an objective, which is what the curriculum guides us to do. I mean, we can call it different words and stuff, that's okay. But it is guided, it's guided learning. And therefore, with the community, the peer learning, the peer support, I personally feel in my experience that peers learn better from each other. That's something I
Yeah.
have learned over the years. So, Dan, I know you have just blown away everyone's minds, including mine. So I almost lost all the questions that I have for you. So give me a second
I've got a
to,
lot to say.
I know. Again, with UDL, as I said, I would have loved to have a whole day, like an exhibition or something, an e-exhibition or something, where we're all talking about the UDL because we need to embrace it more and more. I'll just ask you a few questions, not really related to this. What I'm curious is that you talked about challenges. In your opinion, what are the biggest challenges, geographically, culturally, socioeconomically, that one faces with this?
Yeah, well, I think that's a really important question because it comes down to what I started at the beginning, the reminder to slow down, and what I think 7 times throughout the presentation I had to remind myself, slow down. And that's one of the biggest things that will allow more inclusion to happen. Because one of the things that I accept as a digital consequence of having all of this technology in front of us and going from thing to thing to thing is waning attention spans in general for the population. And we often don't allow ourselves the experience of being bored. I remember when I think I was in undergrad, and it was like the 90s, when the internet was and online life was starting to get the development as we understand it now, and it was a lot easier to not be bored. But I do remember as a child, boredom led to play, right? And so I think that's an important thing as we're talking about UDL, as we're talking about all these things, is it doesn't matter what you do as long as you're doing with someone, with that person. So see the person first. And that's what I remind any teacher training I do. I remind teachers to see the humans in the room, You have a room full of humans. It's not a room full of students, not a room full of pedagogues. It's a room full of humans.
Cool. Okay, and then when I look at this and I'm looking at it from a global perspective, what kind of resources do I need for the teaching, for the parenting, for the advocating, and all that for the implementation? What resource do I need? I mean, it's awesome. We agree, but how will we implement it?
Yeah, and that's actually a harder one to nail because you are going from before it was what can I do? But now it has to be what can we do? And there has to be a paradigm shift. And I know we were talking yesterday about like what are the elements of a paradigm shift? And that just really that question stuck out to me a lot. And I think one of the important missing elements is often communication. It's talking to each other. It's taking time to see each other, especially globally, especially to understand emotionally and empathetically what somebody else's problem is. Because we can often, as teachers, be a solution in search of a problem. That's not what we want to be as teachers. We want to be a solver of problems, or at least somebody that can empower somebody else to be a solver of problems. So I think that would be my big answer is don't walk around as a solution, walk around as a discoverer.
Like a facilitator, more
A
than a teacher.
facilitator, yeah. Yeah, and I think Dr. Cook yesterday kind of talked about that hierarchy a little bit. Like, don't be the sage on the stage. I always say like you can go from sage on the stage to guide on the side. That's collaboration, right? Then there's friend to the end. That's the mental health piece, which I know we're getting into, this afternoon. Then there's just the coach approach, I guess. I just made that one up, but I think it kind of works. It's just like saying, all right, like I just want to monitor, like you got this. And that is what we're going to be pushing, the autonomy, is the ability to let go and to not want to keep like the corner of a wall that just came down. Just be like, nope, you're out, you're building. You are now autonomous. You can do that skill. You can be the best you because you believe in yourself. So
Because you believe in yourself. True.
right.
True. Wow. So Dan, thank you so much, first of all, for your time and attention to detail. It's like you're thinking for everyone and each one of us. And that's awesome. I mean, that's awesome. And then you're sharing your journey, your reflections on universal design for learning. And I think for some of us, it was a bit technical, I'm sure of that. For others, it finally gave them meaning, like, oh, okay, so this is what UDL does. It's like a practical lesson on UDL kind of a thing. And then, of course, as I said, it's a serious crash course because there's a lot to take in. So I myself want to go through the whole presentation and just, soak it in. And you reminded us there's no such thing as an average learner. I could see all kinds of learners in a classroom, regardless of what kind of classroom, whatever defines your classroom, honestly. Each one of them is learning differently. I'm a Montessorian, and I loved Montessori because
experience,
it sort of gave that experience. My student can go and pick any what were we calling them? The practical learning activities. We were PLA at that time, and just go pick it and then learn on your own. Somebody else would go and pick sensorial. Somebody would pick, something else. So it sort of reminded me of that classroom and took me back into my days when I was teaching in classroom. So, and it definitely has strengthened my belief in the fact that diversity is our strength. Definitely, that's our strength. The more diverse we are, the more embracing we are, the better it is because we then let each other shine, and then we just glow when we're together. And I have also come to believe that inclusion is not an act of kindness for sure. It is an act of justice.
Yes, I love that. I love that. But and what you just made me think, when you're not feeling like you're shining, shine a light on somebody else. That'll bring you back.
That's true. You're a candle. You're a candle
Yep.
in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I also like the fact that when you're designing margins, you sort of give everybody, it's like a production line. Everybody benefited. So if you've developed a certain skill, you want to move to the next, you can do that. And that's very important when it comes to learning. You're not feeling stuck. We have children at different, let me call them areas of development, or let me call them phases of development. And I love that. And the other thing was, um, as we move forward, I think we really need to commit to creating spaces where every learner feels seen, supported, and celebrated. And I would love to see, this particular, session being implemented. What would it do? What would it look like? And so it's given me that hope that whatever we are trying to strive for in this particular summit, we will be able to achieve it. And of course, I was looking at this quote that says, when we design for variability, we design for humanity. And I absolutely love that quote, because it really made me see how beautiful diversity is. So thank you so much, Dan. I
Yeah.
salute you.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you. I guess just one final thought is that
Mhm.
I think
Before Sam comes up.
this is, I know, because she's gonna like get the shepherd hook.
I'm
But
Sam. I'm
Heads
Sam.
sorry,
up. Sorry.
I would
Yes.
just assume there's an answer and find it. That's it.
That's it. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Sam's in the dock, so I'm here. So Tom's
Oh,
power went out, so
okay.
I'm here. So thank you guys. What a wonderful conversation. It's bringing us into the next generation of this whole thing. And it's just evolving, where technology has now become a part of education. And it makes it a fascinating journey that we're all on. So thank you, Dan, and thank you, Sonia. I almost forgot your name. And I'm gonna move on to the next group. So adios. Okay, so our next group, and I'm gonna move them in right now. Hold on a second. Has to start video. Has to start video here. We have Maureen as our moderator here, and Monica, who is going. You guys are going to get into a fascinating discussion that maybe a lot of people forget about, and that is that sports is an important part of inclusive education. And I'm going to turn this over to you, Maureen, to introduce yourself, and then Monica, and it's all yours, Maureen.
Thank you so much, Kane. Thank you so much, our audience. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to whoever you are. My name is Maureen Kalunchi. I'm from Uganda. I'm a gender and disability inclusion advocate. I work for National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, which is an umbrella organization for organizations of persons with disabilities. It's an honor for me to moderate this session of unlocking potential through inclusive sports. As Ken said, many times we forget about this aspect of inclusive sports in our inclusive education. So today, we have a well-experienced personnel who's going to discuss with us on how they have been using inclusive sports to see that children with intellectual disability are included. So I'll request Monica to introduce herself before we dive in our conversation. Over to you, Monica.
Great. I'm a little intimidated. I don't know how to come up behind Miss Frizzle, the Magic School Bus, and Dan. That was absolutely amazing. But what we're going to do now is go out onto the playground. And that's where we're going to talk sport and inclusion and how that impacts everything in a child's educational realm. My name is Monica Daniels. I am the president and CEO of Special Olympics Mississippi. I have been in nonprofit world for over 30 years. My journey with that started around education of special needs. My oldest daughter was born profoundly deaf. She received the first pediatric cochlear implant in the state, learned to listen and speak, and went on to graduate from university with a degree in journalism. And from there, I went to our local United Way, and from there was asked to come to Special Olympics Mississippi. So I've been here almost, December will make a decade. And I was drawn here because my entire journey has been around educational inclusion with United Way. It was community impact, and how do we bring communities together and get them to see each other and recognize each other, who they are and what they contribute to the community. And in Special Olympics, building on a community-based model, we are doing that through sports and through inclusive sports. And so that's what we're going to just have a conversation about today.
Thank you so much, Danielle, Monique, for the wonderful introduction. As we dive in today's conversation, my background, I'm a former sitting volleyball player and a committee member of Uganda Para-Volley Association. So I've been part and partial in sports for persons with disability. And I know I've witnessed how it moves from just a competition to nurturing confidence, resilience, and teamwork among children with disabilities. So as we go into our conversation, Daniel, I want to ask you something. How do inclusive sports contribute to the physical and emotional development of children with disabilities? May you share with us, please?
Yes, I would love to share with you. And inclusive sports through the movement of Special Olympics is not just for children, and it's not just for children with intellectual disabilities, developmental delays, autism spectrum disorder, and there is no age limit to participate in Special Olympics. So it is sport at its core that uses that as the draw to bring people from all walks of life onto a competitive playing field. So we start as early as 2 with what we call our Young Athletes programming. And this is dedicated to improving gross and fine motor skills and socialization skills for children 2 to 7. We are in our communities in the form of our Head Start centers and in elementary school settings and in public libraries, so that families can come in and check out a backpack of resources free of no charge and bring it home for a week and work at home with their siblings. They may have one child that has developmental delays and one child who doesn't. This is helping them as a family unit work on things like that together. So that's bringing inclusion into the home at a very early age, at age 2. And then we are finding when you do things like that at an early age with Young Athletes program, that the stigma never gets the chance to develop, right? So you have kids in Head Start centers, you have kids at reading programs in the library with various abilities and disabilities alongside each other from the age of 2. So by the time they go to school, that stigma doesn't really get a chance to develop. And that's the dream, right? It's like we recognize everybody and meet everybody as who they are and where they are. And we believe at Special Olympics that a great way to do that is through sports. So our competitive sports starts at 8. And as I said, there is no age limit. So it provides a lifetime opportunity to participate in health, wellness, and socialization through high quality sports. In Mississippi, Special Olympics Mississippi is a nonprofit organization in our state. It's not a state-run agency. We offer 19 sports, and we currently have, outside of teachers, coaches, and regular ed students. We currently have 6,000 athletes, and those are individuals with intellectual disabilities, developmental aids on the autism spectrum. And yes, that does sound like a lot of athletes, and it is for one program. But that's only 10% of this particular population in Mississippi, where there are close to 66,000 individuals identified with these various other needs. So we offer sports, and we are, like I said, we go into the community. We've established another partnership with Boys and Girls Clubs, and we offer competitive sports. We are looking at a model where nonprofits lean into each other. Instead of continually trying to raise more money, or get more money into a community without really understanding what that community needs. So Boys and Girls Clubs already exist, where we also already exist. These kids are all going to the same school. They may or may not be talking to each other in the hallway, because there is that stigma of, I don't really talk to kids in special ed or exceptional ed, and they all have their cliques in the lunchroom. We all know how this works. But what we have started breaking down that barrier with is this partnership with Boys and Girls Clubs, where I wanted it to be a two-way street, and it doesn't cost any more money. Where I'm running my program, they're running their program. We just decided on an agreement where kids can get on the bus, whether they're in exceptional ed or regular ed, and go to a Boys and Girls Club at no cost to the exceptional ed kids. Once they walk in the door, that becomes an inclusive environment, right? So they're already there. Boys and Girls Club already has power hour, tutoring, leadership development. So we are leaning into their programming, not costing anybody more money. Then the club kids, who are the regular ed kids who are getting off the bus, when they come into our local area programming, they are getting the opportunity for competitive sports. And most Boys and Girls Clubs only offer rec sports. So you may say, well, what is the big deal about competitive sports? It's very competitive in very underserved rural Mississippi, around the Mississippi Delta that has been impoverished forever. And it's very hard to get on a competitive team at your school. So if you come and be what we call a unified partner, then you are playing with our athletes in a competitive sport. This gives everyone the opportunity not just to compete locally, but if they advance, they come to our state level competitions, which are hosted at local universities, which is an eye-opening experience for regular ed and exceptional ed kids. And then we've created a pathway for these athletes to participate on the national stage. So all that is to say, in next June in 2026, we are taking a unified and inclusive basketball team from the Mississippi Delta to compete on the national stage at the University of Minnesota in Minneapolis. And that all started by just looking at what already exists in a community and then bringing people together through sport.
Wow, thank you so much, Monica, for that innovation or integration of young children with disabilities with those without disability by making them work with the Boys and Girls Club. It's so impressive that we see that there's a lot that is being done when a child with a disability plays with a child without a disability. So, of course, we have talked a lot about that. Now we want to hear the stories, successful stories that you have so far gotten. Now, as the Executive Director of Special Olympics, can you share with us a story about time when inclusive sports made a meaningful difference in a child's life? Because we have had a lot of work that you have done. Now we want to know.
I know. And I'm a storyteller by nature. So yeah, I am a child of the Delta. So that's why that partnership was so important to me, and that it was so done intentionally and not we're coming into a community with answers and this is what needs to happen. It's been so organic. in the community. And as a result of that, one particular story that stands out to me is in 2022, we were the only state in the nation that took unified teams made up of boys and girls clubs. One was a unified basketball team, again, from Greenwood, Mississippi, and one was a unified cheer team from Yazoo City. And we took silver in the nation. So we beat teams all across the country. So this is not just casually competitive. Special Olympics is high quality competitive sport. So these athletes have to practice, they have to qualify, they have to train, not just their unified partners, but also the athletes, right? So they were playing at the Wild World of Sports venue at Disney World. There were hundreds of people in there, and they gave it their all and took silver in the nation. But two things stuck out to me that year. We had one of our athletes was nonverbal autistic, and his mom was very reluctant to let him go because she didn't get to go with him. They go on their own as part of a delegation, just like if you're part of an Olympic delegation, your parents don't get to go with you, right? So he was with his delegation. At the end of the week, he started talking to his teammates, and it started to just be a couple of words here and there. But then by the end of the week, he was actually more engaging and saying 3 and 4 word sentences, which was mind-blowing to his unified partners who even went to school with him. And they were like, well, Marcus, keep talking, so he kept, and it wasn't like he just became conversant, but it started, right? And the other part of that is the point guard on that team, a student named Dylan, who is a unified partner. So he's a regular ed kid from Greenwood, same school as LaMarcus. They didn't ever talk to each other before, again, because even in schools, we tend to self-segregate around people who are more like us, right? Well, they actually became really good friends. And then Dylan, who had no plans, he had nothing to, he was in 11th grade, didn't know what he was going to do, was thinking about going to work in the local tire factory that was in Greenwood. Well, he ended up catching the eye of people who were there and who were seeing what he was doing. And he got a scholarship to a community college to play basketball. So he went to Meridian Community College for free to play basketball and earned an associate's degree and is not working at the tire factory in Greenwood. So it's not just those individuals with intellectual disabilities, developmental delays, autism that benefit from this program. Both of those young students had life-changing experiences.
Wow, thank you so much. In fact, in that conversation, your story, I just learned something that sports foster independence. Like
Yes.
It fosters independence. I pictured when that parent was releasing that child to go alone and play with others. Most of the times, our parents, because I also have a disability, kind of try to see that we don't move away from them. They feel like they are the only security for us. So I see now sports is also a foster for independence. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yes.
Maybe now we want to know, apart from fostering independence, in what ways can inclusive sports foster social skills and friendship across the diverse abilities?
Right. And I think, that's been woven into this entire interview, right? Of what we've been talking about and how we use sports at its core. And for those on this call or at this conference who may not know how Special Olympics was started, or that Special Olympics is a global movement. So there are over 7 million athletes globally. We are all over the world. And we are an inclusive health organization. We were started by Eunice Kennedy Shriver, so John F. Kennedy's sister. And Eunice Kennedy Shriver started Special Olympics in their backyard because she wanted their sister Rose Kennedy to have access to sports. And a history of the Kennedy family, if anyone is vaguely familiar, you know they were a hugely competitive family and they played so many sports together. And Eunice noticed that her sister had an intellectual disability, Rose, was being left out. So she started seeking out and inviting individuals to their home to learn to swim. And then it became to play softball. And then it became to learn croquet. And then she reached out to the Parks and Rec. And then in 1967, there were enough athletes to host the very first national games at Soldier Field in Chicago with 600 people participating. All of that started because Eunice Kennedy wanted her sister to be included. So even within families, we have to look at and consider how a family who there may be a sibling who has a certain type of different ability or disability, and the social exclusion can exist even within your family, right? So back to when parents can walk into a public library and check out a backpack and go into the safety of their home and go through resource materials, it builds the confidence within the family dynamic. Fast forward to how that helps in the community. Again, it's when they come together on playing fields, bocce courts, tennis courts, basketball courts, you know, the stigmas organically break down, because in that moment when you're concentrating on quality sports, so we're not talking about spreading the basketball court and letting the kid with Down syndrome keep shooting until they make a free throw. No, you're talking about playing the game as it is meant to be played. There becomes a mutual respect on the field. That translates, as I shared with you about the two kids, the nonverbal autistic kid, LaMarcus, and the regular ed kid, point guard, Dylan, went to the same high school at Greenwood High School. And I talked to Dylan when we were at the games, and he literally said to me, I didn't know who LaMarcus was. I had no idea. He's like, now he's my best friend. You know, we're going to go hang out at, you know, we're going to, you know, Animal Kingdom together, and he's my buddy, you know, and so I think when we look at the whole of what is needed in education, one, education is for a lifetime, not just while you're in school. It should be for a lifetime, which is why Special Olympics doesn't have an age limit on the end. At that very same USA Games where these two young men were playing basketball, I had a 70-year-old bowler who won bronze in the nation, an athlete, and had never, ever qualified for a Special Olympics event before. Same impact on this man's life. He was 70 years old. He had been a Special Olympic athlete since he was 8. He made friends. People were like, they didn't notice that Craig was 70, or if they did, they didn't care. So it's just organically, I keep saying organically because to them, while they're on that field, that's how it happens. But we work very, very, very hard before they even get onto that field to make sure that that's what's going to happen, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Thank you so much. Now, to our viewers and listeners, I think we are picking something from Monica Daniels on how to include children with disabilities. And we may be having teachers online that are watching. You know, in Uganda, we have realized many times children with disabilities are left out when time for sports come in. They are put aside. Now, this is something that is going to help people to learn that it's always good to include children with disabilities, whether at any age, as long as you facilitate on how they can engage with the others. Thank you so much, Monica, for that. I want us to go to, now after knowing each and everything, now we want to know how do inclusive sports support broader education and community integration goals, because we have education and then community. How does it do it?
Right. So when I mentioned that we are a global program, we are, and we are also not just on sports playing fields. So we have a program that is an arm of Special Olympics that we call Unified Champion Schools. So when we work with schools and we go into the school and recruit a principal and maybe one teacher who wants to be that champion in that school, to provide whole school engagement, to provide inclusive youth leadership, which is not, if some of you are familiar with Best Buddies, which is where all the honor roll kids go hang out in the special ed class on their break and just, sit by them. That's not what we're talking about. You're talking about a school sanctioned club, like Key Club, like any other club, like a Rotary Club, like Youth Rotary, like whatever is in the school. This is a recognized club that is made up of kids in exceptional ed and regular ed, giving them a school-wide voice, both sets, both populations. We are currently in about 120 public schools in Mississippi. In the United States, this program of going inside of the school and making sure they do things that hasn't occurred to them, like unified PE. Just make your regular ed and exceptional ed kids can take PE together. So let's start there. Let's form this club. Let's form then a competitive sports team, and then come over outside of the school day to the local programming of Special Olympics. So nationally, we are in about 10,000 schools. Mississippi is in about 120. So again, it's knowing that you need to be where the students are. And 8 hours a day, they are in school. So if we can work and elevate voices during the school day, goes all the way back to the very first question that we talked about. When they get out of school and they go to their library or they go to their Boys and Girls Club, they already know each other. They are very comfortable with each other. So then if they see themselves, they run into each other at the grocery store or at a football game at their school, they're more likely to engage than to ignore.
Wow, thank you so much, Monica. Thank you so much. There's a lot that we are learning from this conversation, that if we give an opportunity to children with disabilities to engage, there is that confidence, there is that free that these children get, and also they have a choice either to engage or not, because we have given them an opportunity. Thank you so much. Because I'm seeing we want to give an opportunity to our audience, but before, I want to know, after sharing whatever we have shared, after sharing the opportunities and the benefits and how we integrate children with disability, how inclusive sports integrate education and the community. Now we want to know, what are the major challenges do children with disability face while participating in sports?
So I would say the biggest hurdle for them would be within the school day, right? So they're most likely not ever going to be chosen or to be on the junior varsity team or anything like that. So that is an issue. That is why we feel so strongly about supporting schools and being inside those schools that we deem and become unified champion schools, and starting with something just as basic as unified PE, which is not competitive, right? It's just putting people together to show that you can do these activities together. And then there's just the barrier of people knowing that Special Olympics exists. to say that I just said we're a global movement and we are all over the world, and we are. Just last week, I got a phone call from a mother whose son just graduated high school in 21 in exceptional ed program. And she said, I don't even know what Special Olympics is, but I just got so scared that now that my son just graduated at 21, he doesn't have anything to do. And she just found us. So some of the hurdle is we're so busy doing the work. How do we let people know that we are here? And I said, well, fill out this form and he can meet us Tuesday night for a unified basketball game with a preparatory school and our capital area Boys and Girls Clubs. And he came out. He was very nervous. He said he wasn't going to play. Then he put on a jersey. Then he sat on the bench. Mm-hmm. And then the second half of the game started. He raised his hand and he went on the court. He never did. His mother came and sat beside me in tears. And she said, I didn't even know you were here. So trying to get the word out. Things like this, letting people know who we are and what we do. And then a lot of times, if we just set it up right and do what we did for this, then the barriers break down themselves.
Thank you so much. In fact, in your conversation, it reminded me when I just discovered that there are sports for people with disabilities in general. In my entire life, I didn't know. And I was this girl who used to like sports so much, but I didn't know that even us with people with disability could play until when I just got to know it when I was at university. So lack of awareness is still there, which we need to continue doing as advocates and activists to see that our children with disability are included, because it's so good. We have seen the benefits of it. Then I want to know, after knowing the challenges and everything, I want to know what role do coaches and trainers play in creating accessible and welcoming environment?
Right. So when we talked about how everything happens so organically on these basketball courts and these football fields and these cheer teams and these tennis courts, and then, I had to back up and say that's because we work so hard to make that happen organically. And that's due to our coaches and our trainers and our volunteers. So when I mentioned we serve 6,000 athletes, we are a very small staff. We only have 6 full-time staff members serving the entire state of Mississippi. We have over 8,000 volunteers. We have certified coaches. We have unified partners who are the regular ed kids. We have teachers in schools who act as liaisons. If we did not have that grassroots from the local community up to where we offer state competitions and national competitions at no cost whatsoever to any athlete, but if we didn't have that component of those coaches and those teachers and those trainers and those unified partners, we wouldn't have that organic happening on the competitive playing fields. So that we would not exist without people like that.
Hey, thank you so much. We have a lot of questions, but we are going to, people are asking. They're so interested in our conversation. Before I go to the chat to read the conversations that are the questions and comments that are there, I want to give you to ask you this final question so that we get to know from you. Because I also got a question from the audience, which is related to this. How can NGOs, schools, and government collaborate to promote and expand inclusive sports access?
Well, how they can do that is to just plug into the program, right? So currently in the United States, at the moment, at a state level, so I'll start small, at a state level in Mississippi, we get some state level funding. Not a lot, but we get it, and it comes through the Department of Mental Health. Okay, and so that helps us. We are also sub-recipients of federal dollars that comes from Special Olympics North America to programs that support our programming in schools. And we didn't even get to touch on our inclusive health programming, where when I'm talking about all of these events that are happening when athletes show up, we offer free health screenings. And that is through some national funding through the CDC and through a partnership that we have globally with the Golisano Foundation. So that is currently how these organizations are helping support us. But the vast majority of the dollars raised to support Special Olympics Mississippi are private, individual, corporate donors. We are fundraising nonstop all the time to make sure that the quality stays there and that we can grow the program.
Wow, wow, wow. I would wish to continue listening to these wonderful thoughts and opinion and ideas that you have and the experience that you're sharing with us, because you have been into this for so long. I have a question for you from an audience person who said, I want to know how to deal with a child who lacks confidence because he or she has been bullied. And also, apart from, he said, also part of the work dealing with parents who don't believe in their children's or the child's ability.
Right. So there is a lot of data out there that these children who are in Unified Champion schools. So I encourage everyone to leave this conference and go to specialolympics.org, and you will see where we are globally, Eurasia, Canada. You will see where we are. Find a program, look it up, see what is happening. And if you want something in your community and you don't see it, ask for it. So what the data bears out is that if children are in a school that has Unified Champion school programming or even has local sports programming, the data is unrefutable that bullying goes down. The other side of that coin is that the kids that are the Unified Partners, the regular ed kids, we also work with our indigenous population in Mississippi, which is Choctaw tribal schools. They form sports teams, and their Unified Partners come from the regular education side of the school, but they're the most truant. They're the ones who are in detention most often. And just anecdotally from that school, we are seeing that even those kids who are in regular ed, but they're coming to school more, they're going to detention less, their grades are going up, and the athletes are also coming to school more, they're being bullied less. When you create a wraparound of when kids leave school in the afternoon and go to places in their community that are actively engaged in inclusion, and if you do that around sports, the bullying goes down. Then it really is just eye-opening for parents. It's like seeing is believing. So if they will just trust that process and let their child participate, and I see it all the time, like the mom who just sat down next to me last week in tears. She had no idea her son was ever going to do that. It's just having that small step of faith.
Okay, thank you so much, Daniel. It has been a pleasure moderating this session with you and having you on the same stage, sharing your experience with us as we are learning. I have one last question from the audience. It's from Henry, who's saying that thank you, Monica, for the insightful discussion. My name is Henry Musau from USIU Africa in Nairobi. We have established inclusive sports through the support of our sports department. Currently, we have 5 disciplines running: sitting volleyball, showdown, go blind, football, and para, taekwondo. My question is, how can universities like ours connect with organizations that can help us access proper training facilities and equipment for inclusive sports? Secondly, considering the public universities in Kenya often face more challenges than private ones in promoting inclusion, what kind of policies or frameworks do you think should be put in place to better support inclusive sports program in public institutions? Over to you, those two questions, and we wind up.
I'm going to go as fast as I can. But once again, go to specialolympics.org. Find a program, look it up where you are in whatever country you are in. We are currently, and it's a beautiful question, because we offer what we call Special Olympic colleges. The vast majority of them are public universities. Again, like I talked about in the Unified Champion School and how you form that model in a school, a K through 12 school, we do it in the university. They form a club. They invite local athletes from the community who live close to that university, or who are in special ed in high school, or who are in accommodation programs in that university, to play what would typically be called intramural sports. But now that we are bringing with and without disabilities together, it's unified sports. Through our grant program that I said we were a subrecipient of funds from the Department of Education, we are able to provide some seed money to these public universities once they establish a club for things like equipment, uniforms, and then we go in and train them on the sport that they want to participate in, and we train the coaches. Once you go and visit specialolympics.org, feel free to come to Special Olympics Mississippi too and see what we're doing. But there's online coaches training that is free. All of the rules for all of the sports offered are online and they're free. Look around, there may be a Special Olympics program in your community that you didn't know, because we don't do a great job of self-promoting because we're actually so busy doing the work.
Thank you so much, Monica, for sharing with us. In fact, a take home that we should include our children with disability. Now this goes to our listeners, the teachers, the development partners, the academias. They should include children with disabilities in sports, because we have seen it fosters independence, it fosters inclusion, confidence, and also resilience. Thank you so much for sharing. Over to you, Ken. I think we have
Are we off? Is Ken kicking us off?
No,
No, you're still on, but Sam is taking on. But I'm going to take you guys off.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ken. Thank you, everyone. I need to shout out to Dr. Doreen Myrie, who was responsible for getting me here. Loved it.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica. Really loved what you're talking about. I'm always excited to hear when people use sports beyond just showing competitiveness, but there's a lot more we can do with sports. We grow leaders, we teach life skills, we promote peace, we can do much more. So that was quite an enlightening session, very interactive. And so we move on to our next session, equally interesting. I'm excited to hear it and hear what they have to share. The topic is largely about life skills for independence. So here they're going to talk about how we'll empower our young people, our children with disabilities. Our moderator is the lovely Caudence from IoT from Tanzania. She's the founder of Dyslexia Tanzania and also a tour consultant, but she'll tell us more about herself. She has speakers, Dr. Eric Endlich, Catherine Karoki, Rotarian Dr. Senthil Kumar, and Koki Kilonzi. Welcome, our moderator and panelists. Over to you, Caudence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saum, for the warm welcome. And
I must admit I'm quite honored to be a moderator for this session, and it's a very key session that is very personal to my experience as a parent of a dyslexic child. So to start with, I will just share my brief experience. I actually discovered dyslexia in 2021. This is when I was looking for a solution for a child I didn't understand. And as an African mother, you know, we are how our parents raised us. And so parents in the platform, what you do to your child will make them behave in a certain manner when they become parents as well. So for me, our dad used to really beat us up when we don't understand things. So as a mother of a dyslexic child, I was also behaving like my dad. So when I'm teaching him, he can't understand. I thought beating him would make him understand faster. So I was struggling with him until 2021. And as a tourism professional, I met this client who was very happy with me and was like, Cordence, what can I do for you? And at that point, I was looking for a solution for my son. So I'm like, here is a chance to share my experience and maybe get a solution. So when I shared what I see in my son in the schools, at that point, he had been told by his school that he can no longer learn, he's unteachable. So I was like, okay, so let me explain this. Maybe if he's a health professional or an educationist, he can help me out. Explaining like this, she said, you're explaining dyslexia. This is the first time I heard about dyslexia in 2021. And what I did quickly, I drafted a message which I shared in my platforms and started a support group which exists until now. That support group translated to Dyslexia Tanzania. We have reached more than 10 million people, spreading awareness. We have an online school where we create awareness every Tuesday, 1 hour. We have a session. We just ran a marathon of 450, up to 500 people last Sunday. So we are here to create awareness. We are talking about inclusive education. So that's me briefly. And with me, I have quite a diverse panel who are going to discuss life skills. Just to say something about these life skills, actually, we were trying to figure out what can my son do? What can our son do? Me and my husband were like, this boy, now that the schools have said he cannot be taught, he's unteachable. How will he lead his life? So when I was told to moderate this topic, I was like, wow, maybe it's a chance for me to figure out, and my husband, what can our son be when he grows up, when he becomes an adult? Is there something he can do to earn a living for himself now that his education journey has been quite hard, quite difficult, even for us as parents? At times we never wanted to go for his results at school because it was always, he can't do this, he can't do this. It's like there's nothing he can do. So we were like very, very much concerned as parents. So this session really is very, very important for me also to learn from the diverse panelists that I have. And I'm really eager to hear what they have in store for children like ours and many other children who need solutions, whose education journeys are not very smooth. So that's a brief introduction. My panelists are going to introduce themselves. And we already spoke. They're going to start with, in an alphabetical order. We're going to start with Catherine, Eric, Koki, and Sentil. Over to you, Catherine. Introduce yourself briefly before we go into questions. Welcome.
Sure. Thank you so much, Cordence, for that brief introduction. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Catherine. I'm the CEO and Head of Partnerships at Mtoto News, a child-led digital platform that leverages technology, data, and storytelling to amplify children's voices and advocate for their rights. We work directly with children with consent from the parents, educators, and caregivers to ensure their voices are heard and that they are not seen as mere spectators in decisions that affect their lives. Since we are leaving the world to them, I believe in engaging children from a young age to help them build the confidence, knowledge, and agency needed to shape a better future. My background is in strategic leadership, advocacy, media planning and coordination, and product management. And I collaborate with partners to influence policies that prioritize children's well-being. I'm passionate about using the power of media, innovation, and storytelling for children. So a brief about our organization. So we are a child and adolescent-centered digital and media company that leverages on technology to build movements and connect children and young people to policy and decision makers across the globe. We aim to make significant changes in the lives of children by making them visible in political, corporate, economic, social, and development discourse. We use the influence of technology to reach and connect policymakers, project implementers, media, and children. We work with children. We are very much child-led, and we work with children from the age of 8 to 17 years. And this is basically before we start working with them, we take them through a training. And then after the training, we mentor them, and then we ensure that we are creating leaders at a very young age. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm excited about this discussion today.
Thank you, Catherine. Over to you, Dr. Eric.
Very cool. That's a hard act to follow. Great stuff. I'm Dr. Eric Endlich, founder of Top College Consultants. I'm a clinical psychologist by profession. I worked for many years in the mental health field, and I saw students who would go off to college or university and not make it through, sometimes didn't even get through the first year. And I felt like there has to be a better way. There has to be a way to ensure that students are prepared for college and that they're going to college where they get the support they need to make it through. And so I became an educational consultant, founded Top College Consultants. We now have a team of folks across the US. I'm based in California, but we're coast to coast, and we work with high school students applying to college, as well as college students looking to transfer or apply to graduate programs. Primarily students with disabilities, learning differences, and other kinds of issues, mental health challenges, and help them figure out what skills they need to build while they're still in high school to become college ready, find colleges and universities that can support them and help them complete the applications and do whatever they need to become completely college ready. So that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Dr. Eric. Koki?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Koki Kilonzi Kahakwa, and I'm the founder of Nimo Africa, which is in Tanzania, in East Africa. For a very long time, close to 8 years, my job was awarding scholarships to students. And so that meant I was the person that would say no to a lot of them that did not meet the requirements for the scholarships, because scholarships have limitations, they're not unlimited. And so for many years,
Koki, we can't hear you. Is anyone also?
Sorry. So I think now I'm audible.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yes. So like I was saying, I've worked in the education sector for a very long time in the NGO world. And my job was to award scholarships. I would get students of all walks from the country of Tanzania, and I would basically go through some policies and guidelines to say who would get a scholarship and who would not. And for all those years, I was very unsatisfied because I knew there were students that probably didn't do very well in the last exam before the interviews. And for that, they just missed out on a great opportunity for somebody to hold their hand and, work with them. And so I began to break a few rules in my office. And I would take students that did not really quite meet the requirements, but they really deserved it. They needed somebody. They just needed somebody to believe in them and to work with them, to mentor them. And surprisingly, these students would do very well. So I was trying to prove a point, which it shouldn't be the essence of our lives, to prove to people that this can be done. But I did it, and the numbers kept growing, and I couldn't handle them. I would be sponsoring a lot of students personally, so after a few years, probably 3 years to 4 years, the year 2020, something amazing happened. A student who did not deserve the scholarship and was in the program because I put them there, became the #1 student in Tanzania. They topped the whole country in art subjects. And because of that, everybody now was happy. They were, running everywhere, interviews, breaking headlines. But still, I felt this is not right. If this student nobody believed in them, if I did not give them this chance, which they clearly did not, deserve according to the rules, they would not be here. And so I chose a path that was hard and difficult for me at that time, and established an organization that is NEMO Africa. And so today I'm here among all of you and many other people, great people, experts, because of NEMO Africa, which believes in students that otherwise nobody would look at, nobody would consider. A lot of scholarships go to top performing students, but there is a lot of students failing in their exams in Tanzania, the first ever level, the primary school level. And so because of that, I founded NEMO Africa to be able to listen to these students, the students that nobody is looking at, the students with learning difficulties and other disabilities. So we work with these students and help them. So thank you so very much, Cowdens and everybody else. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Koki. That's an amazing introduction. I'm looking forward to learning more from you. Let's hear what Dr. Senthil has to say as part of his introduction. Welcome, Dr. Senthil.
Namaste and Vanakkam from India. I'm Dr. Senthil. I'm a founder and a chairman of an alternative school for children with specific learning challenges. See, for me, it's all started like for everyone. I found myself having some kind of a difficulty, but I didn't know whether it was a difficulty or a challenges. But I have to go through the college school system, then college, and find myself what was exactly happening to me, like why I was also struggling on certain areas when I was able to do on certain things very well. So that's where from business management, I shifted to medical and psychiatry social work, wherein started getting exposure by visiting schools in and around our town. And I felt there was a serious disconnect between the school, the management, the teacher, the parent, and not having awareness at all. So seriously, that's where I thought, okay, this is one area where children have a lot of potential, but they are not been identified, wherein assessments were not there or the professional people were not there. So that's where, okay, I thought it and I need to do something for this particular group. So I completed my education, then did my PhD. Wanted to start something, so I started on my own. This is my 25th year. We are celebrating our silver jubilee, so it's good that we were able to work with children not only on the educational side. So we created an alternative school wherein education, vocation, then the technology, then being with the community is part of the entire learning for the children. So children started exploring a lot of things. And today, as per the skills, we identified much earlier and we train them on that. And we also give them, we work very closely with the parents, which is very important. So that's the reason I work with schools, college, and corporate. So this is what the brief work that I'm being doing. So I'm very happy to hear from all others on a differential things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Senthil. What a panel. So we have someone from Toto News with a background of journalism supporting children. We have Dr. Eric preparing children to be ready for college. We have Koki assisting children with learning disabilities. And we have Dr. Senthil with a school that supports children with learning disabilities. So to start us off, my dear panelists, I would like to know, what skills do you think, how can schools and communities better integrate life skills into everyday learning rather than treating them as separate lessons? This question goes to all of you. It's an opening question. I'm repeating it again. How can schools and communities better integrate life skills into everyday learning rather than treating them as separate lessons? We will start with with Catherine. Catherine?
Hi, sorry. It's really raining here, so my internet is a bit slow. But I would love to answer your question from a point of journalism and storytelling. So what journalism and storytelling are powerful tools for developing children's life skills. And when learners engage in storytelling, they learn to observe their surrounding and ask meaningful questions and think critically about the world around them. We know that when we were growing up, we were all about TV, but right now, children, teens are in the digital era. They are on their phones, and they are actually mimicking what they are seeing on these online platforms. But the right content, the right storytelling content, if it's very engaging with them, it shows that maybe if they are going through something in terms of peer pressure, they are able to see that it's not only them that are going through it. If it's from a peer-to-peer kind of learning, if it's a story that they relate to or they want to relate to, this is where they actually see that they learn and able to just articulate all those things from the storytelling aspect. We in our organization, we use journalism to help children find and share their voices. And as I had mentioned before, anything we do a training with them. We nurture communication with them, creativity, collaboration, and empathy. And we believe that these essential life skills that help them grow into confident, informed, and responsible citizens. For us, we believe that journalism and storytelling are tools of empowerment. And when children learn to tell their own stories, they develop confidence, communication, analytical thinking, and these are skills that are vital for independence and leadership. Storytelling teaches them to observe the environment, to question, to express themselves clearly, strengthening their sense of identity and agency. For children with disabilities, this process also helps break stereotypes by showcasing their abilities and unique perspectives so that people can also involve them, so that we as adults can also hear their stories and see that they also have these unique, amazing talents that they want to be engaged in, that they can actually just be part of us instead of just having their own thing, because they want to be included in all aspects of our community. In all activities with children, we ensure that there's inclusivity as our organization, regardless of ability, regardless of background or circumstance, that children can participate meaningfully and develop their skills alongside their peers. This is very crucial in this day and age that we are living in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. I like the fact that you teach these children 21st century skills, which prepares them for life. Thank you so much. Let's move to the next panelist, Dr. Eric.
Yeah, well, I don't really see these life skills being taught systematically in the US. I can really only speak to the US, and I wish they would. You know, the schools really focus pretty narrowly on academic skills, which is great for preparing students academically, but have children learned how to make friends, how to resolve conflict, how to find good partners, how to manage their time, how to cook, how to sort of manage your money. There's so many other skills to being a successful adult or even a successful teenager beyond just the basic academics. I'd love to see it included in schools. When my daughter was in high school, she saw that sort of missing piece, and in one of the classes, she proposed having a life skills day to teach the other. Where they would bring in professionals from community, whether it's financial professionals or auto care, to teach other high school students these skills. And the teachers said, "Oh, this is not realistic. You're not going to be able to do this." And she was working with a couple other students, and they said, "We think this is important. We're going to do it anyways." They got funding for it. They pulled it off. Students loved it, and it continued year after year. So I would love to see that be a part of the curriculum. And for parents to understand what skills students need, and if they're not getting it in school, to find other resources, whether it's a therapist to help you build the social emotional skills, a social group, or some other resource.
Wow, wow. I like the fact that your daughter took the initiative and now it's a legacy she must have left in that school. Thank you so much. Over to you, Koki.
Thank you so much. Speaking from my perspective, the country in which I work, and probably also the one that I come from, life skills when I was growing up, when I was still very young in the lower classes, I remember I was in a government school and we were taught how to farm. We would have small plants growing in tins behind our classroom. We learned basic music concepts and stuff like that. But then with time, these subjects were removed from the curriculum, and they created a big gap. In my own experience, speaking from my personal life, I love farming. I love to garden. I just want to have that one small tin at the back of my house, even if it's in my apartment or something like that. But as a child, as a student in the country, I was denied that. And so right now, as we speak, our government here in Tanzania has implemented a new curriculum, the competency-based curriculum, the CBC, which will probably bring us closer to something that was like it was before, but we still won't get these life skills as they should, And so people like us who have alternatives like NGOs working with schools have now others that get 50%. There are some who actually don't get to even 20, and because our system has not been very supportive for us to be able to understand these students. I come from the same country as Cowden. So what she says here, she's my teacher. The first time I heard about dyslexia was when she talked about it so passionately that I actually realized that my elder brother has had dyslexia for 42 years. And he was forced into the same curriculum. So coming back to what Nemo Africa is offering now is we are trying to bring these programs alongside other organizations, after school hubs that will teach students life skills. We use tools, we use activities like agriculture, where we use the school gardens to teach them advanced gardening skills, modern farming skills, because farming is something that they do in the community. this community here, most part of Tanzania, the agriculture or farming is the main activity. So we use that. So it's things like those that are helping us to integrate it into the school curriculum.
Thank you so much, Koki. Thank you so much. Amazing to learn that you're starting clubs. Clubs actually last very long. It means the students who are enrolled, they will continue the clubs, and this is a very good way to pass on knowledge from generations to generations. Dr. Senthil, how can you answer this question? How to integrate life skills? Welcome.
When it particularly comes to India, every culture, every community has their own skill sets. It's been passed down to generations. Like, for example, like when I was growing, my mother used to do one beautiful baskets which can be taken out to buy things like. So that's part of our community wherein children, whether they are boys or a girl, they have to learn that. So as a group, when you're going to do that activity, you're going to take up a lot of discussions. You're going to do, you're going to talk a lot of stories by which your communication, your problem solving, then coming into social group, how to understand each other, empathize. Everything happens through this one activity. Which even today, my mom is around 74 years old. Still, she is doing it. And one of the activity when I was in, I think 8 years, I wanted to learn bicycle. For that, my mom said, you have to do a basket. Then I will give you 50 pies. With that, you can go and take a vehicle and we can do it for an hour. So that is how every community has their own skill sets that's been passed to generations. Like in Helix Open School, what we do is curriculum and the life skills are part of the things. Like children do the farming, they do the plumbing, electrical, cooking, animation, and child theater. All these things part of the curriculum. It's not been separated as such. Like, so when children gets the exposure, they find themselves, as rightly said by the previous panelists, the confidence level, the self-esteem, and working together. So this is what all the 21st century talks about: communication, creativity, collaboration. All the skills are very important. So you can't teach everything in a classroom. Like, you need to allow the children, explore them, and then just move on as per their interest. That is how we have created the syllabus, and we have created a zone. Everybody knows about multiple intelligence. I think everybody, I'm sure you'll be following in your school also. We, with the help of our mentor, Usha Ramakrishnan, she has created a model. We are using that model to give opportunity to children to explore on many things. So this is how life skill is being used in Helix Open School.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Senthil. Now, after that, that phase of answering this general question from the panelists, I'm going to direct one question to each panelist to answer according to their area of expertise. And allow me to start with Dr. Eric. Dr. Eric, this is your question, and your question comes like this. You work with neurodivergent students preparing for college, preparing them for college globally. Which life skills do you find most critical for these students as they transition from high school to higher education? Which life skills do you find very, very critical for the students as they transition to higher education? Dr. Eric, over to you.
Sure, great question. I would say one of the most important ones is time management, because in the US anyways, there's a really big change in how things work going from high school to college or university, where students' days are pretty structured when they're in high school. They get up pretty early. Sometimes it's their parents getting them up, rush through breakfast, get off to school. They have a long school day. After school, they might have a band practice or sports practice, working on homework, eating with the family, going to bed. It's a pretty full day, long school day. When they go off to college, and also when they have supports in high school, they tend to be sort of delivered to the student. Part of that has to do with the way the laws are structured in the U.S. It's the school district's responsibility to identify a disability, to identify a diagnosis, to provide evaluations, and to deliver services and accommodations. So students can just kind of show up and it all happens around them. And they get reminders if they're struggling, teachers saying, remember, you got to turn in this assignment or study for this test. In college, it kind of flips where there's many fewer hours in class. If a student moves away from home and lives in a residence hall, parents aren't there to remind them. Instructors treat students kind of like adults. You get a syllabus at the beginning of the semester, and you have to keep track of when assignments are due, when the tests are coming up. So students have a lot of time on their hands and lots of work to do, and they have to structure their own time. So they have to have that skill. And if they're not, and if they think, oh, well, that isn't due for another week, I can go off and hang out with my friends, they could easily kind of fall behind and find it difficult to catch up. But sort of backing up to the bigger picture, students need to have self-awareness of what their challenges are. So if they know they're not really good at time management or conflict resolution or managing their emotional reactions, whatever those skills are, if they know that, then they can find the resources in college. The help and the resources are there in college, but students need to self-advocate. And so the self-advocacy and the self-awareness are really critical too. We really encourage students to use the resources, to know the resources, to find mentors and supports in colleges. Maybe it's the RA in the residence hall, maybe it's a favorite professor, maybe it's a counselor in the mental health counseling center, whoever that is, and it could be multiple people. They can also help you navigate and say, why don't you go to the tutoring center or the writing center? So the help is there, but students have to self-advocate and they have to know what their challenges are.
Thank you so much. Time management, self-awareness, and self-advocacy. Important skills for any successful person. So this is very good that you help these students know how to manage their time, an important resource. Let me ask one question to the next panelist, and this is Dr. Sentil. Dr. Sentil, Helix Open School has been supporting children with learning challenges for 25 years. Congratulations. From your experience, how have life skills evolved as part of special education? For the time that you've operated, how have life skills evolved as part of special education? Dr. Sentil, over to you.
Yeah. See, when it comes to learning challenges, particularly dyslexic, dysgraphic, dyscalculic children, we all know that children have difficulty in reading, writing, spelling, and mathematics. But regular school, what it does is it keeps on doing the same routine thing where children keep on failing. So this is not going to help the child anymore. This is where in Helix Open School, what we try to do is we try to first create an atmosphere where children feel the freedom. The freedom and the fear should not be there. This is very important because today education system is gone to that level that children, when they come to school itself, they have the fear. Education, when it's inculcating fear, then it's not going to serve the purpose at all. And with dyslexic children, we see the executive function. When you say executive function, there are more than 10 important skills are there, like initiative, or planning, organizing, prioritizing, time management, decision making, creativity, and then putting into action. Now, these are the very pertinent challenge for any dyslexic children, wherein academics is not going to support them at all. Unless otherwise, if you're not going to work on this executive function skill, children are going to be left out when they go to higher education and to the job like. So this is where in Helix, what we have done is we have created we have around 1:8 is our classroom ratio, 1:8. So when you have 1:8, you have a lot of time to understand the children. So we have a two framework. One, we find out the 8 quadrant that been created by Usha Ramakrishnan, wherein we work on all those 8 areas of child development. Then we look into the multiple intelligence. We integrate this. For this alone, the assessment takes around 6 to 8 months. So that 6 to 8 months is very, very important, that you have to be with the child. You have to give them a lot of opportunity and understand what they are comfortable and what it's not comes to him. Now, what it's not comes to him, yes, that will be a part of a remedial program. But what already is having, it has to be given opportunity. Let me give one example. A child with the dyslexic was very good in fine arts. So what we started doing is we started giving him 2 sessions, that 90 minutes to 120 minutes of every day, a session on fine arts, right from 5th grade to 12th grade, and we can see the change that has happened with the child. He started believing and he had that skill in him. Today, he works as a content creator in one of the multinational company in India. He is now been part of a lot of movies creating. And this year he won the outstanding award. For the first time in India, we had a category for dyslexic who's been performing so he was nominated and he won the award. So this is where there is a lot of disconnect in the school system when it comes to the dyslexic children understanding the executive function. For me, working on the executive function really creates a better opportunity for the children when they come to higher education and when they go to the job.
Thank you so much, Dr. Senthil. That's correct that in mainstream schools, normally what we are used to, especially the experience with my son, the assessment doesn't work very well. It's an assessment which is more based on content than it is based on the competence. So I'm really happy that you're doing this. And actually, you just never know. Maybe my son will join your school one of these days. So thank you and keep it up. You're doing an amazing job. I'm going to move to Koki. Koki, you've talked about farming very passionately. I'm just wondering, what other skills, what are the life skills what life skills children gain from farming other than just the agricultural knowledge? What other life skills do they learn from farming? Koki, over to you.
Thank you, Cardence. So we use farming as a tool. Like I said before, it's one of the activities within the NEMO clubs, and we've established this because farming is the common ground for every student, because where they come from, there's somebody who's farming, a mother, a father, a grandmother, and other than the expertise in modern farming and the skill, so that even if a student is not able to move on from standard 7 to secondary school or standard 6 to the next level, they have a skill that they can use. We teach them agribusiness. We teach them how to actually do this, be able to grow enough vegetables to eat and sell. It's within the club. So by default, we are teaching them communication skills and teamwork, being able to work with other people, to fit in, to find people that you share a common goal and work on it and make something out of it. A lot of students have limited resources in the places we work. And this is in terms of economic backgrounds. The public schools, half the time, I won't say it's all the time, but most of the students that would go there are from households that are not able to afford a private education. And so they learn in Swahili. They would take 5 subjects and that's it, unless somebody else brings anything in. So we want to bring in more to it, teach them the skill, teach them independence, so that students that are in school, unfortunately, we've not been able to have, as part of the ministry's strategy to evaluate students to see why maybe somebody is not doing well in math, and maybe they have dyslexia or they have something else. As long as they do not have the noticeable disabilities, they are all grouped together. So other than the part where they grow the vegetables and they sell them and they do all these other things, we are teaching them independence, so that if a student is not able to go to secondary school, they have a skill. Financial skills, communication skills, teamwork. We're teaching them discipline. A lot of our programs are geared towards helping a student stay in school. Already that's a problem already in our area, where students will run away from school. They will not come because they didn't have somebody pushing them, because of lack of community and involvement and engagement. But then also because they don't see it as fun. If you go to a school that the teachers are just forcing you to learn something that really is not your thing, you're not cut out for mathematics, but you need to perform, so the teachers will probably cane you or something like that, then students lose interest. So we are teaching them to be disciplined, to be able to handle a project from the beginning to the end, to be able to commit to something. But also more importantly is that in these clubs, we actually do class debates. So we're teaching these students to have confidence in themselves, to be able to do public speaking, to be able to argue their points and negotiate. So basically, we have the whole package. It's a holistic program, and the students pick what they want to do. So we're using gardening because it's within our team. Our team, there's experts in this. But then other than that, the students will choose what they want to grow, and they choose who gets to do what. So they have the governance of their own. They choose the chairperson. They have a project manager, a treasurer, and all that. So it teaches them a lot of things to do with helping them later in life and even right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Koki. That's amazing that they can learn just using farming as a common base, because we all farm somehow, we all come from agricultural backgrounds, and it's a good approach that you're using. Thank you so much. So I'm going to pose one question to Catherine. Catherine, as a person who is using journalism to assist children, if you could redesign education to make life skills central, what's one change you could make, you could introduce immediately? If you could redesign education to make life skills central, what is that one skill that you'd introduce immediately? Catherine?
Thank you for the question, Cordence.
Mm-hmm.
Just thinking about when growing up, education was like the curriculum could not be changed. It was set on stone, especially in Africa. Like, this is what our parents grew up learning. We have to grow up learning that way. You have to become a lawyer or a doctor, or this is it, But based on the fact that things are now changing, that we want to give our children a holistic education, not only whatever they are learning in school, but also to capacity build them, to nurture their skills. For me, I will feel the one thing that we would change, and actually Kenya is also incorporating, is the CBC angle, where we are ensuring that they are not only learning what is in books, but we are also capacity building them on how to communicate. Because I remember when we were growing up, when guests could come in, go to the bedroom or just sit there and keep quiet, or you're not supposed to speak when adults are speaking, or you're not supposed to question if you're not agreeable with what they're saying, or you're not supposed to say but what you're saying is wrong based on the information that you have as a child, or based on that this item is being created for you. You cannot chime in and say this is what you think about this product because you feel like it should actually have or be in a certain way, because you as a child are the one who is using that product. For me, I feel like the one thing I would change is ensuring that children have been given an angle, or included in the education is advocacy. For me, advocacy, storytelling is very important. And the fact that when we engage children from this angle is that they are able to speak on matters affecting them in a platform, through this storytelling, in a platform where other children who are not able to speak or don't think they can speak are able to see that it's possible to speak on matters affecting them. And advocacy for them is very key because whatever they are speaking on is something that is factual. This is where advocacy and fact-checking is also included in the curriculum. So that whatever they are speaking on is something that is not hearsay, something that they've actually seen, they've done research on, and they can also communicate on it well. As I had mentioned in the beginning, we have been mandated to create leaders. And I wish we had that when you were growing up. Probably the leadership of the world would have been different, but now this is what we are doing. We are ensuring that children can be able to speak at a very young age so that when we, us as adults, when we hand over whatever we'll be handing over to them as leaders, they actually have already been grounded in the system. So it's them speaking on matters affecting them through storytelling and journalism. And right now we are in the age of podcasting where every child is there listening to what adults are saying. But now we are also incorporating the aspect of, they should also incorporate the aspect of advocacy so that they can actually ask if what they're saying is correct based on fact checking of information, what is being presented out there. Yeah, thanks.
Wow, wow. Thank you, Catherine. Storytelling. As you make leaders have to speak. How do you buy votes? How do you make leaders? How do you make followers? You have to speak. So storytelling, storytelling, storytelling. So there's one question that a participant has asked. I would like all the panelists to answer this question, and I see how many more minutes we are remaining with so that we can see what else we can add. I am proud of all of you panelists. You're doing an amazing job. So listen to this question from a participant, and each panelist is going to answer, starting with Dr. Eric. So the question is this: what practical strategies can be adopted at community and policy levels to reverse this trend and ensure children with disabilities are not left behind in education? What practical strategies can be adopted at community and policy levels to reverse this trend and ensure children with disabilities are not left behind? Maybe I should read the whole statement so that you understand well. This is from Kihembo Wilbert. He says, I'm Kihembo Wilbert from Embrace International Foundation, Uganda. I'm really enjoying the webinar. It's been 2 days of deep learning and reflection on inclusive education. At Embrace, we run inclusion workshops in 15 schools across Western Uganda, led by professionals with disabilities. However, we've observed a worrying trend. The number of children with disabilities attending school in Uganda is steadily decreasing as they approach higher classes. My question to the panelists is this: what practical strategies can be adopted at community and policy levels to reverse this trend and ensure children with disabilities are not left behind? So, dear panelists, you can hear that in Uganda, as the children advance, as they go in higher classes, many children are dropping out of school, unfortunately. What can be done? What are the practical strategies that can be employed to reverse this trend? Over to you, Dr. Eric.
Before
Sure,
you
we have the same challenge in the US, where the rates of graduation from university are not as high for. Yes.
Just a reminder that your time is almost up, so at least a minute or at most two for each panelist to answer.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Similar challenges exist in the US. I was talking earlier about the importance of self-advocacy in college for students. The problem is that puts the burden on the individual student, and their job is hard enough. So as far as institutional changes, I would harken back to presentations earlier today about universal design for learning. If institutions are designed to be universally inclusive, then it takes the burden off the individual student to self-identify, self-advocate, pursue all the resources themselves. So I think universal design is key
Thank you, Dr. Eric. That's amazing. UDL. Next, Dr. Senthil, what practical strategies can be employed?
First of all, let's come out of the regimental model that we are following, the syllabus. The children need to have the flexibility first. The children need to have their choice of picking up the syllabus right from grade 4. It's very important because otherwise it's become so regimental. Till 10th standard or 10th grade, they have to compulsorily study, which is not required for the future, certain things. So that's one thing that need to be taken. And second thing, introduce vocational education right from grade 4, which is very, very critical. So that's my thing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Senthil. Flexibility. Next, we could hear from Koki.
You, Cowdens. I think I'll just start with the part where this is exactly what we are doing, but integrate life skills into the school system. Where I come from, we don't have that, like I just said, and I know policies, it's a long way, but we can start small and get there eventually. And secondly, awareness creation. People don't know these things. Where I come from, Cowdens comes from here. She's probably the biggest voice that I know. Well done, Cowdens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, Catherine, what do you think practically we can do to help stop students from dropping out? Catherine?
I totally agree with Dr. Senth, that children should be involved from the very beginning. We cannot be creating products for them without involving them and asking them what they think about it, how they should be made better for them. They should actually be part of the process. And also, when you're creating these products, how about those people in the marginalized communities? What are we considering them that they also want to be engaged in these products, but they don't have if it's internet, they don't have the internet. Maybe they don't have transport to get to where they're supposed to go. What are we going to do about it? What should we do about it? Not only the fact that we should maybe have apps that are also offline for these people, so that when they don't have internet, they can also be accessible to them. But also include the aspect of the children with disabilities in terms of braille audio for them, that we can also be able to be engaged. We should look at it from a point of 360. Yes, we are the people who have been mandated to do this for the children, but also what do they think? Even the parents, actually, because the parents are the ones who are actually being with these children. They are the ones who are holding up their kids. Have we asked them what we think? Have we included that mental health is key, that they should also be capacity built as parents? This is something that we should actually think about. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Catherine. And thank you all the panelists. This has been quite insightful. And thank you to Rotary Club International for having such an inclusive education, such a good session. I mean, a good summit. We have learned a lot. Yesterday, I attended almost all the sessions, and today we've really learned a lot. I can't wait for the next one. My panelists, you've done so well. And just let us remember that it's not everything academic. People can succeed out of even children with learning disabilities can still succeed in life. Let's look at Richard Branson. He has more than 400 companies. And those of you who are in Kenya, you can know that Mahali Pazuri is a lodge for Richard Branson, Virgin Atlantic, and a dyslexic person who dropped out of school because the school environment was difficult. More than 400 companies. This is entrepreneurial skills were taught to him. He's gifted, and the parents supported him to do this entrepreneurship. And now he's one of the very, very successful entrepreneurs we have. So life skills, life skills, life skills. Let's give options to children who are struggling in classes, children with disabilities who have challenges with any academic achievements. They can succeed through life skills. Thank you so much. And over to you, Saum. And I hope we've not eaten a lot of your time. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Just the last thing, as a Rotarian, I appreciate Rotary advocacy for this wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you
so much, Dr. Kantor.
An amazing panelists. Thank you, Dr. Eric. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Koki. Thank you, Rotarian Senthi Kumar. And also, Cowdens, you've really moderated well. I'm happy that we had this topic about life skills for independence. For me, I work a lot with the young people, and I see even beyond people with just the usual kids, they struggle because life skills is not being imparted anymore. I think our generation, we are lucky. We grew up with the elderly around us, like uncles, grandparents. And so it came naturally conversations when you're around doing manual work. Modern day kids are just largely in class. They're out of class, rushing to a music lesson, something like that. And you'll find a lot of them are struggling with life skills. Even it's just not kids with disabilities. And I'm happy we are having this conversation. And just like you've reminded us, Cowden's life skills, life skills, life skills. Beyond talent, beyond excelling in your academia or whatever it is that you do, life skills is what will really make you a successful human being. So thank you all for sharing your experiences. Another United Nations panel from USA, Kenya, India, and Tanzania. Thank you so much. And as we are about to wind up for our last panel for today, it's been quite enriching. I feel like a teacher. At the same time, I feel like almost a parent, and so much more. And I love it. I love it. So our last session and our speaker going to talk about a very, very important topic around us, disability and mental health. We could not have done this session without touching on mental health in an in-depth manner. And our moderator for tonight is Rotarian Dr. Ederonke. She's from USA, Nigeria, and she's also the vice president of our club. And our speaker is Dr. Sylvie, also USA, Cameroon. Over to you, and let's hear what you have to share on mental health and disability.
Thank you so much, Mr. Home. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome. I'm excited about this Global Summit. What an incredible experience, we've had, in the past 2 days, 2 powerful days of another wonderful Rotary Club of World Disability Advocacy Inclusive Education Summit. This is amazing. We've learned, we've reflected, connected, we've shared stories with so many passionate educators, advocates, change makers from around the world. Thank you so much. Each session has reminded us that learning is continuous, and that true inclusion begins when we recognize and celebrate the value in every person's story and potential. I just really enjoyed the story. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I just thought to just let you know on this platform and to be the moderator for this final session, which I'm excited about. Again, I'm Dr. Ederonke Adejuigbe, and I serve as co-president of this amazing Rotary Club of World Disability Advocacy, alongside with our wonderful founder, Mr. Kenneth Mason, and an incredible team of board members who share a deep passion for inclusion and advocacy. So just to give you a glimpse of who I am, I live in Southern California, and I'm also, I'm also a Nigerian. So I've had the privilege of serving individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families for more than 30 years. You're probably wondering, wow, my background is in service coordination, case management, Medicaid waiver programs in the States, including person-centered and self-determination practices. And I am passionate about people living a meaningful life, self-directed lives. It doesn't matter what your disability is, you deserve to live a quality life. This work is also very close to my heart because I have a sister with cerebral palsy and intellectual disabilities. My sister's journey continues to to inspire my commitment to helping others see ability beyond disability. And that is why I'm passionate about, helping with this and moderating this session. On that note, it is time for us to meet our distinguished speaker, panelist. Her name is Dr. Sylvie Claire Buena. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Dr. Sylvie. She is a licensed board-certified behavioral analyst, also known as BCBA, and founder of Leo Behavioral Health Services here in Maryland. She is a global advocate providing culturally responsive behavioral support to adults with autism and their families across the US and Africa. Dr. Sylvie is also a board member for the ARC in Maryland and the author of Marvelous Megan, our big sister, I'm sorry about that, a beautiful story celebrating inclusion and understanding of autism. She recently graduated with a PhD in applied behavioral analysis from the Chicago School, where her research explored acceptance and commitment training for African immigrant parents of children with autism. She is a tireless advocate for her daughter, Megan, who has profound autism and intellectual disability. Dr. Sylvie bridges cultures and inspires change through her leadership, research, and storytelling. Dr. Sylvie, welcome, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adorenke, for that kind introduction. I am truly honored to be part of this important conversation today. It's been 2 great days of learning a lot of great information about inclusion, and I want to thank the Rotary Club World Advocacy Inclusion for this wonderful summit on education. It's a privilege to join so many passionate advocates and educators, policy makers, community members, and families to share the vision of inclusion. I'm very, very happy about what I've learned so far and about what we're going to be discussing today as we explore how acceptance and commitment therapy, person-centered thinking, and self-determination can shape inclusion. And also, my hope is that together we can continue to challenge stigma, celebrate diversity, and build communities where every person, every human being, regardless of their ability, truly belongs. So thank you again for having me, and I'm excited to begin the conversation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sylvie. So we will have 4 segments here, and I promise you it's going to be exciting. So we will first explore how storytelling, something at the heart of Dr. Sylvie's art, can help us reshape perceptions of disability. And our first segment is going to focus on storytelling and shifting perceptions. So to start our conversation, Dr. Sylvie, based on your personal and professional experiences, how can personal stories and lived experiences be used to challenge negative perceptions and redefine disability as strength and resilience?
All right, that is a great question. So I am a mother of 3 beautiful girls. I'm originally from Cameroon. I was born in Cameroon and came over in the US as an international student. And truly, my advocacy journey began with my oldest daughter, Megan, that you see here on the left side of the slide. Megan was diagnosed with autism at the age of 4. And a few years later, she also got a diagnosis of intellectual disability. Megan actually just turned 20 last Wednesday. She's a big girl now. When she was diagnosed with autism, this was my first encounter with autism, and that was back in 2009. Before that, I've never heard of a person with autism, nor did I see anyone with autism in my community. Even during the diagnosis process, when they say autism, I actually thought about ear infection. If you speak French, you will know that ear infection in French is otite, and French is my primary language. So I kind of wonder, why had I never heard about autism before? Why is anyone in my community not talking about this? And when I start talking about Megan's diagnosis, I realized that actually there are people in my communities that have autism. And the question was, why are we not talking about it? Why are people not talking about autism? Why are people not talking about other disabilities? So with that diagnosis, I decided that I wanted to share the story. I wanted to talk about it. Raising Megan and meeting her needs was also very challenging because I didn't have any guidance. I didn't know how or who I can go to. And from that moment, I made a life-changing decision. So I went to change my career. I was formerly a certified public accountant working for a major bank out in the US. So I decided to change career and go become a board certified behavior analyst through special education, through understanding how to support people like Megan and family like mine. And through the experience, I've learned that sharing our stories can transform how people view disability. When families speak openly about their experiences, the challenges, but also the love, the growth, and the joy, we help other people see beyond the limitation. I mean, when you look at Megan's beautiful pictures, you don't see any limitation there, right? You see a radiant girl just being happy. So we begin to recognize the strengths, the resilience, the creativity that comes with different ways of being. And instead of focusing on what a person cannot do, we can start focusing on how to provide the right support, the right accommodation, and to foster inclusion and belongings. So disability should not be seen simply as a deficit, but as a reflection of our diversity, courage, and strength. Right. That is what led us and inspired us to write Marvelous Megan, Our Big Sister. This book was written by myself and my 2 other daughters. It is an illustrated book created to celebrate differences and remind others that every story is also a story of love, of growth, and possibility. It's not just about disability. The book has been translated, of course, because we want access to multiple languages. You know, you see the title there in French and in English, but it is also translated in German, in Spanish, and we have the Italian version coming out. We want access. That's part of making sure that everybody has access to the information. Awareness. This has been discussed throughout the summit. Our journey also led us to the creation of the Marvelous Megan Foundation. And I like how one of the previous session, Miss Monica Daniels talks about Special Olympics and how it was created. She reminded us that siblings involvement is very important. Eunice Kennedy wanted her sister to be included and involved. And today we talked about Special Olympics. So to us, this was a model. That's how her sisters created a foundation. It's a nonprofit organization that dedicated to raising awareness, promoting acceptance and inclusion of people with disability, and empowering them to thrive and live meaningful life, regardless of their potential. What we see is that we see the value, we see what they are able to do, we see their potential, not their disability. And thanks to the foundation last year, we were able to raise funds to support the education of 22 children with autism in Cameroon. And again, it reminds me of what Ken said this morning, 90% of children with disability are not in school. And a statistic like this is very difficult to accept. How do we challenge that statistic? So through storytelling, we humanize disability and shift the narratives from limitation to possibility. And every story like Megan's story, like our studies, invite other people to think beyond the labels and into the shared humanities to connect us all. And when we tell stories with honesty and with hope, we challenge stigma. We build empathy and compassion, and we open doors for inclusion. So this is
beautiful, 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 beautiful. Such a powerful reminder that narratives shape understanding. You know, micro narratives, sharing our stories, it does help others to understand, you know, what educators go through, what parents go through, and what the individuals with disabilities, what they go to, what they're going through. So which leads me to my next question. I would like you to please give us an example where storytelling helped shift attitudes in your community, maybe your school or organization.
Thank you, Dr. Adoranke. As I said earlier, when Megan was diagnosed with autism, I felt that my community was not aware. And this is what led us into writing Marvelous Megan, our big sister. This summer, we actually had a great opportunity to take Megan back to Cameroon for the first time since COVID. Megan, last time she was in Cameroon, she was still very young. So this was the first time to take her back to Cameroon as an adult, which I knew will make people look and wonder, okay, this adult, why does she look different? Visibly, she's just like all of us, but the way that she behaves may make people wonder, why is she doing what she's doing? So this summer we have that privilege to attend our village cultural festival. And during that festival, we have the opportunity to gather children of the village, and we read to them the book, Marvelous Megan, Our Big Sisters. And you will see how the children were engaged, how they asked questions. The beauty of that is that Megan was present. We were not just talking about someone in the book. That character, that main character, was present in the room of the children. And the children could see the things that we were reading on the book. Megan was actually demonstrating it to them, like laughing, running all over. And this was the power of inclusion through storytelling. Afterward, they were given coloring books that we made through the book, and given them the opportunity to color how they envision a world with someone like Megan. It was very beautiful to see the engagement, to see them laughing, to see them asking questions. Their curiosity and the meaningful conversation that we had with them was very powerful. And the next day in the village, we have this big cultural event where people were present, dancing, and you could see how Megan was just happy and dancing and playing, and just simply being part of the community, and how the community embraced her. So to us, this was very powerful. Awareness creates acceptance, and that acceptance inspires action. And this is how stigma can transform into strength. And now a child who was seen as different is simply just one of us. So I'm going to play a video. There may not be a sound here, but at least I want you to see what happened during that event in the village in Cameroon.
Thank you.
Sure.
It's a beautiful slide. Can you explain to the audience what is happening there?
Yes, so as I said, we were in a village, we were having this big cultural festival. What is the festival about? Usually people from the village, from the diaspora come together to just remember who we are, where we're going, and just rebuild that connection among us. And, why I do the work that I do. Begin with, one child, one moment. You could see how happy Megan was. Look at her, in the village. Everyone is happy to have her, to embrace her, to be with her. And you can tell what is more important to me here is that you could also tell that she's very happy and excited to be there and to be part of the celebration.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Dr. Sylvie. Your examples and the video beautifully show how stories can change mindsets. It also reminds us that stories don't just educate, they actually humanize. Thank you for bringing that, to reality so people can be an example. So now let us explore how educators can turn that awareness into empowerment, and bringing us to our next segment on rethinking disability and empowerment. So my next question is going to be, How can teachers help reduce stigma by embracing disability as a different ability rather than a limitation?
Wow, that's a good question. That's a very powerful question. First of all, I would just like to thank all the educators. I'm a person who was raised by a father who was an educator, and later on, my mom also became an educator. So I'm a proud product of educators, and I just want to acknowledge that. Acknowledge I have a sister who's an educator. Like in my family, we have plenty of educators. I just want to thank them for all the work that they do. For all the children, especially the ones who support children with disabilities. Teachers play a powerful, very powerful role in shaping how children view disability. And from my personal experience, both as a parent and as a professional, I've seen that when a teacher embraces disability as a different ability rather than a limitation, they create culture of understanding and belongings. It starts with seeing each student's strengths and unique way of learning. And we talk about that a lot today, thinking about UDL. When teachers focus on what a child can do and provide the right support, right, accommodation, they send a message that every learner has value and potential. And I think when I think about my daughter, Megan, for example, I'll tell you this short story. For a decade, if not more, she was taught how to write using a pen or a pencil. And until today, it's still a very difficult task to her. But one day I asked the school, how about us teaching her how to type instead? Once she was given the opportunity to type, Megan learned how to type her full name. And I often wonder that what if we had taught her how to type earlier? Maybe she would be writing her own story rather than us writing a story about Marvelous Megan. So this really helps me understand that we have to be flexible. We have to be creative. It reminds me what Mr. Sanjeev said this morning about his great presentation on inclusion is that we have to be flexible, flexibility, creativity, and truly seeing the potential of the individual is very important when we want to create an inclusive education. When teacher models empathy and openness, they help all students see that disability is not a limitation, but a reflection of diversity, of courage, of strength. And I'm going to run another short video here about Megan, and you could see what Megan is doing when she's asked to type her name. Good job. Let's type it. Where's M? M. That's right. E. That's right, Megan. G. Oh my gosh, you got it. What is this? H. Oh my. A. And that's right. Read it. Megan, yes, you can type it. Yes, you can see how Megan can type your name. As you see Megan's joy in typing her name, I invite you to see more than a skill, to see the power of possibility when we are flexible, when we become creative. And this is what happened when we teach from a place of belief and compassion. Let's continue to shift the narrative from disability to possibility and from limitation to celebration. When I look at Megan and how joyful and how empowered she feels, it really reminds me that, there's a lot that needs to be done and we can do it. Together, we can build learning spaces where every child feels capable, included, and empowered.
Powerful. That's another great example, great illustration about the importance of shifting in language, especially where in regards to learners, students with disabilities. I love the part about, thinking of these individuals as not being stigmatized as having, a disability, or because you have a disability, now you're not able to do other things. You were able to show to us that you are to actually speak up, be the voice for Megan, and by asking the school system or educators to try something different. Why not try something different? We've been trying to teach her how to spell her name for for almost a year, or almost a decade or so. And then you introduce this device and she was able to spell her name. Can you imagine maybe if she was able to use this device, I don't know, maybe 5 years, 10 years ago, what do you think she'll be able to do? Maybe even write a book, a novel, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yes, a perfect.
Different, but not less, right? Yes.
Yes. So I love that, like different ability, not less ability, that shift in language alone, it changes mindset. We need to, we need to renew the way we think about these words. We have to be careful with words too. So which brings us to, thank you again, Dr. Zulu, our next question. So from both personal and professional perspectives, what emotional and mental health challenges often arise when parenting, caring for, or educating individuals with disabilities?
Yes, especially, as a mother, I told you I was Megan's mother. I've experienced moments of exhaustion, of worry, of isolation. Not because of her autism, that will come, but mostly because of the system and the societal attitude that often makes inclusion harder than it should be. The constant need to advocate, to explain, to fight for understanding can be emotionally draining for parents. It's very challenging. One example is that 1 year, Megan, although she already have an individualized education plan, IEP, and receive services such as speech and occupational therapy at the school, we mentioned all that earlier today, the level of support that was provided for her was not enough. It was not adequate to meet her need. And for that, we have to hire an educational consultant. And I was happy that it was one in the previous panel, Dr. Eric. So the educational consultant that we hired came and helped us at the school to advocate for Megan's need, to make sure that she has the support that she needed. And this required us to have long hours of conversation with the school, with the consultant. And by the end of the school year, the good news is that she was given the support that she needed throughout. But again, we had to be there to advocate for her services, for what she needed. The good news is that you could see how she improved throughout that school year based on the services that she was receiving. And experiences like this just highlight both the emotional toll and the perseverance that is required from the parents raising children with disability. There are also days that are just simply very hard. Megan sometimes engages in very challenging behavior, like she can hit, pinch, slap others. And this is incredibly stressful, when she's hurting people, especially when she's hurting children. The hardest part is knowing that she doesn't fully understand the pain that she's causing, and as a parent, it kind of hits you twice. Once the child that she's unintentionally harming, that pain. And also you as a parent understanding that she's also struggling. She's struggling to communicate her needs. She's struggling maybe to manage her own emotion. That's very challenging. And as a professional, I see many families and educators, facing similar challenges, trying to balance compassion with burnout, structure with flexibility. I mentioned that it has to be flexible, but at the same time, there are also structures that have to be put in place. How do they manage advocacy with self-care? All that, it's important. There are many approaches out there that have been developed to help support parents, like trauma-informed care and acceptance and commitment therapy. And this reminds us to make space for difficult emotion instead of fighting them, to stay connected to what is important to us, our values, and to show compassion, to ourselves and to other people. So ultimately, caring for children with disability could be challenging, but when you have the right support in place, when you have the right services, when you take care, you nurture your mental health, you embrace the diversity and recognize that your well-being, it's important, that other people's well-being is also important, we can start making the changes and looking for the right support that is needed to create the foundation for true inclusion that is rooted in compassion, understanding, and love.
Yeah. Thank you so much for providing us a list of some examples of advocacy-related stress, which is often not discussed. You know, just thinking about, this conversation, I'm thinking about those emotional layers that go unseen. It's deep, yet, they deeply shape our experiences, what you're going through as a mom of a child with profound autism. I can't even imagine what that looks like. I truly appreciate your openness, Dr. Sylvie. That transparency, it makes this conversation real and relatable. And, those people who, the audience watching, and maybe in the future, if other people watch this webinar, they can learn from these and they can see someone that they're able to relate to. So thank you so much for that. So which leads us perfectly into our third segment on the power of emotional resilience. And you touch a little bit on this therapeutic approach that supports both students, parents, and educators. And I do understand this is like your baby, your area of expertise. So my question is, can you explain ACT, acceptance and commitment therapy, to me and the audience who may need to know about this approach?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So ACT, yes, I definitely did my research on ACT. As you said earlier, my focus was adapting ACT culturally for parents of children with autism who have immigrated from West and Central Africa. So what is ACT? So that's the question that we have here. What is ACT? ACT is a modern behavioral approach that promotes psychological flexibility, and if you're not in the psychological field, the question here is, what is psychological flexibility? Is that ability to fully be present, to accept unwanted or difficult emotions, feelings, while continuing to engage in actions and behavior that are meaningful to you, that makes life meaningful. That is the key of ACT. It's how do we increase our psychological flexibility? And that overall goal is to increase our well-being. How can we make ourselves better? This approach helps individuals build adaptability, resilience, especially when we are facing challenges. And when you talk about supporting people with disabilities, yes, we understand there are a lot of challenges, just like we just mentioned, from various reasons and various environments. There are many challenges. How do we go through that, while still making sure that we focus and engage in behavior that are important to us, like inclusion, like we hear today, So ACT encourage us to reflect on our personal and professional values, by asking some questions that are important. Why am I here today? Doing what I'm doing? What is truly important to me? Those are self-reflected questions that helps you determine what is important to you. And in ACT, we see value as compass, and as I said, the ultimate goal of it is to promote that psychological flexibility. And research have shown that people with greater psychological flexibility tends to experience improved mental health and overall well-being. So that's our ultimate goal. That's what we're looking for. And the literature review on ACT demonstrate that it is very effective as an evidence-based treatment for stress reduction. So ACT has been evaluated for intervention such as work-related stress and burnout, stress caused by severe illness, stress experienced by parenting, children with disabilities in general. And the findings of that literature review shows that ACT effectively increased psychological flexibility. It helped reduce stress levels, decrease work-related burnout, and promote, that well-being that we're all seeking. ACT has also been shown to increase value-directed behavior, as I said, when you have a value, for example, for us here, it could be inclusion. You know, what are the behavior that we need to engage in? It's learning about what inclusion is. Some of the panelists, when we're talking about special education or Special Olympics earlier on, one of the panelists said she did not even know that they are adapted sport, right? So we start by that awareness, you know, creating that awareness, creating the acceptance, and this will help lead us into the inclusion that we all dream for. So there are practical ways of using ACT. And one of the practical way that I'm going to be talking about here briefly, of course, because of the time that we have, is the mindful action plan. And you can see it here on the right slide, right hand of the slide. The mindful action plan was developed by DJ Moron over a decade ago. It helps the individual use the language that helps clarify and commit to what truly matters to them. You know, it's a process that we call valuing. When you reflect on your value, when you reflect on what is important to you. The mindful action plan reframes the 6 core processes that we use in ACT. And the processes here are basically just skills that one needs to learn, you know, to be able to develop that psychological flexibility that I mentioned earlier. And it can be simplified when you look at this document here. It can basically be simplified in the statement that you see up there. I am here now, accepting the way I feel and noticing my thought while doing what I care about. So you're staying present, you're open, and you're connected to your value while moving towards the life that you want to live. This is what ACT is about. I hope that answers your question. I know it's very brave, but this is in a nutshell what ACT is.
No, you did excellent. It's your baby, so I believe you did excellent. You have actually introduced the ACT concept so beautifully, and I feel like an expert now too. I'm kidding. So the ACT principles really, you know, what I see is that I see how it the principle really bridge behavioral science with compassion-based education, right?
Yes.
I love the focus on mindfulness and acceptance rather than resistance.
Yes.
So, which brings us to the next question. How can ACT principles be integrated into inclusive classrooms to help teachers and support students' emotional well-being and resilience in inclusive environment?
All right, so ACT offers educators, teachers, you know, and all of us basically powerful tools to support students' emotional well-being and resilience, especially in inclusive education or inclusive classrooms. ACT teaches skills that help individuals notice difficult thoughts and feelings without being overwhelmed by them. It helps them stay connected to what truly matters and take action that aligns with their values. What I really like about ACT is the fact that it speaks from the values point of view, like what is important to the student, you know, what are you valuing, what is important? In an inclusion environment, this can mean helping students accept their emotion rather than avoiding them, you know, develop mindfulness to stay present and build that psychological flexibility that I mentioned earlier, that ability to adapt to challenges while trying to focus on learning and connection. An example could be that a teacher may help a student pause and breathe when they are frustrated, right? Identify what matters to them. What is important? Is it that friendship or is it learning? And choose the actions that are consistent with those values. So when someone is using ACT both personally or professionally, as someone like me, you are required to learn skills that will help you promote, like learn that psychological flexibility that I just mentioned. You know, ACT helps you learn and nurture empathy, acceptance, not just for the student with disability, but as I said, it could be for anyone. So when teachers model mindfulness, you know, compassion and openness, this create a classroom culture where differences are embraced and emotional growth is part of the learning. You know, ACT reminds us that every student can thrive, not by eliminating the struggles are there, but by learning how to move forward with courage and purpose. And as we have learned today, inclusion is not just about access, right? It's about the connection. And when teacher models acceptance and mindfulness, compassion, they don't just teach lessons, but also they're shaping lives. So teacher can be empowered through act to really help their student learn and thrive in an inclusive environment.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sylvie. Thank you. Which brings us to our fourth segment. We're getting close, and in which we will be talking about all-person approach and cultural inclusion. And so my question in this segment is, how has applying the whole person approach through person-centered thinking, self-determination, and trauma-informed care helped you, based on your lived experience, view disability beyond stigma and societal perceptions? I know you've shared several micro narratives about this already, but please, just help us understand, these. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Like we have a lot of concepts here that I would like to discuss first. So the whole person approach, what is it? It basically emphasizes on seeing the individual not just through the lens of their disability, but as a complete person. And I'm glad that earlier today, it was really emphasized, like we're looking at the whole person. We're looking at their strengths, their preferences, their experiences, their aspiration. And this whole person framework help us also understand other frameworks like the person-centered thinking, like focusing on understanding what matters most to the individual, respecting their choices, and designing the support that is based on what is important to them, their values. Self-determination emphasizes autonomy, empowering individuals to make their own decision and take control of their own life. And trauma-informed care ensures that the support recognize that they could be past trauma, make sure that we prioritize safety and that we avoid re-traumatization. Now, applying the whole person approach through personal-centered thinking, self-determination, and ACT that I just discussed has completely reshaped how I see and view disability, both as a mother and as a professional. With Megan, I have learned to see her not through the lens of what society says she cannot do, but through who she truly is, her personality, her values, her joy, and her strength. And personal thinking remind me to focus on what matters to her, not just what other things about what should matter to her or what I think should matter to her, but also about what she thinks matters to her. And self-determination empowers her to make choices and express her preferences, even in small ways, like deciding how she wants to learn and communicate, Is it handwriting or is it typing? It's important that her decision, her voice is heard. ACT also helped me accept that the emotion that comes with parenting and supporting can be challenging, but I should not let that be a barrier for me to continue to engage in behavior that are important to me. And without letting fear or stigma dictating my action, it teaches me to focus on what aligns with what is important. What are my values? For example, like today, inclusion, compassion, and empowerment. So together, these approaches move the focus away from the deficit, but mostly toward dignity, meaning, and growth. And they help see that disability is not a limitation, but as part of the beautiful diversity of the human experience.
Great segment, great segment. So, beautifully said, but I'm looking at our time and I'm thinking, in the interest of time, I would love to continue this dialogue, but I'm being told that our time, we're on overtime right now. So, but we're almost done. So before we let you go, Dr. Sylvie, I will need to ask you a quick question, a call to action question, because we cannot finish this conversation without providing an actionable solution, at least one. So, Dr. Sylvie, do you have any that you can share with us?
Yes, definitely. Call to action. So as we close the conversation today, I first want to say how humble I was to be able to be part of this discussion. And inclusion begins with a choice, the choice to see ability where others see limitation, to listen with empathy and to lead with courage. And if each of us here present, whether we are parent, teacher, advocate, we have the power to shape how the world sees disability. It starts in our classroom, in our homes, in our heart. When we tell our stories, when we honor each person's voice, and when we dare to believe that every learner has something beautiful to offer, something that creates change, that change goes beyond what we can imagine, But as we do this important work, let's also just remember that it's important to take care of ourselves. The truth is that we cannot pour from an empty cup. So let's make sure that we care for our mental health, our well-being. And when educator and parent take care of themselves, they take the time to reflect, to rest, to recharge. We model also self-compassion, for the children that we want to guide, that we want to support. So our own well-being is very important, and it cannot be separated from the well-being of the people that we're supporting. So, and as we commit to inclusion, I also just want to make sure that it's important for us to see a person as a whole, when we're taking care of them. Let us see people beyond their diagnosis. Let us replace pity with partnership, stigma with understanding, and difference with dignity. And let's continue the meaningful actions towards inclusion, just like this wonderful summit that was put together. And when we do that, we teach, we lead, and we love from the place of acceptance and commitment. We don't just change life, but we also change the world. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my experience here with you all today.
Thank you, Dr. Sylvie. Well said. How can our audience reach you or connect with you? If you can just put that out there. I do appreciate your wisdom, your experience, sharing of your wisdom, your lived experiences, your both personally and professionally, your heart, your transparency. I do appreciate that. That reminds us of the importance of just like a shift in our mindset, language that we use when it comes to inclusion, how we think, how we see, how we connect. Empathy is very important. Inclusion and the belief that, like you said, that every person belongs is very important. So thank you so much. And I just want to just thank the audience also for listening in, and just, together we're building communities where everyone can thrive. Have a wonderful day, and keep the spirit of inclusion alive in everything that you do. See you next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
And over to you, Miss Sam.
Thank you so much for this amazing session. And my take home is we cannot pour from an empty cup, Mental health is very critical, and thank you for sharing. I learned something new, acceptance and commitment therapy, that we must continue staying present, open and connected to your values while moving towards the life you want to live despite the challenges. And really, really appreciate that you used your own daughter as an example, and that's being vulnerable, and in what you're doing with Megan. And I find that extremely brave, courageous, but also, I don't know what terminology to use, but we really appreciate your time. We really appreciate your learnings. And thank you, Dr. Aderonke, for the great moderating session. So we are closing for tonight. I'll allow you to log off. And to close for the day is our past district governor, Joyce Graff, from District 7910, where our club belongs. Her club is Rotary Club of Brookline. She was the district governor just the other year, 2024-2025. I had the privilege of meeting her when she was in Nairobi, Kenya. Very impressed of what she's been doing for so many decades, and it's really, really an honor to have you making the closing remark. You're a great supporter of our club, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saum, and thank you to this entire worldwide team who've come together to make this amazing event a reality. I'm really honored to be with you today. Thank you so much. You may notice that I'm wearing my red sweatshirt. It's a Rotary sweatshirt that says End Polio Now on the back of it. And I'm very moved that you began this summit yesterday on October 24th, World Polio Day. Rotary has been working very hard to eliminate the polio virus from the planet. And at the same time, it's important not to forget the many survivors of polio. In the West, most people under 40 have forgotten about polio because there have been so few cases of polio since the 1970s or 80s. But even in the United States, there are over 1 million polio survivors living with some level of disability. And in the world, there are estimated to be 15 to 20 million survivors of polio. And polio is only one of the many conditions that can lead to disabilities, some from birth, some acquired through accidents or medical conditions and events, some from age. My own late husband was blind from the age of 21 due to a rare genetic condition. He completed his PhD blind and was a professor of history at Boston College. My son became blind at 29 from the same condition and is now significantly disabled. I trained in college as a teacher of French, and I taught for 5 years, and then I worked in agencies for the blind, followed by a career in high-tech computers for more than 25 years, and with several nonprofits for rare diseases. So now in my old age, I'm now 81, I'm back to teaching. I teach sewing and patchwork or quilting at the local senior center. Many seniors are losing a little dexterity in their hands or visual acuity or hearing. We tend to acquire some disabilities with age. We use adaptive equipment to keep on sewing, keep on using our creativity and talents in spite of our acquired disabilities. In my class, there's a woman with neurodiversity. She takes more time to learn things than the others. We went through a time when she was frustrated that she couldn't have me at her elbow all the time. And the other women were feeling that she was demanding too much from me and that they didn't have enough of me and that things would be better if she were simply not in the class. About that time, I heard about the online class on working with people with neurodiversity offered by PAGS in the UK in cooperation with the World Disability Advocacy Group. I took that course in one weekend and jotted down ideas for how I could learn to be a better teacher for her. The next time I went to the center to teach the class, I found her in tears in a difficult conversation with the leadership of the center, in crisis about whether she should continue in the class. Armed with my PAGS experience, I asked her to help me learn how to be a better teacher for her. When she had taken other courses, what had been most helpful to her? My goal, I said, was to help her learn to be a little bit more independent. I'm glad to coach her, but I need her to be more independent. So how can we find the right balance? We're working on it. I made her some 5-minute videos on how to do the basic tasks so she can play the videos many times as she wishes while I work with others in the class. We are making progress. But the most wonderful thing that came out of that process is that all the other women in the class have also pitched in to be gentle coaches from time to time. The environment in the room has become much more cooperative and supportive. For me, this was my clearest understanding of exactly what we've been talking about here for the last 2 days. Inclusive education is good for all of us. It's not only good for the one student, it has also been a growth experience for me. And best of all, I've seen everyone in the class grow, open their minds and their hearts to include her in a new way. The world has told her too many times that she can't do it. We have all become her cheerleaders, applauding every little success and assuring her that she is doing well, and assuring her that we all make mistakes. When we sew it the wrong way, we just rip it out and do it again. I'm watching her grow like a flower opening up, becoming more comfortable with us and more comfortable with the process of creation. As our many panelists and presenters have demonstrated today, mainstream education, belonging and empathy, but with strong support. That support needs to come from the school itself, from the teacher, and also from all members of the classroom. Inclusion without support is not inclusion. It only leads to frustrations on all sides. The student is not learning and is frustrated and may act out. The teacher is frustrated and may easily become resentful of the student or the administration of the school because they know they need more support than they're getting. The parents get frustrated watching their child's distress. And the parents of the other children get frustrated too, believing that their own children's education is suffering. Inclusion without support is not inclusion. But with the right support, and it can be as simple as that 3-hour online course, can begin to open our minds and hearts to new ways to view the problem. And by looking at the problem from a different perspective, we can begin to see other possible solutions. Many thanks to all the exciting presentations, especially the one on universal design, thinking from the beginning about ways to involve the children's own creativity and finding their own ways to success. Learners of all ages have these diverse issues. By working with them as children, we can give them the tools they need to do their own problem solving throughout their lives. Instead of telling children that they can't, we can give them the tools and the self-confidence to believe they can. We cannot all succeed when half of us are held back. Women worldwide know this, as too often women's words and presence are not always welcomed in the world of work. Every learner of every age, in spite of color, caste, or class, needs to be seen, heard, and valued. We all need to be gentle with each other and with ourselves. We need to focus not on our disabilities and failures, but to focus on our abilities and successes. How wonderful would it be if if every child were shown the glimmer of brilliance he or she brings to the world and empowered to shine. Empathy in an inclusive classroom leads to kindness and empathy in the world. Each of us needs to belong and to be valued. So in ending, let me thank you all again. Ken, Dr. Adoranki, Soam Siraj, and Sonia Rajbans, Dan Roeder, and all the moderators and presenters and panelists and attendees. Thank you all for helping to bring that world to reality. Bless you all. Take care.
Thank you, Joyce. What a wonderful ending to this today event. I much appreciate your words. Empathy is one of my most favorite words because it's so important. And thank you. I can't thank you enough. You've been there supportive of us and continue to be supportive of us. And I know we all much appreciate everything you do for us. So beautiful words, Joyce. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna end this. I'm gonna see where we can get you off the spotlight, Joyce. Maybe there's somebody there. There we go. Somebody did that for me. Okay, thanks. So we're gonna end this. A little early, we had a beautiful video that we had technical problems with, and it ended too early. So we think it's in a very appropriate video. It's a gentleman, Chad, who I guess he's from the United States, but has been traveling around the world, and he uses his music to help people with disabilities. So thank you all. As we say in Colombia, where I am, hasta la vista.
Hello, everyone from around the world. Thank you for joining us. My name is Chad Harper, and I'm currently in Malaga, Spain. I'm the founder and CEO of Hip Hop Saves Lives, where we use music to educate about social issues and celebrate the works of humanitarians. Let's jump right into this song that we submitted last year to the Grammys for Best Social Change Song. The song is called Ability. It features two rappers with polio from Freetown, Sierra Leone. Their names are 50 Dawn and Prophet. I'm also featured on the song a Grammy-nominated singer named Muzi from a group called Jabali Africa, which is originally from Kenya, and also the music was produced by Kunta Official Beats. On this song, the two rappers from Sierra Leone ask their society, please focus on our abilities instead of our disabilities.
Nothing for the condemn. Disability, not my inability. Disability, disability. Una comments up for three. Nothing for the condemn. Struggle day. Tire for the big, now this is free sound. Struggle day. Tire for the big, now this is free sound. The struggle just a double. I dey pray for me to be stable. Where they big, now the street with all the skills. No help. Only run from east to west, junction to junction, buy your body. Money no day for buy bread. Big one, where they up, but then they enjoy the facility and they smile. We will not get, we will poor, just they cry and they die. We will not get, we will poor, just they cry and they die. We are disabled, no me say I'm not able. There is ability in disability. People to try to show our ability. We have the talent, we have the quality, radical inclusion. Now we nation, right to education and medication. I need the job to put food on my table. Don't look down on me because I'm disabled. I'm tired of the struggle, discrimination and marginalization. Sometimes I feel like I'm left alone. Oh no, yeah, we are left alone. Disability, not an inability. There is ability in disability. Una comments up for three, nothing for the condemn. Disability, not an inability. There is ability in disability. Una comments up for three, nothing for the condemn.
Yes, what's going on, still making no left the end. Change the stigma, say disabled arts for men. Teach the blind now for rich, make them self-offend. Disabled us how they was, baby, that was then. See the youth, then they suffer, and no need for the big. Man, able to walk away, go learn out for big grade. Teacher and beauty, but the job not for use it. Sister now will change, definitely forget paid. Jobs for all, make we push up the nation. Advocates make disabled lead for the station. Each one, teach one, no discrimination. For change the situation, all we need is patience.
In a disabled, no me say I'm not able. I'm not able, disabled. We all in trouble. Hey, yeah, we all in trouble. Inside salon now, so struggle. Tell me, so struggle. Stress and depression make some man take drugs. Some man take drugs.
Curse is a child for days I don't smile. Siblings run wild while I'm stuck on the couch. Ouch is the only word coming out my mouth as I try to figure out why God left me out. Try to dream of the athletic route. My disability, mind full of doubt. Still a vow, I was going move a crowd. So the hip hop, I became a devout. Yeah, I survived, tumor in my knee. Fast forward, Wonderland 2-3. No new friends, only made family. All they've been through in the Grammy. Some days, yeah, still wonder why. Some days, and the child still cry. Take my pain free time to do why. Sound with beats that understand.
Disability, not an inability. There is ability in disability. Una comments up for free. Nothing for the condemn. Disability, not an inability. There is ability in disability. Una comments up for free. Nothing for the condemn.
Whoa, yo, 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 le, 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 Whoa, yo, 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 yo. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Oh, yo, 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 yo.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that song and music video. As you can see, we had people from multiple countries join in on the celebration. That was not the first time I've worked with disabled vocalists. Back in 2019, I was in Cuba and recorded a 3-song demo with Cuba's first blind lady rapper.
Sin ti no soy nadie.
Mi vida ha cambiado notablemente, porque no estás presente, yo no sé vivir sin tu amor. No puedo dormir si tú no estás. Se muere la ilusión y mi pobre corazón no aguanta más. Tú no volverás.
Hora de recapacitar. También a los raperos nos hicieron con paciencia, contra inteligencia. Aunque no crean, deben de sentar cabeza y no usar la violencia. Reflexiona, es hora de recapacitar. También a los raperos nos hicieron con paciencia.
Hola, mi nombre es Esperanza Pomares Vergara. Soy nacida en Cuba, en Pinar del Río, en un barrio llamado Santa Isabel, municipio de San Juan y Martínez. Me dedico a cantar música urbana, rap, hip hop, reggaetón, todos los subgéneros, trap. También toco el piano, la guitarra y mi nombre de rapera es Greta.
Contra inteligencia, aunque no crean, deben de asentar cabeza y no usar la violencia. Reflexiona, es hora de recapacitar. También a los raperos nos hicieron con paciencia.
Yo quiero ser la primera rapera invidente en Cuba.
Me lo dijiste ya, que era definitivo este final.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now working on our next song that we will again submit to the Grammys next year for Best Social Change Song. Please allow me to introduce the participants that come from Ireland, Uganda, Pakistan, the United States, and Kenya.
Hello, my name is Patrick Hogan. I'm from Dublin, Ireland, and I am a singer and an author.
Hi, Paul Gatley here, Irish singer-songwriter. Proud to be involved with Chad Harper, Hip Hop Saves Lives.
Hello, I am Kashaf Alvi from Pakistan, currently based in the UAE. I am a published author, short film writer, and an advocate for disability inclusivity and climate justice.
Amazing.
Thank you everyone for having me. It was an honor and a pleasure to share the work that I do with disabled vocalists. I want to give a special shout out to Ken and Donna and everyone at the Rotary Club of World Disability Advocacy. Thank you again.
For heaven's sake, even him. I love it.
I think we are done here. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody.